it's probably
all right.
down to 200. Yeah.
Speech chat. Fucking work.
Most of the year, you're in the yeah, exactly. Which is crazy. That's like super unusual for a human being.
It is. Yeah.
Living in America in 2024, what percentage of the population do you like consider your peers?
Very small.
There's like Cammys, Ranella, you, Dudley, but I don't think that's not as much. You know?
No, yeah.
They don't have as much because you guide as well.
Yeah, I'm just like a different bag where I just have to be out there.
Yeah.
Doing it.
Well, the people that don't know, it's an amazing experience just to be out there. It's amazing. It's like nothing else that you experience. It's literally wild. There's a lot of wild things that you do.
Where in the fuck did I just put that phone?
This is literally wild.
Yeah,
Well, for real wild.
I think
I had it.
I can go out there you don't know anything. You like it's not a mundane.
What in the fuck?
You could be out there. And one
Did
day
this not send or something?
and everything's fine. And the next day, you get attacked.
It's going, baby. This stream's going.
It snows on you. You're freezing.
And this fucking Rent FM I lost. And this fucking like what the baby.
Cool place. Nobody goes above the Earth circle unless they're a scientist figuring out, global warming shit or somebody going hunting. Because it's not, I guess there's a few people doing polar expeditions.
Hey, I think I just heard it.
It's not a place to just go.
No,
Is this
it
for
sucks.
Instagram? So these are-
Let's try it again.
Oh, wow. So it's like
And this
Polar parties.
and
It sounds better. Let's see.
the like and how I
It's just wild. It's frozen snow, and then there's a frozen ocean, and then there's islands in it that would be land. Kind of has some undulation in there, like little hills. Arctic
I don't think it is any different. That's okay. We'll do OBS. All right. Oh, before I do that, hold on though. I'm gonna try a song, and if the song works,
I can't remember. I think it's under 1,000.
this shit sucks. All right, my man from Australia, you're getting your wish. I am gonna open up the OBS or Google Play Store, download OBS, and see this bitch not work. Just one moment. Before I do that, let me just see if anybody says anything about it. Chromebook does not play back sound from computer through microphone.
Fuel comes in once a year.
Check microphone input. But if you are using trying ahead, unplugging it, also try.
How much fuel everybody diesel for everything, heating, everything.
But if you don't have it, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Wow.
Very, very crazy.
Hey,
Like,
open your
there's
start.
places in the world that are still
Come on, you shitbag.
what we're used to.
Oh yeah. Imagine there's people that are gonna live their whole life.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Most of the people that I met had never left that village.
What in the flying fuck is going on with this bitch? I just restarted it. It should be fine. I think it did an update. Oh, and if it didn't, I'm gonna be pissed.
It's just like that's
Free up space. We found 3 apps you haven't used in a while. Dog, I don't give a flying fuck. That's not why you should be telling me something. All right. I plugged in my microphone thing. All right. Now what? We need OBS. What in the fuck, Google? You're such a shit company. Between Apple, Google, and Microsoft, they all suck cock. Come on, you little bitch. OBS, Open Broadcaster Studio. I just typed it in. It should fucking show.
Whale fat. That's what it looks like. Bourdain told me that fermented shark was the most disgusting food. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I haven't had that, but I've heard it's really bad.
Dog.
They love shark, and apparently, wherever the fuck it is, I guess it's Iceland. Would they eat it all?
Iceland, yeah.
That's what it looks like, Jamie. Is that what it would look like when you were eating it?
OBS. I just fucking typed that shit in. Yeah, I knew it.
Rotten fish, maybe.
Where did you see that OBS is available for Chromebook? Because I would be using that if it was, because I use it on my other stuff. OBS for Chromebook.
and
Word. Desktop-based live streaming application require powerful hardware that Chromebooks don't have, and that's what I thought. Okay, so I don't think it has a Chromebook, or I don't think it has. You cannot install OBS on a Chromebook. That's what I thought, and honestly, that's why it took me so long to do this, because I was really hesitant. Like, there's a reason why I'm not using OBS on this. It's because it's not available. Okay, so what are we doing now? When it comes to this fucking chatbot, oh, I know. It's kind of exactly what you said, which is, it seems like it is a noise suppression. But I shut noise suppression off, and it maybe did a little bit, but noise suppression Chromebook.
It's so long in a lot of isolation. There's doctors and this.
and you
Oh, dog, you have no idea. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and we're trying to get the TTS working. How are you doing, baby? What's good in the hood? Turn on noise cancellation. I mean, I can hear it. I just don't understand why you can't. Noise suppression on a Chromebook. Input mic at the bottom right.
And they get their dietary fat from just this whale fat stuff.
Yeah.
How to enable system-wide noise cancellation. No, I want the opposite.
They probably have no
Yeah.
no cancer, no heart attacks, like nothing. Every list 110.
Yeah, I don't know.
and okay,
It's probably good. It's probably good for you.
Just one moment. There is something else. Input noise cancellation UI. So we're going to try that one. Chrome, setting systems flags.
It's an amazing documentary. So Werner Herzog went to Siberia and hung out. I don't know if he was just narrating it or if he was
Audio
actually
noise
I
cancellation.
think he was just narrating. Maybe he went
Input
there.
noise
Some of
cancellation. That's what it is. Input
people are extremely happy. And
noise.
all they do is go
I
traveling
bet.
and fishing and hunting.
Wait,
And they go to
input
these villages and they go around on snowmobiles, and it's kind of
noise.
interesting because it's like, what is life supposed to be about?
Weird.
Is
It doesn't
supposed
show
to
up.
be about enjoying yourself?
After
Or
the
is it supposed to
reboot.
be about accomplishing things? supposed to be about accomplishing things, and you don't enjoy yourself. It seems like you're kind of missing part of the point of life. And these people, their life is enjoyable. Like they love fishing. They're laughing and they're going hunting. They're talking about hunting, how much they love hunting and fishing, and it's fun. And you get all this food, and they're just pulling these massive pike out of the river. They have these giant nets and shit. So they're having a good old time, like all day long.
Chrome flags enable.
Feed the fish to the dogs. They have this whole system worked out. They just completely exist with what they have with very little thing, other than like snowmobiles and the occasional like machine that they make all their skis. They hand make their skis. This guy was like showing how to make a ski, and so he's like using the pitch and the tar and like heating the thing up and cutting it perfectly and planing it. Pretty amazing stuff.
Yeah, that's wild. I guess that's like, everybody works
Input noise cancellation in Chrome. Turn noise cancellation off by default.
They just live that way. I met a dude when I was in the British Virgin Islands who worked for a big tech company. I don't want to say the company, but it's like a major company that like, they make like fucking jets and shit for the military. And he just was like, I don't see this. I don't see this. This doesn't seem like a good path for the rest of my life. And because I'm seeing all these people that will
enable system blah 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 blah.
Executives are trying to work their way up the corporate ladder. Everybody's miserable. Everyone's exhausted. Everyone's overworked. They're all putting in crazy hours.
And this is the biggest daylight and map one issue.
Fishing guy.
Word.
British Virgin Islands.
100% right, dog.
But as I was talking to
Flags.
like bringing up scientific terms for different animals and like the way different fish have like very specific
Search flags.
term he was using about like it was particularly about barracuda. That barracuda like they make their skin oilier so they can go faster, so they can move through the water faster. Yeah, they're lubed. They're lubed up. But he was explaining it in like these scientific terms, and I was like, wow, this guy is like very is an amazing vocabulary for a guy who runs a fishing boat. Like, he sounds like a scientist.
Yeah.
Like a guy who I would talk to on a podcast. And the more we're talking, we're on this.
Weird. It doesn't look like it's an option.
He starts telling his background.
Next. After reboot. And it doesn't seem like it's a.
Start fishing. Like, that's like a character in a movie.
Yeah.
Like nobody does that. Everybody just stays miserable.
Yeah.
They stay miserable. They buy a new
In-app option.
Feel pretty good about themselves.
Yeah.
Suppress background.
I feel very
Okay.
fortunate. I feel like a pretty happy person because I just get to do what I love.
Chromebook suppresses
That everybody looks forward to.
video sound,
Like if you're a
microphone,
hunter, you have, like,
help.
September for our elk or November for whitetail. Like,
microphone,
you look forward to
video
it.
sound, help.
Like nothing else in life other than like your kid's birthday.
Yeah.
Exactly. You're just so excited about this opportunity that you're going to get to spend a week in the woods, and that's your whole job.
Yeah.
That's mostly what you do.
It is. Yeah, it's great.
What is
You're
this?
super lucky, man. You're lucky. So we brought you out here today to do a podcast. but
Chromebook
also-
troubleshooting. If you encounter issues with the speakers or microphone, it's not really that, because you can hear it with something. Abnormal speaker functionality.
Yeah, because last time I was in here, I just
Check the status bar, volume icon.
I'll tap. That's right.
We talked about
Verify audio.
Just got set up.
Here's the thing. Here's refine. So I'm thinking it has to be something like what you're saying, but according to this, it doesn't have an option. Chrome browser or tab is not sound. No, it's not that.
Well, so just explain the injury. Let's get into the injury.
Additional troubleshooting methods.
Tendon in my wrist that does a lot of the movement things, and it ended up being just
Let's
dislocated.
think of if I mean I could just try a couple other voices.
Essentially a botched surgery. But the surgery did probably more damage than maybe.
Here we go. Let's try this bitch.
Thing coming out. Yeah, so the bad surgery complications.
This is a test.
What kind of complications?
I mean, I lost a feeling in my hand.
Okay.
No, I do.
Let's try speech chat, control panel,
Yeah, just like the recovery went from
voice,
essentially
speaker English America.
a
Let's try this one.
to a couple years down the track, and still not even being able to function 100%. Still a lot of pain and other things. So, but yeah, but because of that,
So wrong with the person?
Said.
Tight. I'm glad it did all that, and I'm fucking not watching it. Here we go. What the?
Said. Hey, you were
Yeah. You want to see my ID?
Said. Just stumbled on.
Kicking ass, taking names, girl. Yeah, I'm a Rothschild. You want to see my ID? Just for a moment. Here you go, baby. All right, so we're doing some testing of the TTS because I can hear it, but I don't know if you guys can hear it.
You know, it was like the first monkeys performing surgery. It's like this became great.
Said. This is it. Amelia Rodriguez. What's your favorite?
Great question. What's my favorite food? Pizza. How about you, girl? Then I'm already rich. That's what you think. People think because if you're rich, no, there are 5 Rothschilds in the United States alone. You're thinking a very small segment of the family.
I remember when Dudley did that. Dudley had shoulder surgery.
Yeah, he actually had to switch.
This is such horseshit.
Oh yeah, I've often thought about that. That's smart. I think my right arm's probably more stable than my left arm. Yeah, it's quite a bit stronger.
Said. This is it. Amelia Rodriguez. Said. My favorite.
Oh, sushi's great.
Said. Hello.
What up, baby? How are you? This is the biggest event in global history. Dude, India ham market. I'm getting
Said.
bigger
I
and
love
bigger.
Jews.
Baby, we love you too. All right. I mean, I can hear some of them. It's weird that it doesn't always work, but it works okay. All right, so what are we doing now? We're going to sing karaoke.
Said. I am.
Welcome. All right, so let me explain who I am and what I do, since you guys are new to the club. I'm Rabbi Rothschild, and I stream my life 24/7, 365. I've been doing so now for more than 3 years. So if you're like, wait, you mean to tell me that you've had this fucking stream going for 3 years? I break.
Said.
Yep. You're absolutely right, girl. I have more data online than anyone.
Said.
Oh, that's amazing. Congratulations on just getting internet in your village. I hope it's better than the internet that the United States has, because the United States internet generally sucks. Yes, Amelia Rodriguez, you're 100% right, and that was what I did when I started this 3 years ago. I am going to be really famous someday. I have more data online than any person ever. Okay, so if you're like, Rabbi, how do I watch you? If you want the best way, here, I'll type it. If you're like, Rabbi, I always want to watch you, and I never, ever want to lose the link. Linktree, linktr.ee/rabbi. All right, so if you go, actually, I made a mistake. I put a comma where it needed to be a, but that's fine. Comma's fine. I'll just tell you, it has to. Okay, so if you go to that link,
said,
so what does that do for me? If you go to that link tree, here's the thing: you can always watch me. You can watch me eat, sleep, go to the bathroom, do all the other stuff. It's like, okay, well, how do you do it? If you go to my link tree, which is located right there, this is what it looks like. And there's, hell yeah.
said, what's up?
Oh, tight. Dude, my bots are working. I'm going to show you how all that shit works. Oh, tight. That's amazing. So, all hail the moon crickets. I stream my life all day, every day. And if you ever want to find me, you go to that linktree.com. And there, the first link here says Rabbi Rothschild 24/7 YouTube streams. And you can click it and it'll give you all my streams all at once. So you can find them there. And what we're going to do now, what's up? I'm going to sing karaoke. I'll take any karaoke request that you may have. If you're like, Rabbi, do you normally sing karaoke? Look, I'm not a karaoke professional. I just sing because it makes me feel happy. So if you're like, okay, Rabbi, what are you going to sing, baby? We're going to sing something good.
You don't just go on, you don't just spaz out, which is, I can't recommend it.
Said, quit spamming.
Dog, I spam because I love you. I'm going to make you famous someday. I have more data online than any person ever. What does that mean? You can watch me on 6 different streams 24/7 whenever you want. And what are we going to do now? We're going to sing karaoke. Quit spamming kick. Token Talk kicks ass, though.
Said, thanks we always.
What's your favorite song? Does it make you smile? Do you think of me? When you close your eyes, tell me what are you dreaming? Everything I wanna know it all. I spent 10,000 hours, 10,000 more. And if that's what it takes to learn that sweetheart of yours, and I might never get there.
Token Talk. Said, you stream on.
You was the road that you grew up on. Did you get your middle name from your grandma? When you think about you forever now, do you think of me? When you close your eyes, tell me what are you dreaming? Everything I want to know it all. I spent 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. Always that's what it takes to learn that sweetheart of yours. And I might never get there, but I'm gonna try. Through the 10,000 hours of the rest of my life, I'm gonna love you. Ooh, want the good and the bad, everything in between. Ooh, gotta kill my curiosity. Ooh, yeah, I'd spend 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. Oh, if that's found it takes to learn my sweetheart of yours. And I might never get there, but I'm gonna try. And it's 10,000 hours and the rest of my life. I'm gonna love you.
Said, is your Jewish faith token top? Said, everything has been reported.
I hope they ban you. Oh, that'd be phenomenal. Everything has been reported. I hope they ban you. Dog. Good job reporting me. You're like on a list of like 700,000 people who have tried to report me. Does the Jewish faith allow you to use electricity and internet on Shabbat? Well, that's a complicated question. And what do I mean by that? In the Bible, it doesn't say you can't use electricity, and it doesn't say you can use the internet. It doesn't say anything about electricity and the internet. So traditionally, Orthodox Jews, we have treated electricity like combustion. So we avoid combustion on Shabbat. However, and I did that for many years. And I don't drive on Shabbat. I don't combust things on Shabbat. But when it comes to electricity, that's different than combustion. So in a traditional Jewish home, you won't have necessarily people using the internet, but they're not shutting off their Wi-Fi routers. We're using smart appliances and things like that. So we're still very connected to the internet. The one thing we're not doing, we're not emailing, we're not conducting business. That's what we don't do on Shabbat. Everything has been reported, and I hope they ban you. Dog, you have to understand something. I've been doing this for 3 years, okay? I have more accounts than any person ever in global history. How many accounts do I have? I have 2,100 Twitter accounts. I have 1,069 TikTok accounts. I have hundreds of YouTube accounts. So if they ban this YouTube account, guess what? I got 5 others going, and I'll just use one of my other ones. I'm uncancelable. So Token Talk, I want you to know that it's not personal that I spam you. I spam you out of love. I need people to know about my stream. And when they do, I'm going to make sure you're rich. I'm going to make sure PJ Miskey's rich. I'm going to make sure my friend from Australia's rich. I'm going to make sure that my girl Amelia is taken care of. India Ham Market. We're going to make sure everybody in India is taken care of. Shout out to India Ham Market. Shout out to the India Ham Market Village. What up? This is the biggest. Exactly. It is not. You got that right, dog. Other ad privacy. Okay. This. I cannot. One of my biggest fucking pet peeves of anything when it comes to technology is when I use it and they throw a fucking pop-up in my face. It's like, dude, I want to use your fucking software. And it's like, oh, dude, we got something new. It's like, dog, you can put that in a notification and I can check it on my time, not your fucking shit. Or I can check it on your time, not my time. Here we go. Ad privacy. What is this bullshit?
It's a normal like tendency that people
said, let me borrow.
Hell yeah, dude.
Said, when the TTS is playing, you can't
when the
Bob Ricks said, and you.
Fabulous. Well, I don't know what you want me to do. If you want me to have TTS, then we got to have it going. If you want.
Said, thank you.
Oh, hell yeah, man. Your whole village is going to be made rich. Dog. It's going to be. Shout out to India's right. So, what are we going to do? Let's fucking do something. All right. So, there's a lot we can do. We can watch music, movies, television, anything you want. I can do reaction videos. I can dance. I can sing. I'm a total package. Okay, so if I could put it up there and then just turn this, and I think you'd be able to hear it. So let's try that.
Said, is there? Said, oh, it's reading.
Yeah, it's reading it, exactly. All right. So if you're like, what are we gonna do? I can take this and we can watch on the big screen, And let's do that.
It's just
So how
different experiences
can I do that so that you can see it pretty easily?
Oh,
Said.
yeah, I know what this is. I know how to do this.
Dog.
It's gonna happen. So
We're gonna watch one of my favorite Joe Rogans of all time.
Yeah, and even myself, like there's times where you go, it's actually the opposite for me. If something surprise is like there, it's just like here.
So just one moment as I get it set up.
Stock all day on something. Like I've invested my entire day into this, or this is the last chance. Like, don't fuck that.
What is this?
Like you go, that's when you start to. Okay, well, when I get there, here's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
Talk yourself through it, right?
When you're going through the shot, do you talk to yourself as you're shooting, as you're pulling the trigger?
No, but there's a little bit of a checklist just so I don't kind of like draw back, anchor, level, focus. Kind of a.
So you just go through that checklist in your head?
Yeah, I think so.
So do you go through it like audibly, or do you go through
No.
it where you just do the things?
I do the thing.
The level,
Wow.
center your feet,
Yeah.
all that.
All right, we got that going. Now I'm gonna take you guys. You're gonna come with me. Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Good to see you, man.
Thank you.
We first
Said.
Dude, we're gonna fucking rip India up. When this stream goes viral, dog, it's gonna be fucking unreal. So don't you worry. We're gonna take care of all of India. Okay.
I think so. And then you said if you're ever in LA.
So let's try this. Let me get into a position where
So, let's take
I can relax a little bit.
So you were a young man. You were fascinated by NASA.
And-
You were a NASA fan.
Okay,
NASA
there's all that
photos,
shit.
wall of your room.
Cool.
What happened? What happened to you that you're essentially?
Let me see if I can
known
hear, if you guys can
worldwide
hear it.
as the leading proponent of the moon hoax theory. You're the guy who's researched it the most. You're the guy who can auto recall the most information.
May break my bones, but words will
And
never
you're
hurt
the
me.
guy that the people that believe the moon landing was real hate the most. So how did this all happen?
Well, let me start by saying a comment about what you said, theory. You know, it's not a theory. They did fake the moon landing. That's a fact, whether people realize it or not.
Okay, but we weren't there. So let's just go on what we know in terms of facts. And I'm going to call it theory.
Okay, you're so
Just for
polite.
fun. I'm just trying to, I'm going to have to steel man some of the arguments against you. You know, obviously. I mean, this is a fascinating but yet very challenging subject. I think today more people are aware of the insanely widespread deception that the government was involved in during the same time as the moon landing. I think this is important. And I know a lot of people who get very angry when you question the moon landing. They use terms like patriotism, they use national pride, like we did this incredible thing, the scientists that we have. I understand what they're saying. I understand where they're coming from entirely. But we have to look at things realistically if we're ever going to get an
Can you
accurate
dance
picture
like a
of
monkey?
how the world works.
Make monkey sounds to pay
And
homage.
I think if we look
Joe
at
Rogan.
the time that we're talking about,
Hell yeah, baby.
Said.
I was like, what are you saying to me?
that wound up killing how many people? It was like 1 million people.
Hell yeah.
3 million people, including 58,220 Americans.
Okay, there's that. There's Operation Northwoods during the same time period. Operation Northwoods was a plan that was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff where they were going to initiate false flags to try to get us into a war with Cuba. They were going to blow up a drone jetliner and blame it on Cuba. They were going to arm Cuban friendlies and attack Guantanamo Bay. So there's the Bay of Pigs. There's all these things. There's the Kennedy assassination itself, which they still won't release the files. There's the moon landing. The moon landing, and then there's Nixon, getting Nixon removed from the White House, which I didn't know was a giant government operation too. Tucker Carlson laid that all out, and I was like, what? And then I read a bunch about it.
While we do this,
totally true.
just for a moment, I've got my robot.
You can see it's a source of national pride, and it is also like the accomplishments of NASA, the accomplishments of the scientific community, accomplishments of these people that are able to make things like the stealth bomber and all the wild shit that we know that is absolutely real. The space shuttle, SpaceX, all of the amazing engineers and scientists. It seems to a lot of people that by calling the moon landing fake, you're discounting that work. You're discounting that amazing accomplishment from humans. What I want people to do is to say, what did they tell the truth about? If this is the one thing that you're willing to hang your hat on, because I know they lied about everything. They lied about everything. They lied about MK Ultra. They were dosing up Johns and brothels with acid and monitoring them. They dosed up Charles Manson. They probably trained him how to be a cult leader in prison. The whole MK Ultra thing is 100% legit, verified. There's plenty of documents on it. They experimented on people with acid. They did mind control experiments on people. What did they tell the truth about? What did they want? They said, you know what? I know we're liars and we get people killed and we're, funneling money here and there. But what? We can't lie about the moon landing, guys. And everybody agreed. This one, we're going to be, this is just what it is what it is. And we're going to give the scientific community access to all the data so everybody knows it's verified. We're going to have third-party people test everything to make sure it's verified.
Well, you brought up a bunch of good points. My opinion is really the opinion of the experts. For example, Robert Kennedy Jr. is 100% certain. He has more access to the JFK files than Oliver Stone does.
Bitch.
He's 100% certain that his uncle, President Kennedy, was killed by the CIA. Then, as you mentioned, the Gulf of Tonkin. Robert McNamara, before he died, got it off his chest, said that the Gulf of Tonkin incident, the Pearl Harbor incident that got America behind the Vietnam War, never happened. He and the CIA completely fabricated it. Congress passed a law, the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, that led to the death of 3 million people and 58,220 American soldiers without cause. So, if the corrupt federal government is willing to kill their own duly elected president, if they're willing to needlessly kill 58,220 of their own soldiers, I don't think they have a problem faking an image of the moon on television. The problem is it's a positive lie. You see, whoever killed JFK, you're just changing who did it and why. He's still dead. It's still a tragedy. Or 9/11. You can change who did it and why, but all those people are still dead. This is a positive lie. And people don't want to give up that candy. And I come along and say, wake up and smell the manure. Some people are like, well, I know America has gotten bad, but at least we went to the moon. And people need to realize the sheer arrogance of the federal government to pull off the moon landing fraud when there's virtually no eyewitnesses except 3 government employees and a picture we have to trust is on the moon from the federal government.
Yeah.
So it was actually very easy to fake. And in answer to your first question, I was more than a supporter. I was gaga, idolizing the moon landings with my father in the Air Force and giving me a packet of pictures of Apollo 11. And as I moved every 2 years from house to house, they were a prominent place of glory on every bedroom wall from city to city.
What changed?
Well, what changed is having an open mind.
But was there a moment?
Yeah. The first moment was from the age of, I was asleep in bed when it happened. But at age 4, I got those pictures, saw them. I mean, even if I saw them once a day, that's 3,650 times over the next 10 years. Probably saw them 3 times a day. So I see these pictures over 10,000 times, believing they're on the moon and thinking it's the greatest thing. And then I'm 14 years old, and I see Bill Casey, a former Rocketdyne employee who worked for NASA for 6 years on the Apollo program with high security clearance, only second to von Braun, who says, look, I edited a memo from von Braun to the Pentagon warning them they are not going to make the goal. There's only a 1 in 10,000 chance they can go to the moon on the first attempt.
And what year was this?
That was back in 1966, I think.
And so 3 years later, they went to the moon. Is it possible that they were able to overcome whatever challenges that got him to 10,000 to 1?
Well, no, because I mean, so we're going to go over many proofs.
Yeah, this is important, but I need to every step of the way.
Well, here's how you can prove that's not the case. Okay, so the number one proof that we have is simply deductive reasoning, because today, with 54-year better rocket designs and computer designs, the farthest that NASA can send a rocket with an astronaut into space is 1,000th the distance to the moon. That's why they're sending mannequins to orbit the moon that can't even land, because they would die from the radiation. So what they're really claiming is, back in 1969, ahead of schedule on the first attempt, when all of NASA's computers had 1/1,000,000th the computing power of a cell phone, they sent astronauts 1,000 times farther into space than they can send us today with 54-year better technology. So what they're really claiming is,
if you're like, what in the fuck is this? It's a computer that's spamming everyone. So if you're wondering, like, how I'm able to do it, it's right here. And I have another one over there.
You can't have better technology in the past and in the future.
Right,
it's impossible.
But they haven't done a moon landing program today. So if they started a moon landing program today, the technology is vastly superior, right?
So it would take less time. It would take less time to return to the moon. It's taking more time.
But they're not doing it. Right, but they're not doing it, right? Like during the
because
Apollo,
they can't do it.
Okay, that's what you're saying.
Yeah,
and I'm with you. But the Apollo program doesn't exist today. The Apollo program was a massive program to try to beat Russia to get the first person on the moon. And it was a concerted effort by how many scientists? How many people were involved?
That's super cool. It is super cool. It's going to take over the world. All hail the moon crickets. It's amazing. It just automatically spams for me.
Said, that's super cool.
That's a lot of people to organize and to focus on one very specific goal. That's not.
See if I can make it easier for you to see.
So to say that we can't do it today, it's like people would say, if I was steel manning their position, I would say, no, we're not trying to do it today. If we wanted to do it today, we could do it today.
Well, actually, they are
400,000. It says at the peak, Apollo program employed 400,000 people and required the support of over 20,000 industrial firms and universities. So here's the argument against that it would be fake. Everyone would know, and everyone would tell, and it would get out.
Well, let me show you how that's not true. First of all, Eugene Kranz, flight director, he said, out of his own mouth, that a person in the command center in Houston during a launch to the moon can tell no difference whatsoever between a computer simulated flight and a real flight. They can't tell the difference. It's just a bunch of numbers going by on a screen. So if a person in the command center cannot tell the difference, then how could we as a 10-year-old watch it in our living room at home? And then, do you really think the CIA is so stupid to tell the person making the glove or the boot or the door handle, hey, we're really not going to the moon, be sure not to tell anybody? And then
that wouldn't be the question. The question would be that too many people would have to know, and it would get out.
No, it wouldn't. If someone in the command center doesn't know, then the command center people can be fooled. Mm-hmm. Once the rocket is up, there's only 3 eyewitnesses to it. It's actually much easier to fake than we realize. A bank teller, and how many bank tellers are at Wells Fargo? Hundreds of thousands, 400,000 bank tellers probably. But do they know what the CEO knows about corruption in the bank? I don't think so. You see, there's a big difference. And then we have no independent press coverage. World War II had 1 billion or more eyewitnesses in Europe, but there's no independent press coverage. Only 3 people. It's much easier to fake than people realize. And then people wanted to believe it.
I also want to put people in the mindset of humans that lived in 1969 with incredibly limited access to information. I think we've become incredibly spoiled by the internet, and by the ability to search things and just read debunkings, scientific papers, all these different things that are available that you can read today that just were not available back then. And you knew either what you learned at school or what the government or your employers told you. And that was it. That's all you had access to. So these people that were working for NASA, to think that they had the kind of understanding of the way things are manipulated that we have today, there's no way they did. There's no way they didn't know about the Gulf of Tonkin then. They didn't know about Operation Northwoods. They didn't know about so many things that we know that the government has done. The Kennedy assassination hadn't happened yet, or it would happen, but they still didn't know who had done it. That they had wrapped it up and said Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone, without the Zapruder film, without the subsequent investigations of it, where people said, "Wait a minute, this guy like kept going back and forth to Russia. Jack Ruby was in the mob. Like, what the fuck really happened here?" Back in 1969, when the moon landings were happening, like this was an innocent country. It was a different way. People had a much different way of looking at things.
Well, the people were innocent, but the government weren't. They just killed their own president. They just faked the beginning of the Vietnam War, and they were emboldened to fake the moon landing because they had complete control over the media and a public who wanted to believe it, and even people at NASA and Command Center couldn't tell the difference between the simulation and a real flight.
They also had a history of faking things.
Yeah.
They had a history of deception. It was a part of the fabric of the organization. They were deceiving people all the time. They were deceiving United States citizens all the time.
And they still are. That's the thing about the moon landing and why it's so significant. I mean, let's take a look at the two possibilities. Either they went to the moon on the first attempt, ahead of schedule, with 1 minute to computing power cell phone, but today they can only send astronauts 1,000th the distance, okay? Let's say they did that, came back whoop-de-doo. Or they lied to the world. They lied to their own people. They embezzled the modern equivalent of $200 billion. They gave them medals of honor for being such good liars. They printed it on stamps and coins. It's taught in university. If that's true, which it is, that's so much more profound an event than had they actually gone. So one of the greatest events in human history is actually the faking of the moon landing. And we have to understand these people are still at large. You don't say, oh, well, there's a child kidnapper in the neighborhood and one child disappears every month for the last 30, 40 years. Oh, well, what can you do? These people are in charge right now. They did fake the moon landing. Don't believe me? Go to SidBrown.com, watch 17 clips for free that prove it.
Have you had any debates with people that think we definitely went to the moon and what you're doing is dangerous and ridiculous?
Well, the most interesting comment I got is I showed all this proof to a college professor of a major university. All this proof. I mean, like I said, shadows intersecting at 90 degrees, which you can't duplicate in sunlight, which means it's electrical light, which means they didn't go to the moon. All this proof. The footage we uncovered.
So there. That doesn't mean they didn't go to the moon. That means that photograph is fake.
Okay. Well,
right.
Why would the pictures be fake if they really went? But
well,
in any
you
case,
could make the argument that the radiation damaged the cameras and they weren't able to get real photographs, and so they made a conscious decision to use fake photographs.
Well, I think if you were really going to the moon, you wouldn't dare fake any of it and be accused of that.
I think they had a lot more hubris back then. They faked a lot of photographs back then. It was pretty common. I mean, the famous one of the Gemini 15. Where you see Michael Collins in a simulation where he's doing a drill and he's attached to wires, and then they just used the same image and blacked it out and reversed it.
Yeah, so you're saying NASA has a track record of faking space flights before then. Yeah, you're right.
Or publicity firms that work for NASA had a limited amount of photos to work with, and they decided to manipulate some so that they could have photos that they didn't have of an actual event which really took place, which was a spacewalk.
But what we have is them faking being halfway to the moon.
Right, but they do things like the spacewalk. They do things like the Space Center. So
yes.
That's where it gets confusing.
Well,
right?
they can't leave the Earth orbit.
That's where it gets confusing.
Right.
So the real problem, the question is the Van Allen radiation belts. Now, Operation Starfish Prime, that was the operation where they detonated a nuke in the radiation belts, right? Didn't they do something like that? Something kooky? They're trying to blow a hole through the radiation
I've
belts.
heard that. I don't know. It's not confirmed. I don't know.
Yeah, it's secret squirrel stuff. But what is Operations? Google that. What is Operation Starfish Prime? I remember reading that, going, they did what? They shot a nuke into space. Starfish Prime is a high-altitude nuclear test conducted by the United States, a joint effort of the Atomic Energy Commission and the Defense Atomic Support Agency. It was launched from Johnson Atoll on July 9, 1962, as the largest nuclear test conducted in outer space, and one of the 5 conducted by the U.S. in space. A Thor rocket carrying a W-49 thermonuclear warhead designed at Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory, and a Mk-2 re-entry vehicle was launched from Johnston Atoll in the Pacific Ocean, about 900 miles west-southwest of Hawaii. The explosion took place at an altitude of 250 miles. So is that essentially like where the space station is and all that stuff is?
That's right.
Okay. Above a point 19 miles southwest of Johnson Atoll at a yield of 1.4 megatons, the explosion was about 10 degrees above the horizon, as seen from Hawaii at 11 p.m. Hawaiian time. So what was the goal behind this? Or at least what was the publicly stated goal behind blowing up a fucking thermonuke in space?
Well, I guess they were trying to see if they could open up the radiation
That was
in
the
order
idea.
to go to the moon. They knew that the radiation
was
belt.
this connected though? Was this program connected to NASA officially?
I think they were trying to see if they could open a way
Look
for
what
an
it says there.
astronaut to go through it.
Look what it says there. Starfish Prime, and this always happens, caused an electromagnetic pulse that was far larger than expected. So much larger that it drove much of the instrumentation off scale, causing great difficulty in getting accurate measurements. The Starfish Prime electromagnetic pulse also made those effects known to public by causing electrical damage in Hawaii about 900 miles away from the detonation point, knocking out about 300 streetlights. Holy shit! Setting off numerous burglar alarms and damaging a telephone company microwave link. These boys were wild. They just experimented with a fucking nuclear bomb in space and it blew out 300 streetlights in Hawaii. Shut up. Imagine your burglar alarm goes off because the fucking government launched a nuke into space. Oh, holy shit. The EMP damage to the microwave link shut down telephone calls from Kauai to the other Hawaiian islands. A total of 27 small rockets were launched from Johnson Atoll to obtain experimental data from the Starfish Prime detonation. In addition, a larger number of rocket-borne instruments were launched from Barking Sands, Kauai, in the Hawaiian Islands. A large number of United States military ships and aircrafts were operating in support of Starfish Prime in the Johnson Atoll area and across the nearby North Pacific region. A few military ships and aircrafts were also positioned in the region of the South Pacific Ocean near Samoan Islands. The location was at the southern end of the magnetic field line of the Earth's magnetic field from the position of the nuclear detonation, an area known as the Southern Conjecture region for the test. So does it say why they were doing it though? Yeah. I'm interested to see, like, why did you guys do that? give me some sort of a logical explanation why you just took a fucking chance and launched a nuke 250 miles into the sky. Okay, what did they say they were doing? Okay, they began in response to the Soviets' announcement on August 30th of 1961 that they would end a 3-year moratorium on testing. It began in response, right? But why did they do it in space? I understand that they might have did nuclear tests back then because the moratorium was over. Aliens killed aliens with nukes. That's probably why the aliens started showing up more. Well, that's all the folklore, or the folklore about Fat Man and Little Boy. Then when they dropped those bombs, that's when the aliens started showing up. Like, hey, what are you doing? Which I would do if I was an alien. That's around the time I would start landing. Like, as soon as they start dropping bombs on cities, like, Jesus Christ. So, we know they did that. That's a real thing. Why'd they do it? The speculation is that they were trying to open up a portal to make passage through the Van Allen radiation belts possible. Now, the people that say that it's easy to go through the Van Allen radiation belts will tell you that it's a donut. It's not like covering the entire sphere of Earth evenly, that there's openings at the top and the bottom. Is this correct?
Well, yeah, but then they would have to launch at the North Pole or South Pole, where it's not possible to launch because of the temperatures.
That's the only way you could do it to get through those holes.
That's right. According to NASA's own flight plan, they went directly through the center. That's why they launched in southern Florida to be close to the equator.
Okay, so what they would say is that it's not that dangerous, and it's just like being exposed to a few X-rays, and that the people were shielded.
Well, go to Sabrel.com and watch a
Well,
latest clip
you're right
about
there,
it.
but you're right there. So I want to give you
I'm
the
just saying,
opportunity. What they would say to you.
The clip there is of Kelly Smith. He's an employee at NASA, explaining something that most people don't know, which is above the Earth, starting at about 1,000 miles and extending about 30,000 miles, is a huge band of radiation that astronauts would have to go through to the moon and through again back. First, he says it's dangerous, meaning deadly, and then he says that the technology for an astronaut to go through it to the moon and back and survive has yet to be invented.
Let's listen to him say that. And when did he say this?
I think he said that in 2014.
Okay. All right. Jen, we'll find that. We'll pull that up. But that would be the argument against the moon landing being a hoax. Let's go.
Navigation and guidance for Orion. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this can harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send...
Okay. Did you just say that over and over again?
Yeah, well, he said it was
Okay.
on Orion, though.
Excuse me?
He said it was for Orion. I think he was talking about a different time period. He said you would have to solve it for when Orion was traveling.
When was Orion?
Well, he says you must solve these challenges before we send people
Right, but
through this region of space.
What was he talking about, though?
He's talking about sending people beyond Earth orbit through the radiation belt. And he says that
What was this video from?
What's that?
What's this video from?
Yeah, what is it? When was you said 2014? He was
Yeah, I
talking
think
about that. And what was this?
the Orion project was to have a step toward going to the moon.
And what year was this? What was the year?
I think he said that in 2014.
So the Orion project was a new project to go to the moon in 2014, just not its focus.
Correct. They were using part of that spacecraft on the Artemis mission when they sent mannequins through the radiation belt. He says we must first solve these challenges of radiation protection before we send people through this region of space, meaning the technology to send an astronaut through the radiation and survive has not been invented.
Well, that's not exactly what he was saying. I see where you're going with this, but what he did say that was it was dangerous radiation. You wrote deadly in all capital letters. But what he was just saying was dangerous, and he was specifically talking about instrumentation. He didn't say dangerous in terms of like to people.
Right, because that would be more of a clue that they didn't go to
Well,
the moon, so he didn't mention that.
It would be a thing that you would go, but hey, how did they do it? And then you'd open up a can of worms.
Right,
So
he says we must solve these challenges of protecting the astronauts before we send people through this region of space, meaning people cannot go through it until the radiation shielding is developed, and it has not yet been developed a way to send astronauts through it and survive in 2014. So if it's not been invented in 2014 yet, then it wasn't invented in 1969.
Well, I think another thing that is important to say that if you're saying that radiation is dangerous to instrumentation, it's going to be dangerous to bodies. But I'm saying even if you don't say that, even if you're not saying, he did say people before we said people, but you could imply, I'm not saying this is true, but by what he's saying, that what he's saying is instrumentation would be damaged, and that would be dangerous.
Well, and he also included people. Before we send people through this region of space.
But it could be because they would lose their instrumentation. You could interpret that. I'm just trying to be as generous as possible.
You're overly generous there,
I'm
John.
trying to be. So what is this, James?
This is from Reddit. Someone says this is the full context of what he says in that.
Okay, here it is. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion, we have to test all the systems. Only one way to know if we got it right. fly it into space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. We're headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belt, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this can harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
So the challenges have not been solved in 2014. So how could they have been solved in 1969?
Well, the thing is, even if they did solve it back then, how did they do it? This is the question. This is what we know about the spaceship. What we know about the Apollo 11, what we know about the shielding that it had.
They had 1/8 of an inch of aluminum. Now, when you get a dental x-ray, they use 1/4 inch lead. And so that's for 1/24 of a second. They would be in that for an hour to an hour and a half going to the moon and an hour to an hour and a half coming back. So
and what would that be the equivalent to, roughly, in terms of like x-rays?
It would be 100 times more than a lethal dose, according to their own reports, which are documented at Sabrel.com. All for free. You go on there, watch the videos, and read the documentation.
Okay, and to be clear, how many people have gone through that, supposedly?
Well,
what was the first one? So the first one, there was an orbit of the moon, a manned orbit of the moon before there was a land.
Yeah, there were allegedly 24 people that have allegedly gone through it to the moon and back. But the footage we uncovered shows them faking being halfway to the moon from Earth orbit. So it proves that they could not even go halfway to the moon because they're faking being halfway to the moon.
Well, whatever that footage was, though, in all fairness, that footage wasn't released. Right? That footage was found footage, correct?
That was outtakes of them faking being halfway to the moon, which even my greatest critic agrees that is them faking being halfway to the moon. And they're doing it from Earth orbit, and it's dated 2 days into the flight where they're supposed to be halfway to the moon. Yeah.
We'll show the video, but if I was going to steel man it, what I would say is if I'm training these guys to film things, and they're training all day long to do a bunch of different things, one of the things I would do is to train them how to film the Earth from the moon. And to simulate that, I would say what you can do is black out all the light when you're in low Earth orbit, focus on one of those circular windows, put the transparency or whatever it is in front of the window, and practice that way.
Except
so that way we make sure that you get it right.
Except it's dated 2 days and 3 days into the flight when they're supposed to be halfway to the moon.
Damn, my steel man's not working.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's
really
take
bad.
I'm just trying. I'm just giving.
Yeah,
you have to, though,
here's
right?
something
Don't
about.
You think I have to?
No, you don't. No, you don't. And here's why. Because we've heard their side of the story for 54 years.
Everybody hasn't. This is where you're wrong.
No, their side of the story.
Yeah.
You've heard that the moon landings are real for 54 years.
You've heard that, but
so they don't need extra time.
It's not they.
It's
the people today that are in the scientific community that believe the moon landing's real. So you have to approach it from the perspective of how they're going to debunk your debunk.
Okay, well, let me tell you something else about the radiation.
Let's look at the footage first, because I think we're beating around the bush. The footage is so shocking that you immediately go, okay, what is this? Like, what is this? I just want to know what logically could this be? The only thing that I could think of that was logically would be that they were practicing.
I'm asking though, is this the video should be showing here or not?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So this is one when you compare back and forth, right?
Correct. I mean, there's more.
Isn't there one of just the actual video that we can watch?
Well, you could go to Sabrel.com, click on a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, or go to the Moon Man video links at Sabrel.com and pull this up smoking gun. I just gave you the time cues on the most significant part where you could do the side-by-side comparison.
And the side-by-side comparison is for?
Well, on the left, Neil Armstrong claims this is 130,000 miles out. He claims that the camera lens is at the glass, and that's the Earth floating in space. What's on the right-hand side are the outtakes that we got an unedited reel of the special effects shot by accident. And the lights come up and you see.
Okay, so this is the exact same size image. So
Correct.
roughly the same distance.
So
if they were really out
on the
there.
left, he claims, and this is the part they showed to the public, that that's the Earth floating in space halfway to the moon looking back.
Okay.
And then on the right is the outtakes where the lights come up and you see that the camera is really at the back of the spacecraft. And that's part of the Earth outside of a circular window with a little crescent piece molded in front of it. And that's the take on the left-hand side. You're about to see Michael Collins break down part of the
So this is
special
where
effect.
this is what I want everybody to look
Yeah,
at. Because
so
this
he's
is
saying-
where okay, hold on a second. This is where it gets really weird. So they're saying they're 130,000 miles away. So they're in deep space.
So that proves it's the window. You see that?
Right,
That's
so
an
now there's
astronaut
people
that-
standing in front of we used to think that we're looking out into space at the Earth, but now we realize there's people standing in front of it. So there's other stuff going on. So something you're filming a room, and then
That's
whatever.
really the window.
Right.
That's an
It's a
arm.
window.
Yeah, that's an arm getting in front of the window. That's an outtake they never showed because it shows that it's a fake shot.
Okay, do you think that is just a piece of the Earth in a circular window?
Well, I
Or do
mean,
you think they put something over the window to represent the Earth?
another photographer believes it's like a transparency of, there's a circular
Let's let
window.
this play out. Let's
Yeah.
let this play out. So if
So
people
that's
see
the
it,
window. The point is it's the window. It's
back it up a little
They're
bit. Jim.
using the window to create a 1-foot model of the Earth.
And they're using the darkness of the cabin by blocking out all the windows.
And
it
it
makes
looks
it look like
like-
it's space.
Exactly. It makes it look like the Earth is floating in space. So we have them faking being halfway to the moon, which means they cannot go halfway to the moon. And here we are 54 years later, and they still cannot go halfway to the moon. That's why there's mannequins orbiting the moon. They said in 2014, in 2018, they would have people orbiting the moon. They were 100% behind schedule.
Yeah, but that's politicians. They lie about everything, and they might have had grand plans and didn't get the funding. But this is shocking, weird stuff because it's hard to explain. It's hard to come up with a rational explanation of what this could be.
Well,
So,
that's them
because if they
faking
are
being
saying-
halfway to the moon.
Right.
That's what it is.
But we should play the audio. So they say in the audio we're 130,000 miles away.
Right, and then they also say,
Let's
which
play
is,
that.
which is another lie, that there's only one window that faces the Earth, but that it's filled up with the TV camera, meaning
Right.
the lens would have to be right up against the window to see
Right.
that. But the camera's really at the back of the spacecraft with all the lights off.
Let's
Oh,
play
you're
that.
Part
amazing.
of the Earth
My
outside
friend
the
from
window. It's
Australia.
very
I
ingenious.
love
Let's
him.
play that so we can
You
hear
give
the
me
words.
hope, baby.
We can hear them say that because it's even more interesting. So if you see the footage and then you hear the words, you go, what could they possibly be doing here?
But they're faking being hacked.
This is you.
Yeah.
Where can we find the raw video?
The raw video is in A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. Go to Sabrel.com. It's on the homepage.
That's his YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's not my film. That's another.
That was just not the
No,
video.
that's
No,
not
go to Sabrel.com. He's got links up there.
Let me add one thing about
Okay.
the radiation. So, after Kelly Smith put his foot in his mouth, I called up NASA. I said, I'm a journalist. Can I talk to the guy? No, we don't allow him to talk to reporters anymore. I said, well, you sent up 2 Geiger counters on a civilian mission with tax dollars to specifically measure the radiation in the radiation belt, which they should have had 50 years ago anyway.
Right.
And then I said, can I please have those radiation readings? And then they said this, Joe. They said it's a classified military secret. I said, oh, wait a minute. When you set probes to the sun to measure the temperature of the sun isn't a military secret. When you set probes to Jupiter to find out how much helium is in Jupiter's atmosphere, the amount of helium isn't a military secret. So why would the amount of radiation surrounding the Earth and the radiation belt that most people don't know about, why would that amount of radiation be a secret? Because if they reveal it, it would prove that they couldn't go through it to the moon.
Or we spent a lot of money to get that data, and that data is very important if there's manned warfare in space. Like we have a space force now. There's an anticipation that we could live in a future where there's space wars, right? This is a real thought. The space program is real. This space force is a real organization. If
Is
you've
it?
acquired, yeah, it really is. I have a T-shirt. Tim Dillon gave me.
Oh, that must prove that it's real.
It's
T-shirt.
real. Dude. I have a
Okay,
T-shirt, an
okay.
actual
Well,
T-shirt.
you
So,
convinced
but
me.
no, there is a Space Force. I think it was Trump's idea, right? Yeah, Trump started a Space Force, which is awesome. Anyway, that's data you wouldn't want Russia to have. Like, so if the Van Allen radiation belts, if there's a way to get through them because you know exactly how much radiation it is, and you know that you need this amount of shielding, you don't want Russia to know that. You don't. You want them to spend your own money, bitch. You can't have our fucking data. That's what I would say. I would say that's an American secret. That's national security. In that regard, right? Because if we're going to be doing space wars, they're going to be flying around through, but they don't know how to get through the radiation belts, but we do. Then they're going to rely on espionage.
Well, they've sent probes.
They've
They've sent probes to the moon, so they would probably have Geiger counters on there.
Right, but as
And
time
they
goes
would know.
on,
They would know the radiation readings.
but they sent probes to the moon a long time ago. As time goes on, the instrumentation is far more efficient. It's much better, more accurate. So the stuff that they get, the data they could get now, we would both agree, right, would be way better data than you got in 1963.
That's the argument people are making about now, is that the instrumentation now is more susceptible than it was then because the transistors are
Makes
smaller
sense.
and
Yeah, makes sense.
more of the molecules.
Makes
are
sense.
getting in there.
Yeah, it's more complex.
You can start the clip if you want.
Right, exactly.
That does make sense about the radiation belts when we're talking about instrumentation.
Start at 34.
But my
23.
point is, don't we recognize that the amount of instrumentation that would be dangerous to radiation would also be dangerous to biological human beings?
Well, of course, that's why there's mannequins orbiting the moon instead of people.
That's why you have to wear a lead shield when you get an X-ray, and that's why if you've ever seen those horrific images of people that used to test X-ray machines back in the day, when they would first started using X-ray machines at doctors' offices, the technician would put his hand under it and X-ray it, and they didn't know that you were fucking your hand up really bad. They had horrible cancer all over their hands.
And that's from 1/24th of a second, not something that's 100 times more lethal going on continuously for
So
90 minutes.
the point is, regardless of whether or not it is dangerous to the instrumentation, that was their primary concern, which could be accurate, especially since the first one was unmanned. It's also that kind of radiation is probably bad for people. It's not, unless you're the Fantastic Four, right? You go through it and you get superpowers, right? Isn't that what happened to them?
Well, yeah. I mean, let's get back to the technology issue.
Yes.
I mean, when they first exploded the first atomic bomb, 1945, just 10 years later, atomic bombs were 1,000 times more powerful. So if they could go to the moon on the first attempt with 1/1,000,000th the computing power of a cell phone, we would have been on Mars 10 years later. We'd be in another solar system by now, and there would be bases all over the moon.
That's the only interesting one of the facts, that there's no other technology from 1969 that's not easier, cheaper, and faster to reproduce today.
Except going to the moon.
Except
Because it was a bluff, like in poker.
Okay, so let's play the video where you get to hear the audio. So the audio is really strange. So this audio is this is Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and Michael Collins in the spacecraft, and they are supposedly 130,000 miles away, and they're talking to NASA.
Yeah, let me describe it a little bit before you get play. So basically, if they are, which they are not, halfway to the moon, they estimated with radio delay and going through the analog computers, it would be 2 seconds out for them to hear the transmission and 2 seconds back. So this particular reel we uncovered, the unedited reel of this special effects shot of them faking being halfway to the moon, there's a third track of audio, who I believe is the CIA. So first you'll hear...
Why do you believe it's the CIA?
Well, it's whoever is helping them fake the moon mission.
And you think it was the CIA?
I would presume it would be.
Okay.
And so
Just a presumption.
NASA says the TV picture looks great. The person who he has an earpiece in counts off 4 seconds, 1,001, 2, 3, 4. Then we hear a third track of audio. Not NASA, not the astronauts, which has this kind of walkie-talkie, radio type of sound.
Mhm.
He says, talk. And then Neil Armstrong speaks. They're creating a fake,
Let's play it.
4-second radio delay to make it appear they're beyond Earth orbit, which they are really not.
Okay, let's play it.
Van Allen radiation belts. Understand, too, that only about 20 seconds of this raw footage was ever broadcast to the public, and these conversations discussing their deception were believed to be private until now. Here they discuss that these television transmissions were in fact not broadcast live as everyone believed. They were first screened and edited for playback later.
Roger, dear. We just wanted a very such a weekend when we get to playback, we can sort of correlate what we were saying. Thank you very much.
Here they discuss the fact that they have turned out the lights and have blocked out sunlight from entering the spacecraft through the other windows, as to not cause any reflected light to fall.
So that's really the window of the
Let it talk.
spacecraft.
Right. Let it talk there.
Well, we set out the sun coming in from the other spacecraft, so it's looking through the number one window under it, any reflected light.
The reason this was done is so that the truth of the matter would not be revealed. It is this: though the federal government would have you believe that this is a view of Earth from a distance out of the spacecraft's window as it nears the moon, it is not. What they have ingeniously done is placed the camera at the back of the spacecraft and centered the lens on a circular window in the foreground, outside of which it is completely filled with the Earth in low orbit. The circumference of the window then appears to be the diameter of the Earth at a distance, with the darkened walls of the spacecraft appearing to be the blackness of space around it. That is why they wanted the interior dark and blocked out the sun from entering through the other windows. Here you can see the extruded window, probably 2 inches thick at the bottom. This is because the Earth's shine is coming in at a downward angle. It also causes the Earth to appear to be an irregularly shaped circle, for you are seeing the outside of the window at the bottom and the inside of the window at the top, which together form 2 different sized halves of a circle. Subsequently, this take was never used. As they perfected the shot, a crescent-shaped piece of black material was inset slightly into the window to create the illusion of the Earth's terminator line dividing night and day. It is uncannily convincing. During this segment, intended to be edited and played back later for the worldwide television audience, dated July 18, 1969, Neil Armstrong condemns himself as he states that he is 130,000 miles out, or halfway to the moon, as the NASA flight log also states on this date, when he is in reality in low Earth orbit of a few hundred miles.
Roger, Houston, Apollo 11. Calling in from about 130,000 miles out.
Here, during another segment, also intended to air after review, Neil Armstrong falsely explains to the viewers how the shot is attained by putting the camera's lens to the window's glass, as it would have to be if they were the claimed distance away from the Earth.
We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with a TV camera.
If the window was completely filled up with a TV camera, as he stated, then an astronaut's arm would not be able to get between the camera and the window, as it obviously does here in this outtake.
South America becomes invisible just off beyond the Terminator or inside the shadow.
You can also
Said, what's up?
Yeah, Doug, we're watching Joe Rogan.
attempting to pan away from it.
The white man, the major cloud formation across the Earth.
This is a segment that they believed wasn't even being recorded,
Keep going.
much less suitable for broadcast, for the lens was being zoomed out and the scene was being changed to that of an interior of the astronauts at work, and apparently the stop button popped back up on the recorder without notice. Here is the diffused work light that they used to see camera controls, but not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert. Finally, the iris is opened up, and you can see the real location of the camera and the very bright and near Earth out the window. Here is the slate for the 19th of July.
Okay.
Yeah, if
So
you go
here's what I would say if I was trying to counter what you're saying. All right. The Earth at 130,000 miles out is halfway to the moon. The moon is 1/4 the size of Earth. the moon on a full moon is fairly bright. I mean, you could walk around outside in the dark. I mean, it's pretty amazing how bright it is when it's a full moon. Imagine that 4 times greater and twice as close. So the Earth, which has blue reflective light because of the oceans, and it's glorious, it glows in the sky. You would imagine that if you were filming Earth from 130,000 miles out, you would have to blacken the insides of the walls, and you probably couldn't get the camera any closer to that window in reality, even by saying it's in front of the window, it's covering the window. It probably doesn't even fit any closer than that with all the instrumentation. If you were filming it specifically to try to get an image of the Earth and what it looked like at 130,000 miles out, would it even look that small? I don't think it would. It would probably look a lot larger. So if they're shooting it through this window and the light is probably pretty intense, it might be the only way to film the Earth with the kind of cameras that they had back then would be to do it that way, to block out everything in the room and to film through that circular window as close as they can get that camera to. And it's just shitty footage of something that they eventually figured out how to do right, so that it wasn't deception.
Well, the camera's at the back of the spacecraft,
Right.
and that's the circular window, and it's filled with the Earth.
Right.
If they were halfway to the moon and the Earth was at the window, the Earth would be a tiny dot.
It wouldn't be that
out
small.
window.
No,
I mean,
it wouldn't. But stop. It wouldn't be that small because the moon's not that small. You got to think about how big the moon is. Okay, and the moon is 1/4 the size of Earth. Think about how close the moon is. So the moon is a big ass fucking thing, right?
So let me ask you this, Joe. Do you think the moon landings are real or not?
I'm not saying that. What
Okay,
I'm
but
saying,
wait a minute. I just want to know what you
because
think. What do you think?
I'm going to go at this. And I'm just going to try to ask the most logical questions to refute what you're saying without giving an opinion. I'll give you an opinion eventually. But this right now is, if you were going to film the Earth from 130,000 miles out, and the Earth is 4 times larger than the moon, and you're halfway to the moon, I would imagine. I still think from that small window, it might be the whole window filled with Earth. That might be what you get.
Well, that's not the opinion of myself as a filmmaker and 3 other filmmakers who, for a living, our job is to make fake scenes look real.
Uh-huh.
And so we all conclude that that's the window that they have made a mock-up of a 1-foot model to pretend.
But is there an image of that mock-up? I never saw a mock-up. I didn't. There's all.
Well, you saw them fiddle around in the window.
You definitely see them fiddle around in the window.
And the camera, they lied about the camera being up against the glass. The camera is obviously at the back of the spacecraft to create that.
Well, they
illusion.
said they said the window is filled with the camera. That's what they said.
But it's not. It's at the very back of the spacecraft. The lights come up on the part they didn't intend on showing, and the camera has been at the back of the spacecraft all the time.
Right.
They had to lie. If they really were halfway to the moon, the only way they could film this shot would be to put the lens at the glass of the window. But it's a fake shot. And part of the faking is the camera is really at the back of the spacecraft. All the lights are off. Part of the Earth is outside of a circular window, and it looks cleverly like the Earth floating in space, but that's really the window from Earth orbit.
JJ.
Yeah. Well, that's like, I don't know, some sort of
Oh, a little taste of my own medicine, huh? Good stuff.
Mine is very nice gradient.
I love it.
What it would look like.
Little
if it was
taste of my own medicine.
Not tape or.
Well, yeah, it's less clear, right? It's less clear than like the top edge.
And like, if it was a transparency sitting on a glass or something, that line would be moving. It would have to be hard set.
Well, I mean, just go back to the segment with the little yellow circle around the window, and you can see they're fiddling around with the window, breaking down the model.
But Jamie, they only showed 20 seconds.
No, I know. I was if that's what I thought it was, I would. Why not just recreate the fake scene? I guess with a giant picture of the Earth outside of it.
Well, I think the point is that they had to represent the Terminator line because of where they were in orbit. So if they're flying away from Earth and they're going towards the moon at a very specific time, you'd be able to know like where, what part of the Earth was dark at what point in the flight, right?
I would think so.
I mean, they had to have known. They knew
But with the
the
public,
calculations.
with the public.
Yeah, but I mean, they would do it the right way. They're gonna
Not
fake
necessarily. They made lots of mistakes.
it. Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, this one's a weird one, and to me, this is like the only thing that I could say that maybe he misspoke by saying it's covering the window, but maybe what he meant was that the camera was pointed at the window. It was covering the window, and if you're going to film something that's incredibly bright, that's coming into a bright environment, it's going to be obscured by all the light. You know that, right? So the way to correctly, you adjust the and you're going towards that window, you would be saying that the camera is covering the window because it is covered. So it's covering the window. It's looking out the window. You black the cabin so that you could actually see what's bright coming out of that window, which is incredibly bright because it's 4 times bigger than the moon and twice as close because they're halfway there.
Well, the shot where Neil Armstrong lies and says he's 130,000 miles out, we see a little blue Earth with a bunch of black space around it, right? But that's not the Earth floating in space. That's the circular window of the spacecraft that has part of the Earth outside of it. That's what it is. The lights come up and you see that's what it is.
For sure, if you're saying that blackness is space, that's deceptive. But
that's what they are saying.
But it doesn't mean they weren't 130,000 miles out.
Well, why would they fake being 30,000 miles out if they were really 130,000 miles out?
If they had a policy of deception in terms of imagery, which it seems that they did. Even though they did that, I'm just steelmanning that. It doesn't necessarily mean that the whole thing was fake, right?
Well, if I
was trying to understand, so it's not that they're 130,000 miles out, but it's that they're in space faking the shot.
Yes,
they're doing it. They're faking being halfway from Earth.
Right. The reason is they're just like the space station.
That doesn't. I don't know. I'm getting more confused on all of these pieces because I thought that they didn't even go to space.
No. Nobody thinks that. Nobody thinks that.
They did go to
Jamie,
space.
you need to catch the fuck up on Reddit.
Well, look at this part here.
Makes sense to you to begin with.
Keep playing this part, Jamie, and you'll see that this is the window. Here's the work light inside of the spacecraft. Either that or it's a giant UFO, right?
No, you did. It's obviously a work light.
Okay, and then here is Michael Collins breaking down part of the special effects shot using the window. You're going to see them.
Okay. But let's be honest about what we're saying. What we're seeing is motion in front of the window.
That's right. So that's the window of the spacecraft.
That's true.
Not the Earth floating in space like they claimed a minute earlier.
That's true.
Which means they're faking being
Right.
halfway to
But I
the
have to
moon.
stop you. You're saying like make the transparency, all these different things you're saying. There's no evidence of that. You just see movement in front of it. I understand your assumption, but there's no evidence of a transparency.
Well, it's not an assumption. It's that
you see him moving. You see just dark shadows. Let's see it one more time. You see dark shadows moving.
Well, the
in front
point
of
is that's the window of the spacecraft.
100%. I'm agreeing with you. That's some of the deception.
Stop there. If that's the window of the spacecraft, then that's not the Earth floating in space.
Correct.
Which means they're faking being halfway to the moon.
Not necessarily.
Which they would never do if they really went halfway to the moon.
Not necessarily. It could mean that
so
they're
they
just
went halfway to the moon, but they faked it anyway.
They're faking this footage because this is the best footage they can get with the equipment they have looking through that window. And they came to a conclusion. The best way to do it is to back the camera up, block everything out, and just film that circular window, and that's the Earth. And that's the only thing. We'll pretend that it's the Earth with space, but we really can't get that because of the positioning of the camera, the amount of room. If you look as the thing goes bright, this is my question to you. I think this is compelling and it's bizarre. But when you say they remove the transparency, well, there's no transparency. You don't see it. You're literally just seeing black figures in motion. Now in clarity. Now you see clarity. So now you see the amount of distance, very small space they're working in, amount of distance where the circular window is, where the Earth is, and then where the camera is. So the camera is still just a few feet from the window. It's not like it's in a giant room. It's just a few feet from the window.
There are 3
filming
spacecrafts coupled together, so it's quite deep.
Right, but it's still not that big where they are. But where they are,
8 to 10 feet away from the window.
That's pretty small.
Yeah.
This whole room is pretty small, right? It's basically smaller than here to where our screen is that we're looking at.
But the point is, it's not the Earth floating in space. It's the window.
It's definitely not.
Made up to look like the Earth floating in space.
The blacked out environment, if they're trying to pretend that that's space, that's deception.
Exactly.
But it still doesn't mean that they're not.
One thing at a time. So we concluded,
yes,
they are faking being halfway to the moon.
No, that's not what we concluded. We concluded that they are faking that the blackness around that image of the Earth is space. That's all we're confirming.
That's why I'm confused.
But hold on, Jamie. So we're confirming that they definitely were. If they were saying that blackness, which is clearly the inside of the cockpit, right? Clearly, what they're saying that blackness is space and that circular image is the Earth looking at the Earth through space. That's clearly deception.
Okay, so the Apollo 11 is being deceptive with their photography. Why would they do that if they really went to the moon?
Okay, the Steel Man. I mean, I know this is annoying.
You mean Steel Man means devil's advocate? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm taking the other side's position.
Why?
Because it's interesting to see how it lines up. You would say they wanted good footage. They couldn't get good footage any other way. They couldn't get through where the camera is and how big the camera is and how small the window is and the amount of space they're working with. They couldn't get real clear footage of the Earth in space in the distance. So they decided to film it this way. Film it through that circular window. We'll black out everything. It'll look like space, but you will see the Earth from where we are, which is 130,000 miles out.
You know, there's a film coming out in July, and I don't know, I've only seen the trailer, but they talk about shooting a fake moon landing as a backup. Now, they don't care why you believe the moon landings are real, as long as you do. If you believe that they're communing with aliens with a secret crew, or Neil Armstrong does it, they don't care. It's the same thing. If they really went to the moon, they wouldn't have to fake any of it because they showed so little of the mission anyway.
Right. During if they really went to the moon,
they wouldn't dare fake any of it because there were people at the time already saying it was fake. They wouldn't dare fake any of it if it was real. Even during the landing, they showed computer animation, and then all of a sudden you see that black and white.
They wouldn't dare fake it if it was real. See, this is where we disagree. Because I think if it's very difficult to go there, it's even more difficult to go there and document it, right? And specifically when you're talking about camera equipment. If you take camera equipment, the old school film, and you run it through old school radar detectors at the airport, those metal detectors, fucks up your camera equipment, right? Doesn't it fuck up your film?
Well,
but doesn't it? Isn't that correct?
It wasn't difficult for them to go to the moon. They went 6 times in 3 years. They drove cars on the moon, played golf on the moon.
But that's not what I'm saying.
And yet, for some reason, today, they can only send mannequins to orbit the moon.
Well, listen, we're in agreement on this. This is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, what you could say is that the real maybe they went and they faked the footage. And the reason they faked the footage is because the footage got all fucked up because they went through radiation.
I'm sure they would love the public to believe that because many filmmakers like myself agree that the footage is fake. So how can we possibly trick the public into thinking the moon landings are real, even though the pictures are fake? Why don't we create a feature film saying, well, we just only did it as backup and some of that footage got leaked into the real footage? They showed so little real footage to begin with. Why didn't they just have a camera on the side of the rocket showing live pictures during the descent instead of a little Atari computer animation and then suddenly a picture of them stable and coming out of the spacecraft? Because they faked it. As you know from my book, we have an eyewitness who saw them film Apollo 11 at Cannon Air Force Base, June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, 1968.
Yeah, but I have eyewitnesses that were raped by Bigfoot. You can find those.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? Like, if the guy wasn't here,
his son corroborates it. We have a video of that we can show. The point is, and it's not even in my book, okay? The first thing the guy says as he's dying, about to meet his maker, fearing not being on the right side of judgment, is that he's a murderer. He killed somebody. His son, who you can go to Sabrell.com, watch his son's testimony, who saw his father's deathbed confession. He said, who did you kill? He said, I killed a coworker at Cannon Air Force Base where he was the chief of security. The military police came in and they interrogated him as he's dying, wanted to notify the relatives of the person who he killed. Who did you kill? Such and such a person. A fellow employee at Cannon Air Force Base in 1968. Why did you kill him? We both eyewitnessed the filming of the fake moon landing June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of 1968. My friend thought it was morally wrong. He was going to tell a reporter, and I killed him to cover it up. His son confirmed he was chief of security at Cannon Air Force Base. He lived right across the street from it. He stood beside President Johnson, who was there for the first of 3 days of filming. He gave him a list of 15 people that were there who were allowed in the VIP entrance to eyewitness it. Neil Armstrong's on the list, Buzz Aldrin is on the list, and several people I never heard of. We got that list. We published it in my book. And this is real. His son, after telling me this information and confirming it, his house was broken into a few days later. Everything about his father was confiscated. Days after that, 2 agents show up from the government. This is less than 2 years ago, threatened to kill him and his family if he ever talks to me again about his father's participation in the moon landing fraud. The White House was involved in investigating this. The FBI was, and the United States Senate Intelligence Committee investigated this. And that man, and those reports are sealed because it's a great embarrassment to the federal government that they did actually fake the moon landing. I was the biggest fan. If I can go from being the biggest fan to having to accept the sad fact that our government is that arrogant. And not only that, I interviewed the widow of Gus Grissom, who was going to be the first man to walk on the moon.
Now we should explain one of the things that Gus Grissom did that got people very angry. He hung a lemon.
That's right.
Yeah, explain that.
Well, basically, he was totally confused how they could possibly think they're going to the moon in 2 years. He thought it was at least 10 years away. And still we can't even go now, right, because of the radiation. And he was preparing reports to give to Congress and the Senate that his wife told me were confiscated from his house by CIA agents before they even informed her that he was dead, he had died a few minutes earlier. She told me, I interviewed her for 4 hours. This is the man who was going to be the first man to walk on the moon. And he was the most beloved of the press corps. And he was so frustrated, he kept complaining up the chain of command they wouldn't fix anything because the higher-ups knew they weren't going to go and hadn't committed yet to faking it and therefore hadn't told the astronauts yet. And that's why they weren't fixing anything.
This is your belief.
Well, that's, her conclusion as well.
Right.
And in his fury, without permission, he held a press conference. He invited a bunch of reporters to the top of the rocket where he affixed a lemon the size of a grapefruit on a coat hanger. He said, this thing is a lemon, a piece of junk, made the evening news. And a few days later, he dies. His wife told me that on January 26, 1967, he came home from work and said the following: "Hon, for some strange reason, the CIA is all over the launch pad today. I wonder why they're here inspecting the equipment. Never seen him here before." He's dead the very next day from faulty equipment. His widow told me he was murdered by the CIA, the man who was going to be the first man to walk on his moon. His son, 747 pilot, said the same thing, who I interviewed for 3 hours, that his father was murdered by the CIA. So it's one thing if they faked the moon landing and didn't kill anybody. Maybe I'll confess my devious nature. I kind of, admire their ingenuity. Like the people who tunnel from the dry cleaner into the bank. But not if you kill 3 guards, slit their throats, who have wives and children. And the first,
what 3 guards?
Well, I'm just saying, for example, if they faked the moon landing and didn't kill anybody, that's one thing. But that's not the case. You see, and I know the type of person you are and the type of guests you have on your show. We're true patriots, and patriots have to face facts that when people take an oath to this country, it's to protect it against all enemies, foreign and domestic. They always want misdirection, the boogeyman, to be in some other country where the biggest traitors to our country are Americans in high office, right? That's what's going on. And the first document of our country isn't the Constitution. It's the Declaration of Independence. where it says, when any government becomes destructive of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. Well, according to Betty Grissom, they took away his life. They take a third of our income. They deceive us through a moon landing, and then they use that money to pay the salaries of the CIA agents who killed Gus Grissom. And two
Okay,
of
but
his
let's
friends.
go to Gus Grissom's death. So Gus Grissom died in an accident, right? He died in a fire, correct?
His wife says that fire was set intentionally.
I understand that
I
she
believe
says
her.
that. I understand, and I understand that why she would believe that. That makes sense.
Well, if
But-
her husband says CIA agents are messing around with the equipment the day before,
Mhm.
and he's dead the next day from faulty equipment, the CIA killed him. It's a pretty obvious conclusion.
It could possibly be that, definitely. But also, when you're launching rockets, a lot of people die.
They weren't launching anything. It was just a ground trust of pressing buttons. And they found that they pressurized that space capsule with 100% oxygen, where steel will become flammable. They reversed the door the day before so that it opened inwardly instead of outwardly. It took an extra 5 or 10 minutes to open up. And then they found a pile of oily rags under his seat so that they would do a spark. And then I got the Apollo 1 report. We bought it for $10,000 for Roger Chaffee's widow from his estate. And there was a dip in power right before the fire because the CIA had something clamped in there to start the fire. They ignited it. It caused a dip in power, and then the fire began.
So where's this evidence that there was a dip in power?
Well, it's in the Apollo 1 report.
That there was a dip in power. They had a
Right
report.
before the fire, because something was tapped into
Right.
there that the CIA rigged the previous day, and
And
that's what killed them.
is there a logical explanation for why they reversed the doors?
Yeah, so they would make sure not to be able to get out. It would take more time to get out.
But is
Make
that
sure they would kill them.
but is there a logical explanation in terms of an
They could
improvement in
say,
design
they could
for
say
use
they
in
were
space?
just testing something new, right? That's their excuse.
Right. And the fire, what was the official explanation for how the fire was started?
Just faulty wiring.
And what was the evidence that the oxygen had been increased in the environment?
Well, that's a fact. They knew not to do that. It caused fatalities.
Where did you hear
before.
this fact?
Well, she told me, and it's in the Apollo 1 report. Which
So
I read.
in the Apollo 1 report, it says they increased the oxygen by how much?
Well, they did 100% oxygen in the cabin.
And did they say why?
They was just testing it, something to test, an experiment, right?
And so then a fire ignites.
That's right. They rigged it with the oily rags under there, with reversing it. They did everything they could to make sure those guys burned alive, to get rid of the guy, because Gus Grissom, had they asked him to fake the moon landing, he would have said no way, and then he would have gone to the reporters.
Okay.
The same reason my source, Cyrus Eugene Akers, killed his coworker, because his coworker witnessed Apollo 11 being filmed at Cannon Air Force Base in 1968, said this is wrong for the government to do this, and was going to tell a reporter, and he was killed for the
Mhm.
very same reason.
Yeah, I would love to see the video of that. If there was a video of it, it'd be interesting.
Yeah, there's a video of his son
But there's
talking
also-
about this.
Yeah.
You have it queued up there.
Problem,
Jamie.
people get old, and when they get old, they say crazy things.
I don't think it's that crazy to say we verified he was the chief of security.
Right,
for
but I
Air
don't know
Force
what his
Base.
mental state was when he was dying. I don't know if he had dementia. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like people could, but I'm not
Are
saying
you
that
sure
it
you
didn't
didn't work
happen.
for O.J. Simpson's defense team?
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying that some old people, particularly, first of all, memories are terrible. Most people's
You
memories
just
are
said
awful.
that earlier. You forgot.
The memories are terrible?
Yeah, you just said it a second ago.
Yeah. Most people's memories not that good. And then if you're really old and you're mentally compromised and maybe you have full-blown dementia and maybe you imagine things, that's also possible. I mean,
That's an odd thing to
a deathbed
think.
confession,
I
I
killed
would like-
somebody to cover up the moon landing fraud.
I know.
What are the
crazy.
odds of that being dementia?
Not very good, but also possible. When people have dementia, they think they're secret agents. They don't know what the fuck is going on. They don't know their name. They don't know their kids. When people are dying, they're dying, usually there's a lot of stuff going on. It's
Well, you
not just your body
articulated a
failing.
lot of details.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
And could be what we hope it is, which is deathbed confession. Like, didn't E. Howard Hunt have a deathbed confession about the JFK assassination?
Well, one of the videos, if you have it queued up, Jamie, is his son giving his deathbed confession, right? As he's dying of cancer. of what he saw his father say. He says, I lived right across from Cannon Air Force Base. My father was chief of security. He shows us a picture of his badge and his uniform. He was there.
Yeah.
And what Bill Casing said, I had to look up from my own library. Bill Casing said the whole moon landing falsification was supervised by the United States Air Force. Well, my dad was in the Air Force. I never heard of Cannon Air Force Base. It's tiny. Few eyewitnesses. And then every department of the military has their Special Ops Intelligence Division headquarters. It's headquartered at Cannon Air Force Base. And so that's where it was filmed. And I even confirmed that several people were there, including a gentleman by the name of Robert Emenaker. Never heard of the guy. A science fiction writer who promotes UFOs, which is another reason to doubt UFOs. Because the same guy who says UFOs are real spent his whole life saying the moon landings are real. You see that? Same thing with the astronauts. Stephen Greer's #1 source that UFOs are real, and I have a book coming out about this as well at my website. He says his #1 source that UFOs are real is the Apollo astronauts said so. You see that? And,
which one, Edgar Mitchell?
Well, yeah, Edgar Mitchell among many others. And
let's come back to that. I gotta take a leak. Let's come back to that, and this is great. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming here. This has been a lot of fun, and I hope you don't mind me being annoying, but I have to cover this. And we'll get into more.
You don't have to.
I do.
No, you don't.
This is the right way to do it. Trust me. Trust me.
Okay.
We'll take a leak. We'll be right back. So, we were at Gus Grisham died in a fire. There's another guy who NASA had hired to make a report, and he had this 500-page report. I think it was like 500 pages about how badly mismanaged the whole Apollo program was, and that he saw so many flaws in it that he thought it was never going to get off the ground. And then
Thomas Barron.
Yes, Ronald Thomas Barron, right? And he died on train tracks.
That's right. That was kind of
with his family.
CIA hits kind of go through fads. And there was a big fad period where a lot of people's cars stalled at train crossings. I think back then this was before DNA evidence, and it would get rid of the forensic evidence.
That's also how they killed those kids in Mena, Arkansas, that found the cocaine. That was the whole part of that Tom Cruise movie, the true story behind the Tom Cruise movie with, what was that guy's name again? Barry Seals. Yeah, who was smuggling drugs and dropping them off into Mena, Arkansas while Bill Clinton was the governor. And they killed these kids and put them on train tracks.
Here's a relevant point about Bill Clinton, two of them. On page 156 of his book, you know this. He says that he doubts as president the authenticity of the moon landings.
Well, he said it in a very coy way.
Right, but that's what he's saying.
Well, he told an anecdote about a carpenter that he was working with in 1969. He was saying how amazing it is that these guys, these people, they landed on the moon. And the carpenter said, no, those TV fellows can get you to believe anything. I don't believe a thing they say. And then he said, back then I thought the old guy was a crank. I'm paraphrasing. But now, after 8 years in the White House, I think he might have been ahead of his time.
I think that was not paraphrasing. I think that was word for word, Joe.
Yeah.
Good memory. Well, here's the second point that's relevant.
Word for word, I'm sure.
Well, here's the second point about President Clinton. When he finally, after denying it 20 times, admitted that he had an affair, a reporter asked him, why did you do it? And you know what he said, why?
What?
Because I could. Meaning because I could get away with it. That's what people need to see. They did fake the moon landing, and why did they do it? Because they could. And these people are still in power. It's a dangerous thing.
Also because they wanted to win this Cold War with Russia. They wanted to get this economic and cultural victory, right?
Well, that could be their excuse.
Okay, so here's another question.
You murder Americans to do that?
Allegedly murder Americans.
Well,
we assume. Yeah, but we don't really know. The Thomas Ronald Barron one is a wild one because that report was buried, correct? After that?
That's right.
And in the report, do we have details of exactly what was said in the report?
Well, basically, he said what Gus Grissom said. They're a decade or more away from going to the moon. And that was after the Apollo 1 fire, the Barron report. And, of course, he died right before he was to testify to Congress, right? What a coincidence.
Yeah.
About how NASA was so far behind schedule. Now, NASA has never kept a schedule a single time in their entire history, except the most complicated mission of all time. They were ahead of schedule. And do you realize there's never been an aerospace machine, airplane, whatever, that ever worked on the first occasion, not even the Wright brothers plane, and a 747 after millions of aircraft had already been built, 10 years more technologically advanced than the Apollo rocket. It took 168 attempts to get off the ground. And yet, for the first time in history, there was an aviation project that worked on the first occasion that happened to be the most complicated one of all time. You see that coincidence? How about that?
So humans have accomplished some pretty amazing things, but the leap between that and the moon landings, in terms of getting biological living human beings to survive this 2-week journey to land on the moon and come back. How long did it take total? All days in space?
Well, from setting the goal to doing it, it took only 8.5 years.
But the actual
and
launch.
Since then, they're talking about it taking 15 years to
From
quote
now.
return to the moon, even though they have 54 years better technology. It's going to take twice the amount of time to return to the moon with 5 decades better technology.
But again, isn't that you'd also say because it's not as focused an effort. It's not like
well, it is a focus effort because 8 presidents have said they're going to return to the moon in 5 years, right?
Yeah, they all said that.
You had Bush Sr. said and Reagan said it, and Clinton said it, and
Bush
Obama
W.
said it, and Bush Sr., Bush Jr., Trump. They've all said
Trump
we're going to
said
return. Yeah, he said we're going to go to the moon by 2024. Time's running out. Tick tock, tick tock.
We've got a couple months left.
Well, they said they were going to have people orbiting the moon. They said in 2014 we will have people orbiting the moon in 2018, 100% behind schedule.
My point
And
was,
they only have mannequins orbiting the moon.
so my point was that the leap between what we do now in terms of the difficulty of getting into space, getting into low Earth orbit and coming back, it gets compounded greatly by actually going to another planet, landing, taking off, coming back. Like that's much more difficult. And the only time that was ever accomplished was between 1969 and 1972. 7 attempts, 6 successful.
Allegedly accomplished.
Allegedly accomplished. But let's just say what they're saying. Just what they're saying. It seems very strange that no one else did it. It seems very strange that it stopped right there, and it seems very strange that no other missions.
That's right. It's the only technological achievement in the entire history of the world that no one from any nation could repeat 50 years later.
Now, to steal man their position, like it took so much money and so many resources that we don't have that would be better served going to other things, and that's why they haven't been back. Why should they go back? They went there. They understand they can prove they went there because there's laser reflectors on the moon that they can shoot lasers at, and they will bounce off and show you that there's a laser reflector on the moon.
Well, that's not an argument either, because in 1958, according to Scientific American magazine, they were bouncing lasers off the moon without any man-made reflectors thereon. So all they had to do was choose a landing site that had reflective surfaces. Additionally, Russia put an unmanned probe on the moon with laser reflectors.
Yes.
So that doesn't prove anything.
I was going to use that. But that's the argument.
Well, you're welcome. I did it for you.
Thank you. That is the argument, though, right?
Yeah.
So the argument is the laser reflectors prove. Another, like one of the goofiest ones, was when they used the reconnaissance imagery. And they showed, look, we can see the landing site. Like, what are you pointing at?
You have to understand, they already faked a full body picture of an astronaut standing on the surface of the moon, which was filmed in Clovis, New Mexico, according to an eyewitness. Okay? So you're asking the Fox for further proof that they didn't steal a chicken? Yeah. You're saying after faking a full body image that was shot in Air Force Base and pretending it's on the moon.
My client, Mr. Fox, is an upstanding citizen, and my client refutes all allegations.
Well, the same fraudulent organization has a little shadow from an alleged lunar satellite that says this is part of the lunar lander.
Yeah, there's a lot of weirdness.
Yeah.
Another bit of weirdness that is fun to watch people do mental gymnastics to explain away is the flag blowing in the breeze.
I'm just checking this.
So, yeah.
The moon landing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This photo was taken by a guy in Ireland or something.
Nice. Yeah. Was it so?
He's just He's just a guy.
No, what does it show, the image?
The landing sites.
What do you see? I could just tell you any one of those spots is a landing site, and what are you gonna say? I mean, you don't see much. Do you know what I'm saying?
My point was just
It doesn't prove nor disprove. It's not clear enough to say what that is, right? It's not clear. I don't see any objects that look like they're definitively a lunar rover. I don't see anything that makes me think that that's what that is, but it could be because it's not that clear. So it's neither proof nor, it doesn't prove or disprove those images, in my opinion.
Well, here's another interesting proof. You have Neil Armstrong said he personally picked up a particular rock, put it in his pocket, and saved it for the Prime Minister of the Netherlands.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Who he gave to, right? And they put it in a hermetically sealed box.
Yeah.
The curator saw my film, says, "Oh, I wonder about that." He, in the middle of the night, they expected no one would open it up. He opens it up, puts the rock under a microscope, and it's petrified wood, kind of this eerie, out of the world looking.
That's a fact.
So unless there are trees growing on Earth, on the moon, then it's a fake. In fact, there's a story. It says moon rock proves to be fake. That Neil Armstrong picked up and personally delivered, but no reporter asks. So if the moon rocks are fake, what about the moon mission?
Okay, to steelman that, you would say, what was the chain of custody between Neil Armstrong and this Prime Minister?
He brought it to him. He personally gave it to him. And he said, I picked this up off the surface of the moon. This is the rock.
Right.
I remember it. Here you go. They put it in a box. That's not much chain of command to get messed up.
The thing is, like, who's got it after that? And is it possible someone stole it, swapped it out with another rock that looked like that was bullshit? Possible. You have to think it's possible.
I don't think it's possible.
I'm with you. I don't think it's possible. I mean, it seems highly likely that they gave him a fake moon rock. But you have to leave the door open to someone who's involved, who's fraudulent, who knew there was a moon rock there, and some guy said, "Hey man, I'll give you $100,000."
Another interesting point is 6 weeks before they're allegedly going to the moon for the very first time, somehow with that deadline, von Braun, former Nazi, takes a leisurely vacation in Antarctica.
Yeah, that's a fun
where
one.
he picks up, dozens of pounds of lunar meteorites. I wonder what they use those for.
Let's explain that too. That Antarctica is one of the best places to find meteorites, because the fact that it's completely white, it's all frozen snow, and the meteorites will stand out. They'll stand out in the snow.
Yeah, and it hardly ever snows there, so there's not much to cover them up.
Right.
And maybe the orbit being the South Pole, it's more prone to lunar meteorites.
Right. So it's very well known that you can get meteorites in Antarctica, and a lot of them they can conclusively prove come from the moon. Correct? This is all true? Okay. So Werner von Braun maybe needed to know what he was looking at when he got those moon rocks back. And so it's like, well, we have any on Earth? Well, yes, sir, we do. We have some lunar meteorites we can find in Antarctica. Let's take a trip. Didn't he have a broken arm at the time? I believe he did.
There's one picture of him, I
in a
think,
cast.
right after he was captured, where his arm is broken. And I was just talking.
Oh, it's right after he was captured? Because I thought it was in Antarctica that he
No. It was, he's in his Nazi uniform. And it's right after he got captured and brought over in Operation Paperclip. I always wondered how he broke his arm. It's like either he was being sassy during an interrogation, or he got bombed and got pulled out of rubble. One of the two.
Could have been he loved Hitler so much he fainted when he found out.
Or maybe he got carpal tunnel syndrome from doing the salute too many times.
So he was a legitimate Nazi, and this is important too, because this is a thing that I know a lot of people have denied. Operation Paperclip was an operation that took place right after the end of World War II, where we acquired a bunch of Nazi scientists that went on to do the Apollo program. Werner von Braun was one of them. The Simon Wiesenthal Center had said while he was alive that if he was alive, they would prosecute him for crimes against humanity.
That's right.
He was a legitimate Nazi. They hung the 5 slowest workers, the 5 slowest Jews in their rocket factory in Berlin. So if you walked in, you would see the 5 slowest workers hanging there. And this is eyewitness accounts from people who were in that rocket factory. This is not disputed stuff that he did that. And, you could say he was just a rocket maker. He had nothing to do with that, but he was a Nazi. And
in charge of the
and not
moon,
just one.
the moon faking.
They're not just one
Yeah.
of them, but one.
He also
one of
said
many.
before he died, that the government is planning on faking an alien invasion. So the guy who faked the moon landing,
He said that.
he said that the next.
What's the evidence of that he said that?
Well, his secretary said so.
Oh, that bitch might be crazy. You know, you never know. She might be doing coke, making stories up. She might be a scammer.
She seems sincere to me.
She might be trying to.
He said there's going to be an asteroid threat next, followed by a fake alien invasion.
That's what he said.
And keep in mind, these Apollo astronauts who spent their whole life lying, saying the moon landings are real, are also the key people who are saying UFOs are real. And so is
Well, not
Robert.
the key people,
Well,
but Edgar Mitchell was
yeah.
one of them.
And Robert Emenager made films, propaganda films, to plant the seed that UFOs are real. And he was at Cannon Air Force Base when they faked the moon landing.
Okay, can I assume that then by what you're saying, you don't think UFOs are real at all?
No, they are real, but they're not from outer space.
Okay, but what about the ones that Kenneth Arnold saw in the 1950s?
I don't know about those.
So this is the first.
I think UFOs are
descriptions.
real, but they're not from outer space, according to the top 2 UFO researchers. I have a book coming out, hopefully in time with this podcast, Aliens from Planet X, that talks about their origin and future appearance. And UFOs are real and aliens are real, but they're not from outer space. And that's according to the top 2 UFO researchers after decades-long research. So go to Sabron.com and
So where do they think they're from? If they're not from outer space.
They're interdimensional and potentially fallen angels, disguising themselves because they're liars of something, like you said, can't be proven or disproven. I'm from this galaxy 300 light years away.
This is kind of what Tucker Carlson thinks. He thinks there's a spiritual element to it. And he thinks they've always been here. And he thinks that this is what's kind of documented in the Bible as like good and evil. And
that's it, exactly. I mean, that's what's going on. I mean, the top 2 UFO researchers said UFOs are real, number 1. Number 2, they're not from outer space. And number 3, they're demonic. And that's what I talk about. Where it talks about fallen angels interbreeding with humans, as talked about in Genesis 6, and creating a race called Nephilim, who were men of renown, world leaders.
Could you interpret that as when you say interbreeding with humans? Now, imagine if what they are is a form of artificial intelligence, or I should say, instead of artificial is a word that it's got a lot attached to it already, maybe digital intelligence, or human created intelligence that's not of biological origin, but it is a living thing. It's just living in a different kind of way. Now, if that is something that human beings are eventually going to, we're going to have some symbiotic relationship with electronic that's biological. You're seeing it already with Neuralink. You're seeing how this guy who is paralyzed can now utilize a computer and manipulate everything with his mind. He can move a cursor around. You're seeing artificial intelligence come to the forefront where people are realizing the power that it has and how quickly it's developing. It's happening very rapidly. Within this year, it's kind of confusing people. When better artificial technology comes along and better interfaces come along, and we start realizing the only way that we are going to survive is if we integrate. Isn't that kind of the same as something coming down and interbreeding with human beings? If these things, if this is the path of progress, this is how it goes in intelligent life forms on complicated planets, when they have complicated technology. They develop internal combustion engines or some other source of power. They start manipulating their environment, and they eventually get to the point where they can make an artificial life form. And that artificial life form is far superior intellectually to the biological life form. And the only way the biological life form can survive is if it integrates with the artificial intelligence. And people will start to do it initially, and those people will have access to tremendous resources that biological people don't have, and then it'll be required, just like it's almost required for everyone to have a cell phone. Everyone's going to integrate. And in case, over time, what would that look like? Well, it'd probably look like aliens. It would probably look like some weird sort of creature that's not really biological anymore. So it doesn't have all the flaws of our primate DNA. It doesn't have all the, but it doesn't have a soul. Like, are we creating a thing without a soul that has a mandate and has it has plans for the universe and for life forms? And would that kind of be demonic? It seems like that's demonic. I mean, if you want to be real simple about demons, you think they live in hell and they got pitchforks, but what kind of force would a demonic force be? Something that would overpower the human race and render it non-existent. Well, wouldn't it, one way to do that would be to integrate with humans to the point where it makes biological reproduction a thing of the past. All reproduction is done through either some sort of complicated gene splicing program, or life and consciousness gets integrated with technology inextricably, so where everybody is some sort of a hybrid system.
Well, there is a spiritual component, including to the moon landing. I mean, you've seen a funny thing happen on the way to the moon.
Right.
It opens up with the Tower of Babel, which was built simply to boast we have the tallest building. And then we show the Titanic that says the ship that God himself could not sink. And we know what happened there. Tower of Babel never finished. Titanic never made one voyage. And then Richard Nixon, when he knew they were not on the moon, said putting a man on the moon is the greatest event since creation itself. You see, mankind's greatest accomplishment, you see, and the world-leading country is putting a man on the moon. And how ironic. When I popped in that tape of the window shot and realized they really did fake the moon landing.
So that was the first one that really cemented it for me.
Absolutely. I gave them the benefit of the doubt as long as possible.
Okay, I want to go to the flag, because the flag is a piece of contentious debate. The flag waving on the surface of the moon. So the moon has almost no atmosphere, correct?
Right.
Okay, and it has 1/6 Earth gravity. So when you're watching these people plant this flag on the moon is supposedly, it doesn't have any wind, or definitely doesn't the kind of wind that blows around a flag. Now the flag had a rod at the top of it, and the rod at the top of it kept it in place, and it kept it stiff so it stayed horizontal. And when you watch the video footage, the flag is waving around in what looks like a breeze. And so a lot of people have tried to kind of explain it away and say, see if you can find a video of the flag itself waving.
Yeah, there's one.
So here we go. So they're planting the flag. Now, you do have to take into consideration that there's very little gravity. So it's 1/6 Earth's gravity. So things definitely in a 1/6 gravity environment, they move differently. The problem is when the flag gets ultimately planted and then they back away from it and no one's touching it anymore, then it seems to like independently be moving in the breeze.
Well, it's my opinion they had a lot of air conditioning pumped in there because the backpacks had the cooling units removed so they wouldn't fall over backwards. So it was very hot in there and they had lots of air conditioning.
There's better footage, Jamie, where you can just see.
And a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. At Sabrel.com, there's a clip of the flag blowing in the wind. We showed that a couple of times.
Here's another thing to take into consideration. This, what you're looking at, is not a direct feed that was offered to the news organizations. So what this is a projector that's projecting on a screen, and then the news organizations then point their camera at that screen, correct?
Well, actually, NASA pointed a camera at the screen there. So they took the footage, right? They put it on a big screen. You got to understand 1969 projection technology, very low resolution.
Looks like this.
Then they put a camera on it. They ran that to a monitor, and then they had people film the monitor.
Right.
So it's deliberately fourth generation. So they're intentionally degrading the quality of the signal. The networks wanted a live feed, and they gave them fourth generation instead.
This is important to know. Like that wasn't. I mean, if you can get someone on the moon, you can get better footage. In terms of
Gilligan's Island
but hold on.
went to
in
color
terms of what we know
in 1965. Why didn't they have color? Right? I mean, this is
well, even if they don't have color, let's just say it's easier to do it in black and white. Let's just say that. If they did it in black and white, there's no reason why they can't get a clear feed directly to the news organizations and to television. There's no reason to be filming it on a monitor. There's no reason to do that.
Well, there is, to cover up the fact that it's done in the TV studio.
But if you can overcome the technological hurdles to get people to the moon, you can overcome the technological hurdles to allowing people to have clear access, clear footage of what this thing is instead of fourth generation stuff, right?
Yeah, like I said, I think if Gilligan's Island went from black and white to color in 1965, NASA can afford a color camera on the moon. After all, it is the most technologically advanced event. Why wouldn't they want a high-resolution color camera? They didn't, because it might show that it's a fake scene, which it was. That's why they degraded the signal by 4th generations.
Do we have better footage of the flag waving around the moon? Because there's some footage of it where you're just like, this is weird.
Yeah, there's some, and a funny thing happened on the way to the moon about halfway through.
It's filmed in color the next one on Apollo 12.
Okay, let's see that one.
Well, I was trying to find that. But
Just Google flag blowing in the wind on the moon.
Well, if you Google it, you may not want to show it. So it's in my movie.
If you put it on YouTube as a YouTube search, it'll show it.
Which one? Those are different.
There's one, Apollo 5. That's me.
This one's pretty good.
Click
I
that
think
one, Apollo 15.
Yeah.
Click on that one, Jamie. Apollo 15. No, Jamie. Back. Where it says Apollo. No, I said the one that says Apollo 15. Right there. That's it. Yeah. Okay. So this one, this is color. He plants it. It still looks shitty, but he plants it. And let's get a look at when he gets out of the way. You can see it moving around. So this is it. So this thing's kind of just waving on its own. No one's even touching it. And it looks like it's waving in a breeze. So it stops moving and then it starts moving again. Now, again,
there's
one
footage that shows it even more so than that.
Yeah.
Like an astronaut walking past it, creating the breeze, and then the flag blows without him touching it.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. So how much further is this go, Jamie? So scoot ahead. I think this is actually the one where the guy walks by it, and then it starts going in the breeze. Here it goes. Does it show it where he walks by? There it is. It's back there because you see his image. Where? There he is, right there. Okay, watch. There it is. See that?
Yeah, there you
so
go.
Watch that again, Jamie. So this is the one. He hops by, and as he hops by, the breeze makes the flag blow.
Because he's in an air environment. He's not on the moon.
Right. That is a weird one. Do it again. Look at this. As he hops by, he doesn't touch the flag.
Now, can I do
But the
devil's
flag
advocate? What do you call it? Steel what?
Steel man.
Okay, the reason why it's doing that, and really on the moon, is because there's micrometeorites hitting him, and they're bouncing off of him and hitting the flag.
What?
Is that a pretty good one?
Is that real?
No,
I thought they were trying.
I was trying to come up with an excuse as to why the moon landings are real. You like that one?
That is a good one. Micrometeorites will mess you up.
Well, actually, Von Braun, we found publications of his. Mind you, my film cost $1 million. It was financed by a board member of an aerospace company who builds rockets for NASA, who knows it's fake, who gave me $1 million to produce these films as his patriotic duty to expose it. We found documentation from Von Braun that says every 24 hours on the moon, there's a 50% chance of a catastrophic, deadly error because of decompression from a micrometeorite. So they were there 3 days. They were 150% chance they would have been killed from a micrometeorite. Grain of sand traveling through space at 25,000 miles an hour. And he said you would have to immediately go into a cave once you landed. They never did that. He also said in writing, in order to go to the moon in one rocket, he says that cannot happen. You need 3 rockets, each weighing, each being 10 times the tonnage of the Queen Mary, or some 800,000 tons each, in order to go to the moon. And the Saturn V was 2,500 tons, not 800,000 tons. We have that in writing.
Wait, that was from his book, right? And what year was that?
I think that came out in 1959, and then he recanted on his math shortly thereafter by 30,000%. And now Elon Musk wants to, quote, return to the moon. And he says to return to the moon, we need to make 9 fuel trips first to ferry the fuel necessary to be able to go to the moon from there. That's exactly what Von Braun said in one of my clips at Sabral.com. You have to make multiple fuel trips to go to the moon first to a space station, and then from there you can go. Elon Musk said the same thing. But how did they do it with a rocket that contained 1/30,000th% of the amount of fuel Von Braun said it would take?
One of my favorite films is the film of the lunar module leaving the moon. when it leaves, when the camera pans, and it looks. Let's show it. Let's show what year was that? Which
I think that was one of the last missions, and I think you're talking about where the camera perfectly tilts up with the little model going up.
Yes.
And of course, with the delay, how could you synchronize that? Of course, you couldn't.
Well, you could, because it's 4 seconds, right? Just like it's radio waves.
Well, but it'd probably be more than that going through all the analog equipment.
Right, but you could time it. You could say you could have a 5 second delay. So this is it. So this is launching off. Watch this.
That's perfectly tilting up with it in real time.
It's just
with the remote control from NASA with the radio delay that I suspect would be more like 12 seconds.
But also
because today, if you say to someone in Atlanta talking to someone in Iraq, hey, how's it going? 1, 2, 3. Hey, I'm doing fine. That's just on halfway around the world.
You can put the panning is interesting, but you could put a timer on it. The thing looking so goofy is so crazy. Like that thing is supposed to get off 1/6 Earth's gravity and fly like that. How? What's it doing? It looks so fucking fake. It looks like it's being pulled by strings. Look, it might be real. I'm certainly not an astronaut. I don't know what I'm talking about. But if you had a guess, if you showed this to me and said, "Hey, do you think this is real or fake?" and you didn't give me any context, I'd be like, "What is this? This cheap science fiction movie? What is this?" And then here it goes. Like that's leaving a planet. How's it leaving? Is that some new space technology? Where's the fire coming out of the bottom of it? How's it doing that? I mean, it just looks fake. It might be real. It might be one of those things that is real but looks fake.
All right, see, so then
right?
This is where it gets weird because it doesn't say the timer. It said somebody in Houston had to anticipate the timing, ignition lift up, which I guess he could have guessed it was going to be in 5 seconds and just lifted the remote control.
Could he have guessed?
I have no idea what he was using. I have to look that up.
I guess you could guess if you say, "I'm going to launch in 5," and so then you count 10 because he's going to, you got like a 5 second delay. And so when he gets to, like, if he counts down from 10, if he gets to 5, you hit it.
Well, there's a 3 second delay today, halfway around the world with modern equipment, talking from like Atlanta to Iraq.
Right.
3 second delay.
Which would have fucked it up.
Only halfway around the world with modern equipment.
He has to say it. So the guy on the moon has to say, "I'm launching now," and he has to wait 5 seconds.
It would be at least a 12 second delay, I think, and possibly more than that. The delay itself of the radio, light waves there and back, plus all that analog equipment.
But it is not impossible to do a 12 second delay. It's only 12 seconds. If you have a stopwatch and you counted it and you had a far enough vision where you could see the base of the lunar module, you could see it detach, and then you kind of got it, as long as you got enough of a field of view in the footage. But boy, it looks fake. It also looks fake in the way it's moving up. Watch it again, Jimmy. Because it's moving up like it's being pulled by strings.
Well, it looks fake because it is fake.
But most things that look fake are fake. Not all of them, but the vast majority of things that look fake are fake. Now watch how this pulls up. Here it goes. It detaches. It's like, what is that? Now here's the question. Did they practice this at all on Earth? Did they practice taking off on one of those things, or could they?
I don't think they
because
did.
They
practiced landing.
But here's the question. They couldn't, right? Because it wouldn't have the same amount of thrust on Earth because the gravity is so much stronger. So that thing wouldn't have been operational on Earth, right?
Well, they had a lunar lander simulation that Neil Armstrong almost got killed in 6 weeks beforehand. He couldn't fly it on Earth in the safety of a tried and true environment. And that was 6 weeks.
Right, but also, again, the gravity of Earth is much greater than the gravity of the moon.
Well, they took that into account. It was supposed to be a simulation of it. But
so it was more powerful to overcome Earth's gravity in comparison. Yeah. Right. But so then you're dealing with a totally different machine, and you're dealing with totally different factors. Maybe it would be easy with 1/6 Earth's gravity. Maybe easy, like wee, boom, it lands. And
apparently it was.
But 1/6, I would like to know, like, how much thrust do you need to get off of the gravity of the moon if it's 1/6 Earth's gravity versus what it takes to get off of Earth? Like, what are those calculations, and how is that amount of force being generated by that thing? And is it? Because that would be a really good question. Because if you can't prove that you could do that, Like, how do you do that?
Well, this is one reason why NASA destroyed all the schematics, all the electronics, all the diagrams of the equipment, because you could later prove that the lunar module, see, they claimed that the lunar module was powering air conditioning on a bank of car batteries and competed against 250 degrees outside and got it down to a comfortable 72 for 3 or 4 days. I mean, you try that at home, with your car batteries.
Also, batteries of today, like my Tesla only goes 350 miles if I drive real slow.
And so they're saying they powered air conditioning off much more primitive batteries, 24 hours, 3 or 4 days in a row against 250 degree outside. So this is an indirect proof. If you really went to the moon and spent $200 billion, you would never destroy the technology. But one of the clips we have is them saying that they intentionally destroyed all of the equipment to go to the moon. All the diagrams, all the hardware, all the schematics, all the original telemetry of where the rocket was at the time, and all the original videotapes. Ron Howard's grandfather warned him the moon landings were fake. He didn't listen. He wanted to make an IMAX movie. He went to NASA, said, give me all the originals so I can transfer it to HD, and projected it 120 feet wide. They said, give us a couple of days. And in those days, they lost every single original videotape from every single Apollo mission. Now, if you really went to the moon and spent $200 billion, the last thing you would do is destroy that technology. But if you perpetrated a fraud, that's exactly what you would do.
So what is this, Jeremy? So is this
landing? But
landing? Is that, there's Neil Armstrong?
It's the same machine.
So this is the one that he was practicing on that he almost died in? Look at that thing. Wow, that's crazy.
There's also an article I found about how they filmed it. They tried on Apollo 15 and 16 and failed for different reasons, and then they finally got it right on 17.
So it was a timing thing. So several second delay. Here it goes. The cameras were very successful capturing the images of numerous EVAs, but while they could be controlled from Houston, it was felt that several second delay between Earth and the moon would make capturing the module's ascent impossible. So the plan was to pre-program the camera and hope that NASA camera operator in Houston, Ed Fendel, got his timing just right. On Apollo 15, the tilt mechanism malfunctioned, meaning the camera was never panned upwards, and thus the lunar module rapidly accelerated upwards and out of the picture. On Apollo 16 mission, the astronauts actually parked the rover in the wrong place. While the cameras worked perfectly, it was too close to the module, and again, once it lit up the engines, it accelerated swiftly out of picture. Happily, Apollo 17 got everything right. But what is perhaps most remarkable about looking back on it was that no one realized the significance of the liftoff at the time. Persistent rumors suggest that NASA had to pay the networks to cover Apollo 17 mission at all. And when final liftoff of humanity from the moon took place, it barely raised a mention on that evening's news reports. That's a really important point, too, because people were really tired of it. Like, they were mad that it was interrupting I Dream of Jeannie.
I Love Lucy.
Oh, that's what it was. I Love Lucy. Yeah.
Well, that's from Wikipedia that continually defends the fake moon landings. In fact, if you type in moon landing fraud, you don't get anything about the fraud. You get 1,000 videos defending, the supposed moon missions. Now, if the moon missions are real, then anyone who says otherwise is an idiot.
Okay, so how did they defend?
If I were going around saying George Washington was not the first president, it was really Mickey Mouse, do you think there'd be 1,000 videos to reassure people that George Washington was the first president, not Mickey Mouse? But there's 1,000 videos out there that took tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of hours to produce to defend the moon landings. If it's so obvious, they should speak for themselves. It has to be continually supported because it's made out of straw. That's why.
So the lunar module leaving the surface of the moon, how did they practice that? It was the first time they ever pulled that off, the first time they ever tried it?
I think they used a simulation.
But did they do that on the moon?
Well, they couldn't practice. They
Right.
had
So
to do it for the first time. They did it flawlessly every single time.
Did they have the ability to land something on the moon and have it take off remotely? Did they have that kind of control back then?
No, I don't think so.
Probably not, right? So if Apollo 11 did happen and they did take off, and that time they did it was the first time anybody had ever tried to use one of those things to get off the surface of the moon. So
Worked
they-
every time flawlessly.
With a person in it, with 2 people in it, 3.
They landed
No,
on-
2. 2 people in it, 1 person in the lunar orbiter.
10 were launched into space. Of those, 6 landed by humans onto the moon. First 2 were flown tests in low Earth orbit without a crew. That's Apollo, though.
Let's talk about the AI discovery. You know about that, right?
But hold on, before we get going. So the first 2 were in America,
Dress rehearsal for the landing was Apollo 10, and then conducted on Apollo 11.
and so is there footage of them trying that thing?
Apollo 10.
No, just having it launch on Earth. I'd be fascinated to see what it looks like, how that thing gets into the air. You know, because if they were able to make a lunar lander that Neil Armstrong got in, that thing that looked very different than the ones that were on the moon. But that thing, if he's doing that to try to overcome the 6 times gravity that Earth has over the moon, what does that look like when they're testing that thing? Like, how much thrust does it have, and where is the engine? Where is the rockets that propel that thing into space? Like, where do you fit those? This is my question. You know, and so how did they explain that away? Like, what is the conventional explanation as to how that thing had the amount of power that was required to get off of the moon's gravity, get away from the moon, and fly to Earth?
Well, how did they do it with 1/30,000% of the fuel that Von Braun said they had to? Why is it today, to quote Return to the Moon, you have to make 9 fuel trips to be able to go to the moon and return, but somehow they did it in 1 trip?
I'm looking on YouTube for a video of it, but there's like some people, Smarter Every Day, recreated the lunar lander and tested it.
Oh, okay.
Successfully.
Let's see what they did. So this is one they did on Earth?
Yeah, I mean, these guys made it. I don't know if this worked in space, obviously, because they couldn't get it there, but
Right.
they made their own and find out how successful it was.
So you certainly could make something. Well, obviously there's no person in that.
Right.
That's small. That's different.
That's why I think that video I showed you a second ago of the test footage.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where it went.
Okay.
I'll find it again. But I don't know. Again, I'm trying to find the official.
Let's talk about the AI's latest discovery. That's the latest breaking news.
Okay.
They had an AI conference in November. You know, they have all these conferences, automobile conferences, video equipment conferences, shoe conferences, and they had the latest AI conference in November in Moscow. And just like at these conventions, you can try out a car driving around the track that gets 150 miles a gallon that somehow never makes the market. Well, Google had its most advanced AI, a bunch of AIs hooked up together called the neural network. And they let people play around with it for 3 days. One group had it write a symphony, one group had it write a novel, another group tested its deep fake detection program, which has never been wrong. It can tell you in 1 second of video whether a video of Biden or Trump is real or deep fake. It's never been wrong. First, they fed it pictures from the moon surface from the unmanned Chinese probes from a few years ago. It said they're real. And then they fed it, in comparison, pictures from the Apollo missions. And it said absolutely fake for multiple reasons. Fake background, fake foreground. They even pointed out that one picture was not even a real astronaut. It was a miniature of the astronaut, because the AI detected that the footprints were not the way a human normally walked. It was they were stamped in there with a miniature. And that the entire set wasn't even real. It was a miniature of the set so they could show a vast
Where is
background.
this AI conclusion? Where can someone see that?
Go to Sabrel.com. I wrote an article about it, and there's a video of it of Putin himself being shown the results that the latest AI says the moon landings are fake. And then when I tried to track down the original article, it warned you if you click to proceed, all the data on your computer will be stolen and you'll be associated with child pornography.
It says that?
I have go to Sabrel.com. There's a clip of it. I did a screenshot. It says that. That's how desperate they are, because the latest AI says the moon landings are fake. You think that story is on RT? Their president was there. It's nowhere to be found.
Does the latest AI look at that Apollo 17 lunar module taken off?
Well, I don't know that they showed it that footage, but they showed it still pictures from the Apollo mission, and they showed it still pictures from the surface of the moon from the unmanned Chinese probes. It said the Chinese probe pictures are real, the Apollo pictures are fake. the smartest AI in the world with a deep fake detection program that's never been run.
How is that not public? How is that not major news?
Exactly, right? Why is it that Fox News cancels their number one program if they're in the business to make money? You know, we had the former director of the Russian Space Agency a little over a year ago. He said the moon missions were fake. Fox News calls me up the next day. They said, Bart, we want to do an hour-long special about whether the moon landings are real or not. And we just want to be honest with you. We haven't read your book. We haven't seen your film. And irregardless of what's in there, we will conclude that the moon missions are real. The point is to reassure the public. And then, during that hour-long program, which I saw after the fact, they had a quote from one scientist in 1969 that said, congratulations, and therefore they said, see, the Russians think it's real. And I'm like, well, what about the former director of the Russian space program who said 6 weeks ago that it was fake? They deliberately don't mention that. You think RT is
Who said it was fake? Which guy?
Well, the former director of the Russian Space Agency.
Who is he?
His name is Dmitry Rogozin. And he said that the Apollo missions are fake. And Fox News calls me up. They had to put out that fire. You see that? And they said, we will conclude without investigating it, without reading your book. And even if your book and movie prove that it was fake, we're still going to conclude that it was real.
Of course, it's Fox.
And then,
your network.
Well, yeah. And then are they really anti-corruption? No, they're not. And there it is right there.
It doesn't say Google, though. This is,
It's the neural network thinks almost everything in this photo is fake. Meanwhile, back it up again. It's the neural network thinks almost everything in this photo is fake. That's the moon landing thing. So meanwhile, it raises no particular questions about this photo taken by a Chinese lunar rover. So this is someone explaining this to Putin, and they're looking at it. It believes this one is fake. He's pointing to the Apollo. Yes, look at the red. This is what Google's neural network thinks, not ours. So there will be no bias. It's surprising, but it does believe so. The neural network has analyzed a lot of data, including light and dark contrast, etc. And then it believes the photo is synthetic. Very interesting.
Now, he's not surprised. So he knows already that it's fake. Let me tell you something, Joe. I know somebody who works for the Chinese Space Agency. Okay? I just did an interview with him for my YouTube channel. And he says everybody there knows that the Apollo missions are fake.
So why don't they publicly broadcast?
Let me tell you exactly why. He says they're blackmailing NASA. NASA is giving them illegally, according to their own federal law, secret space technology in exchange for China not blowing the whistle. And that's the alleged reason why it must be real. The Russians would have found out and the Chinese would have found out and would have blown the whistle. That's just not true. Let's say I had a picture of a world leader with a prostitute. I could upload it to the internet and take them down, and then that would be it. Or I could blackmail them year after year after year. And that's what I have a source in the command center of the space station at China Space Agency. He says they know, everyone knows it's fake. They're blackmailing NASA for technology. So the federal government is violating their own Espionage Act. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Russia knows. The guy's not surprised at all. In fact, my interpretation of his emotion, he's afraid. He looks afraid that the truth is going to come out. Now, you see, and then RT doesn't cover that story. They don't cover it. And I saw another AI story on RT. So I went in the comment section. And I leave about 2 or 3 comments a year in there. I've never had one taken down in 3 or 4 or 5 years. I leave a comment, hey guys, why didn't you cover that the latest AI, where Putin was there, says that the moon missions are fake? They took down the comment. They won't let you go to the original link. You see, Fox News is covering up for the federal government. You see, it's a great embarrassment. I showed that footage that we talked about for quite a while to a news director at NBC. He practically fainted. He says it absolutely proves they didn't go to the moon. I said, when are you going to broadcast it? He says, I can't. I don't want to go down in history as the man who caused the next civil war. He says this will outrage the public. 10 years later, a new director at NBC News sees the footage. They say it proves we didn't go to the moon. They fly me to New York. They put me up in the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. They pay me thousands of dollars for the exclusive license to that footage. And they said, Bart, I'm sorry to tell you this. You can keep the money, but we're going to have to cancel the program. I'm like, well, why is that? He says, well, we got a call from someone in the federal government threatening us. And we backed out.
Huh.
You see? So people see that footage. It convinced me. And I was a big moon fan. You know, pride is a thing. Here's something I wanted to say. I talked to a guy who teaches aerospace at a major university, and he said even if he saw Buzz Aldrin confess on national TV that the moon missions were fake, he would still think they're real. Pride is simply the unwillingness to be wrong. And humility is the willingness to be wrong. I was willing to be wrong. It is what it is. They did fake the moon landing. Our government is that corrupt.
Okay, well, let's go over some other stuff. One thing I wanted to go over is the photographs and the shadows that are moving at different angles. Because this has been disputed and this has been refuted by some people that are photographic experts. They've looked at this and said this is actually possible to get these kind of different angles even with natural sunlight. It's debatable though. So let's talk about it.
So here we have on the right-hand side a picture taken from the alleged last mission to the moon. You'll see on the left-hand side is sunlight. Try it yourself. Right. Go out in your front yard or your parking lot at work on a cloudless day. 2 people, 2 telephone poles, 2 trees. They will always run parallel. They will never intersect. It's impossible for sunlight shadows to intersect. Over here on the right, they claimed was taken in sunlight. After all, there's no atmosphere. It's 20 times brighter on the moon than on Earth. The last thing you need is an electrical light. And the astronaut shadow is going at 12 o'clock and a rock 5 feet away. The shadow is going at 9 o'clock. A 90-degree intersection proving that that was taken with an electrical light that's really close and it's probably behind the astronaut. And if you go to the right of it, it's going to throw the angle off. That proves it in a court of law. Take a jury out. They'll see the picture on the left. Turn out the lights in the courtroom. Bring in a spotlight, and you will prove in a court of law that that picture was taken with an electrical light, which proves they are on Earth and not on the moon.
Now, what is the conventional explanation as to why these shadows move in different directions? When people try to debunk it, and I'm sure you've seen them try to debunk it, what is their take on it?
I've never heard it debunked, to tell you the truth. They've ignored it. In fact, the reporter from Mechanical Magazine, Popular Mechanics interviewed me, and they said I can't explain that. I talked to the Washington Post about the footage we showed. He was doing a story about, isn't it interesting on the 30th anniversary, some people doubt the moon landing. And I said, well, what about that footage? And he says, well, it looks to me like they didn't go to the moon. And I said, well, why don't you do a story about that? He says, if I did that, I would be fired. That's the Washington Post.
Okay. Jamie, what are your thoughts?
Just out of the gate,
Yeah.
looking at this photo, I go, sun's behind them.
Well, what about the one side by side? What's your opinion of that one, Jamie?
This photo is not as interesting.
This is
That's one.
Go to
it
the
is clear.
side by side one. What's your opinion of that? Sunlight on the left, electrical lighting on the right.
Well, why does it have to be electrical lighting? There's lots of things that make light.
Sure. Well, let's take a look at the image, Jim.
I'm trying to pull it back up, but
Well, my book, which is interactive, has 17 clips. One of the clips, if you want to find it, is National Geographic did a special just to refute my film. And what they did was, and you can find that clip, it's under Sabrel.com, Moonmine Video Clips, and they go to a desert at night. They dress up an actor in an astronaut costume. They bring out a spotlight, and they have people stand next to the astronaut, and the shadows intersect. And you know what they say, Joe? They say that proves that the moon missions are real. And I said, well, wait a minute. It proves that they were taken by electrical light. Why didn't you go out to a desert during the day, during sunlight? You see, they brought in a spotlight, the shadows diverged, and they said it proves that the moon landings are real.
But that's a light that's a close source, right?
Yeah, but my point is, what they actually did is they proved that the moon missions were taken with an electrical light. because they.
It's going to be brighter everywhere.
What's that?
If you take photos in the desert during the day, the entire sky is bright. You have to block out a lot of light.
Well, it doesn't matter. The
It does
shadows,
matter.
the shadows are still going to run parallel. It doesn't matter.
It does matter because that's what I was trying to get up before I got cut off. Is that from this photo here, which is very similar to the other photo, it looks like the sun is probably behind it. It's probably the brightest source that they have around them.
Mm-hmm.
You've already admitted that without adding extra laser reflectors, that the moon surface is reflective.
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to be reflection off of that. And you're going to probably have the Earth, which is also now a second source of light, coming from a different angle that the sun is, to create potentially, without knowing exactly everything, because I'm not a mad scientist to know where the sun is, or the sun and Earth are at this particular time of day. They could create different shadows.
Well, not really, because the sun.
Why not?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because the sun is 1,000,000 times bigger in volume than the Earth. And that would be like on a bright, sunny day at noon, shining a flashlight on the ground. Do you think you're going to see?
You can take pictures in here with multiple light sources, though, and they're going to look different.
Right,
Wait
but
a minute,
the difference in the amount of light that gets emitted by the Earth and the amount of light that gets emitted by the sun is substantial.
100%.
Right, that would be like shining a flashlight on the ground at high noon on a cloudless day. You're not going to see the beam of the sunlight.
The thing is,
And,
though,
and the
Jamie,
surface, take it from a filmmaker, that's called reflective light. It's not gonna cast a distinctive shadow.
yes, but here's my point. It's still that rock on the upper right-hand corner, even if it was getting light from the Earth that made that shadow that underneath it to the left that goes in the wrong direction, you would still get the same kind of shadow that you get off the astronaut behind the rock. There's no reason why that would blast out that shadow. That shadow would be significantly stronger.
All right, that's why this is the reason I wanted to go with the different photo, because that's the one he sent and has other stuff on it. I wanted to try a different photo.
Well, this one is not nearly as convincing.
It has shadows going in different directions all over the place.
And that's because it's taken with electrical light.
Well, it does seem
But
that they're going in different directions.
from Apollo 11.
Right. Well, Apollo 11, they're saying, was taken with electrical light, Jamie. What are you saying?
No, he's saying it's from electrical light. My point here right now, look, the sunlight behind the guy's head, right over here on the left, shadow coming to the right, over here on the right.
Well, who says it's sunlight?
Right, but Jamie, that's your assumption. If you had electrical light,
if it were
above,
sunlight, the shadows would be parallel. You're actually proving it's an electrical light because sunlight is parallel.
Yeah, it's
all right.
But hold on, Jamie, don't stop.
Well, you guys are fighting against the things that I'm saying as a photographer, as a filmmaker, and like
we're not fighting
but you're
against anything.
you're assuming it's sunlight.
I said it could be 4 different lights. It also could be the reflector of the actual lunar lander. That thing is made of giant shiny metal that has also light reflecting in multiple ways.
Where's the lunar lander?
Probably behind them.
Maybe.
We don't know.
But that's part of the problem.
Where all the light sources are. I wasn't there.
Right, that's part of the problem with analyzing each individual short little photograph like this. But if I'm looking at this, I see one very distinct shadow that's coming from the person.
One in the bottom right there that shows shadows at 2 different angles.
That's kind of crazy.
That means an electrical light. That's what it means.
Well,
why? Because I just showed you what a picture looked like.
Why does it have to be an electrical light? There's lots of light sources.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
it's true,
I mean,
but there's also a hot spot.
They either filmed it on the moon or they filmed it on Earth.
And that's where
if it's on the moon, the shadows are parallel in sunlight. If the shadows intersect, it's an electrical light, which means they're actually on Earth, and they're trying to fake it out.
So what you're saying is that if it's electrical light, it's more than one source of light that they have like suspended, and so these are going to cast light in different directions, and it's going to create shadows that come at different angles, as opposed to the enormous sun, which bathes everything in a fairly even distribution of light.
Yeah, if there's 2 light sources, like 2 electrical lights, they run in different directions,
right.
Or if there's one light, because it's close. The sun is 93 million miles away. That electrical light is probably like 10 feet away. So if you're behind it, it's going to cast the shadow, or in front of it, it's going to cast the shadow straight ahead. And if you're to the side of it, it's going to cast an angle in it. The light in a different angle and the shadow in a different angle.
And so this one is just normal.
I mean, look at this picture on the right. This is the most famous picture. Get the original off of eBay. They've color corrected this. The soil and the original picture around his feet is caramel brown. Look at the pictures from the Chinese probes that the AI said was real. It was a caramel brown color. And they had the background grayish blue. And they said, oops, we can see the fake background too easily. So they color corrected them. Go to eBay, go to your library, find a publication from 1970, and you'll see, and all the lunar pictures, the originals there's one there. There's the brown one there. Go back. There was one picture of the original print of the soil being brown right there. That's the color. All that set of pictures that I had, those 20 pictures I got from my dad, all of them had the soil that color, including the famous one of Buzz Aldrin, right? They all had a caramel brown, and in the Chinese probes, the soil is caramel brown because that's the color it really is.
Right,
They
but
color
if you
corrected
landed,
that.
a probe in the desert in California versus you landed a probe in the middle of Austin in rainy season, you're going to get different ground, different color ground, right? Wouldn't we assume that the moon, when we look at the moon, there's a bunch of different shades of the moon, right? That's the man on the moon. There's like
and all the NASA pictures and the original prints, they're all the same shade,
right? Because they're in that spot where it's that color.
But you have to see there's a before and after of that same picture.
Okay, that I want to say.
The original picture, you have to find it on eBay or whatever. The original picture.
Don't you think it's online?
Could be, but you'd have to go to eBay and type in Apollo 11
everybody knows
photographs.
eBay is the most trusted source of information. There's no way.
What we need is the original prints that came out in 1969. And those, the soil is brown, and yet in this most recent picture, they've color corrected it.
Now, why do you think they did that?
Because the soil was brown and the background was grayish blue, and they didn't match. And you could see the fake backdrop so much easier.
Now, there's another point of contention that the same background was used in different photographs that were supposed to be nowhere near each other.
That's true. That is true.
Okay, and what's the instances of that you could show us?
Well, I don't have them queued up, but that proves that they're.
How do you not? You must know what they are, though, right?
Well, I've seen them before. Other people have put them in films, and it's true that they claim they're in two different locations, but the backgrounds line up exactly on top of one another. So
yeah, it's supposedly many miles apart, but yet the backgrounds look the same.
Yeah, the AI said the picture they had of an astronaut on this vast background was a miniature. It wasn't even a real astronaut.
Yeah, I want to see more of that. And that was it actually Google's AI that did that?
It was Google's neural network.
And
the most advanced. So either Google spent billions of dollars and 10 years or more developing this AI that ended up being a piece of junk, or the moon landings were fake. You see? Which do you think is true?
Well, or the photographs are fake. This brings me back to the thing that I was saying earlier, that if they did, look, the Hasselblad cameras that they use to photograph things in the moon, one of the things that people would always say is, oh, they were special cameras. They were different. They protected against radiation. They did a bunch of things. They could operate under the incredible temperature of the moon. But they were the same cameras, right? They weren't really special cameras.
Right. Someone sent me a link recently. They have, according to Eugene Cernan, he left a family picture there on the surface of the moon. And he took a picture of the photograph that he left on the surface of the moon. And then someone said, okay, at what temperature does photographic print paper, Kodak paper from that time, at what temperature is it destroyed? Something like 145 degrees. Well, it's 100 degrees hotter than that on the moon, and the picture looks perfectly fine.
Right, but how long does it take before the image?
Oh, it's to be immediately. Yeah. And so the AI said that. And then it says, okay, well, is this a picture of Kodak film on the moon? It says, yes, it's supposed to be. But how can it be there just leisurely laying around when it's 100 degrees hotter than what it would cause it to destroy it?
What was different about the cameras that were used on the moon, and what protection was in place supposedly to protect them from radiation and temperature?
Nothing. When my film came out, and that's about the time that you and I met for the first time.
Here it goes. Hasselblad engineers gave it a coat of heat-resistant aluminum paint and removed the mirror and focus screen to save weight and allow the camera to be operated close to the head as opposed to the waist. Excuse me. To aid in the photo composition, they attached a bracket used for mounting camera accessories called a cold shoe to the side. It also held the astronaut's checklist. while they were on the lunar surface. Inside the camera, highly precise motors allowed astronauts to scroll through a roll of film without using a hard crank. Rise knew that recreating the perfect replica of the Apollo 11 Hasselblad camera was going to be more difficult simply because there wasn't much accurate information available about it.
So let's get more into this recreation of the camera.
Right.
Okay, but the most significant part about this, when my film came out, Fox was going to air it as is. And right beforehand, their lawyers freaked out and said, well, we didn't show the other side of the story. It's my argument with you during the break. We've heard their side of the story for decades. We don't need equal time. Give us equal time.
Yeah, but
first.
my point.
But wait a minute, let me say. So they made a special where they interviewed me. It was Conspiracy Theory, Did We Go to the Moon? Aired 3 times by popular demand. One of the most convincing parts is they interview the representative from Hasselblad cameras. They show him a picture of allegedly a guy on the surface of the moon in sunlight. And he's embarrassed. He says, I don't know why it looks like that. Looks like he's standing under an electrical spotlight to me.
And it's also because of the hot spot, right? It's created
That's
by
right.
the spotlight.
So the guy who made the camera says that pretty much that the pictures are fake. He doesn't know why. It looks like an electrical light is lighting him, not the sun.
And again, that could be because it was almost impossible to recreate those photos, to create those photos.
Well, they showed simulations so many times during the 1969 television pictures. They didn't have that much actual footage. I don't think they would have a problem saying, well, we just, destroyed the pictures. All we have is a TV image.
It is really, really crazy. They destroyed all the original footage.
If I really went to the moon, or I was in charge of a mission that really went to the moon, and someone said, well, we've got to put in fake pictures, I'm like, no way. Because people are already saying the moon missions are fake. I would never allow fake footage to be shown in a real mission. If they really went, it would jeopardize the credibility of it. They would never do it.
If you had a say. But also you have to take into consideration that people that back then, there was no VCRs. They would air this once, and in their mind, that would be it. No one anticipated VCRs, no one anticipated DVDs, and certainly no one anticipated the internet. No one anticipated a podcast. No one anticipated YouTube videos. No one anticipated someone being able to analyze and look at these things. No one anticipated AI being able to look at the images and determine that they're fake.
I haven't heard your devil's advocate excuse yet, Joe, for why they intentionally destroyed a $200 billion investment.
That doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me why they would destroy the footage. It doesn't make any sense to me why they would not have the telemetry data. It doesn't make any sense to me. I can't think of a reason why other than gross incompetence.
No, they said they intentionally destroyed it, not accidentally. If there was any technology you might intentionally destroy, maybe the atomic bomb after World War II. We used it to end the war, now let's just destroy it all.
Yeah, but they did because then other people are going to have it.
Well, the point is,
I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying.
10 years later, it's 1,000 times more powerful.
Right.
So why would they destroy that technology unless they're covering their tracks of a fraud?
Now, one of the things about this is that this subject is connected instantaneously with idiocy. If you believe the moon landings are fake, you are a moron. And it's something that is pushed heavily, especially by people that only have a cursory understanding of the moon landing itself. And their argument is it would actually be more difficult to fake the moon landing than it would be to actually go.
Well, that's not true. Was the film The Martian shot on location in Mars?
Well, that was much later.
Well, but the point is,
you know what I'm saying? When 1969
that saying Occam's razor that the simplest Occam's razor is the simplest explanation is true. But they've got it backwards. The film The Martian wasn't shot on location on Mars. It was done in a TV studio. It's easier to fake a moon mission than it is to go to the moon, obviously. And yet they're so desperate to say that the moon landings are real, they say it upside down. They say it's easier to go than to fake something.
Well, they say it's easier to go than to fake it and keep it secret all these years.
But they did. Only a handful of people knew the truth. Right? The guy in the command center can't tell the difference between a real flight and a fake one. Right? There's only 3 eyewitnesses and no independent press coverage. They have complete control.
Everything's compartmentalized.
Yeah. So They did fake it. We have the fact that you can't have 1,000 times greater technology in the past than in the future, right? We have the footage of them faking being halfway to the moon. We have shadows intersecting at 90 degrees, which can only be done with an electrical light. And we have an eyewitness of Cyrus Eugene Akers. And then there's another clip. I think it's clip 7, Jamie. I interviewed Edgar Mitchell in his house for my second follow-up film, Astronauts Gone Wild. I showed him the fake footage that we just looked at. He turned beet red, got mad. Where did you get this? Get out of my house. Started cursing at me. Kicked me from behind. And in the commotion, we left a high-quality wireless microphone on him. And in the commotion, my camera operator forgot to hit stop record. So while the camera is in the back seat of the rental car in the guy's driveway, he's in his house with the door closed, and we're recording his private conversation with his son. And you'll hear them say, "Do you want to call the CIA and have him whacked?" They're talking about me. Now, if they really went to the moon, and I'm some idiot who thinks it was done in a TV studio, why would they care? Why would the CIA care? And why would a civilian Apollo astronaut have the CIA in his Rolodex? Do you see? That's indirect proof that they didn't go to the moon, because why would they be talking about having me killed by the CIA if they really went, and I'm some silly person who thinks they faked it? You see?
Let's hear that. You have recording?
Yeah, I gave him the time code there.
Okay.
And then, so my book goes into all these things that are not in the film.
So here's you climbing into the car.
And there it is.
So that's the son saying that.
That's right.
Okay. How old is his son at the time?
Well, he was about, I guess, 23 years old.
Okay, but 23-year-olds are retarded.
Well,
you get a 23-year-old kid, they're dumbass, they're mad, their dad just got punked. You know, the whole thing's happening. Your dad kicks this guy, fuck this guy, I want to call the CIA, have him whacked.
I don't know if you read the book. One chapter is called "A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to CNN." Okay, when I found that tape of them faking part of the moon in my home studio, I quietly wept. Oh my gosh, they really did fake it. I freaked out. I'm like, oh my gosh, I have proof that the moon landings are fake in my house with a blind roommate and a toddler son. I'm panicking. I call it Bill Casey. I'm like, Bill, you're not going to believe what I found. They really didn't go to the moon. They really didn't go to the moon. And he's like, well, Bart, I told you. I'm like, no, you don't understand. They really didn't go. He's like, well, Bart, I told you. And as I'm telling him about the footage, it's interrupted by this screech. I can't hear him. He can't hear me. I go to church that night to get advice from the elders what to do. They say, drive like a bat out of hell to CNN. I already made a copy of it and put it in safe houses. As I'm leaving church, one of the last cars late at night, a van backed into a swimming pool that had been closed for 3 hours since sundown. Pulls out immediately when I go by. I'm like, that guy was waiting for me. I pull over to the side of the road. I said, I'm not going anywhere until this guy's in front of me. I got all night. Finally, he realizes he got caught. He passes me. I follow him. Know the enemy. He gets on the parkway going toward town. I get in the parkway going toward town. I'm like, I want to see this guy. Who is this guy waiting to follow me the day I find the secret footage? I look at him in the eye. He looks like a great white shark who would kill me and go home and have a great dinner and not think about me tomorrow. And as soon as we connect, my car shuts off. The electrical engine, everything shuts off. He meets up with another.
What year is this?
This is 1999.
What kind of car do you have?
I had a Toyota van. And people. I flagged down a cab who takes me to CNN in Atlanta, where I have a friend who works there. And I'm literally trying to give them the tape through the back door. This is all in my book. Maybe it'll make a great movie someday. And I'm abducted by government agents in an unmarked white van who handcuff me. And I can hear them behind me say, well, where's the thing? I thought you had the thing. Well, he's got the thing. They're all wearing rubber gloves. They put something on my wrist that looks like something you get when you go into a hospital. And within 1 minute, I feel like I'm on LSD to the point where I'm throwing up. That's what the thing was, you see? They put me in a van. They started interrogating me. I escaped their custody.
How'd you do that?
Well, you got to read the book. It's a long story. I make my way back to Nashville. I pee in a cup. I say, God, I'm going to show my news director at NBC that I've been drugged by this exotic true serum drug, because I told them everything they wanted to know. You don't have to waterboard anybody, okay? And I take it to a lab. I give it to a friend to put in the lab in his name, right? Because I'm trying to outwit the CIA, right?
Right.
I check back with him a few days later. He says, Bart, well, there was a problem at the lab. And I'm like, well, what problem? He says, well, they had a break-in over the weekend. And I'm like, yeah, so what? He says, well, funny thing, the only thing stolen was a urine sample. And the people at the lab are like, oh, we don't know who you are, but take your business elsewhere. And so all of this is in my book. Never talked about it before, because I'm already trying to convince people of this very difficult truth. They really did fake the moon landing.
And how do you know these folks that abducted you were government agents?
Well, they're the ones who monitored my phones, who followed me from church, who followed me to CNN, who stopped me from getting the tape there, who drugged me with something so severe I'm throwing up and hallucinating. And then they're so afraid that I'm going to prove that I was drugged, they break into the lab, in the middle of the night and take. Only thing stolen was my urine sample, gone the next day.
And again, what year was this?
That was 1999.
I'm sneeze. Sorry, allergies.
Yes. Truth, you're allergic to truth?
No, I'm
Okay.
allergic to whatever's in the air in Austin. We were talking about it before the show, but I made fun of people that have allergies.
Alfalfa tablets, help me out a lot. Got to take like 4 or 5 a day.
Okay. So this is 1999.
Yeah.
And this is when you first get a hold of that footage that we watched earlier. And did they ask you where you got it? What do you remember anything that they asked you?
I remember like the first 2 questions. I was really concerned about the safety of my son. I always think, what would I do if I were them?
Right.
And so I was concerned they would kidnap him and say, we'll give you him if you give us the tape.
Right.
So the very first question out of their mouth, I remember, where's your son? Very first question. Can you imagine that?
Mm.
And then the next question, something about copies of the tape, and I don't even remember. It's a blur. Mm-hmm. And I'm literally in the middle of the night running away from these people, X-Files type of things that we'll make a movie someday about, and it's just unreal what I went through. And they really did go. They're still keeping up with it. You got to remember, what's his name? Ralph Nader. He wrote that book. What was it? Deadly at Any Speed. And all it was is GM simply didn't want to spend $200 per car to put in an airbag. So you know what they did when Ralph Nader was trying to get them to put? They stick FBI agents on him to hound him, to entrap him with prostitutes and drugs, to discredit him, only to not put $200 airbags in car. Imagine the harassment to a reporter who has proof that they faked the moon landing. And now, in my book that just came out, we have an eyewitness who says he saw them fake the moon landing at Cannon Air Force Base and even admitted to killing a coworker to cover it up.
Okay, let's go over some of the things that people would say to try to debunk some of these claims. Let's go over specifically the technology. So what is the explanation, the official explanation, as to how the astronauts were able to this field of radiation
people through this region of space. So the shielding to send people through it so they don't die has not been invented as of 2014.
So could have meant the shielding, the instruments though.
No, he said people.
No.
We must develop this technology before we send people.
I know.
through
I was
this
agreeing
space.
with that, but
Yeah.
so the instruments don't break, so that
Yeah.
the ship doesn't.
Well, that too.
which will then harm the people.
right, but that was what we were talking about earlier.
But
we were talking about the instrumentation.
regardless, he says the technology to do that has not been invented yet.
No, we found that out that in the full quote he said that they had it.
No, he says we must first solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. So the challenges have not been solved as of 2014.
Right.
So how could they have been solved in 1969?
Well, the idea is that they did solve them, and then that technology was lost, and they have to recreate it, and they haven't done that yet.
Really, they
that's
invented the
explanation.
automobile and threw it in the ocean, and now they're having to reinvent the automobile.
Well,
Yeah, but the point is that doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make a lot of sense. No, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
So you're
Well, there's no way I know, right? We're all speculating. No way I know. All this shit looks very suspicious. Like, mostly suspicious. Like, not a lot of it makes sense. Just logically, if you look at the timeline, you can actually see actual outside of space travel. It's non-existent by human beings. Another question: did they ever manage to get anything alive without when they did didn't it make the validation worse than I thought? Here it says, some people believe that the Apollo moon missions were a hoax because astronauts would have been instantly killed in the radiation belts. But operation safety, healthy, lethal radiation dosage is 300 grads in 1 hour, but your cancer dosage for the trip is only 16 grad, 16.1 minutes. 16.1 minutes is equal to 1.1 hours. This is equal to the dosage of 16 grad in 1.13 hours equals 14 grad in 1 hour, which is below the 300 grads in 1 hour. Also, this radiation exposure would be for an astronaut outside the spacecraft through the belts. Radiation shielding inside the spacecraft cuts down the 14 grads per hour exposure, so that it's completely harmless. Well, I don't know. So again, you're not radiation. So this is their saying that the trip is only 16 rad.
That's correct.
Okay.
How do we know that? Because the people who faked the moon landing said so.
What is the source of this? NASA.
What I'll find another first if you'd like of what the
Yeah.
Daniel and radiation.
Yeah, but
Yeah, let's do that. Let's find out a source.
That's
Let's-
fine. How would you?
Yeah, that's a good question.
There's no one else.
How?
in there.
Why don't you Google how lethal
Well,
are the radiation belts?
there's a clip. There's a clip from my
Try
book.
Try another one. Try another one.
I'm just saying, I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking for.
Yeah, deadly Van Allen belts.
NASA is the only one that's been there, really, right?
Right.
There's a clip from my book at Sabrel.com that has a scientist showing the radiation levels and talking about how it's a barrier between deep space travel. He
Now-
says so.
What is causing that radiation?
Well, this magnetic field of the Earth causes this magnetic area which collects over however old the Earth is, all those years, radiation that goes getting bigger and bigger. Shield not getting cancer. So you have to have it to have life on Earth, but paradoxically, it also prevents you from leaving the Earth.
So it says the numbers along the horizontal axis give the distance from Earth in multiples of the Earth's radius. The inner Van Allen belt is located at about 1.6 RE. The outer Van Allen belt is located at about 4.0. The distance of 2.2, there's a gap region between these belts. Satellites such as the Global Positioning System orbit in this gap region where the radiation effects are minimum. So there's a gap in between the two belts, and says the International Space Station and Space Shuttle on this scale orbit very near the edge of the blue Earth disk in the figure, so are well below the Van Allen radiation belts. So most of the space stations, space shuttle travel, all that stuff is in that area.
Well, it's below. They're at 250 miles. The radiation begins at 1,000 miles.
Right.
I think in 1996, the space shuttle went up to 365 miles, one of its highest altitudes. CNN reported this word for word. The radiation belt surrounding the Earth is more dangerous than previously believed. So how is it that astronauts 600 miles away from it know more about it than astronauts that allegedly went through it to the moon and back? You see that? That's not possible. We have article after article that says that the radiation belts are an obstacle to going to the moon. We have George Bush Jr. saying we're going to return to the moon in 10 years. Of course, he said that 20 years ago. And he says, but first, we need to learn how to protect the astronauts from radiation. Why not do it the way that worked so well on the Apollo missions?
So what kind of protection how thick was the aluminum shielding?
1/8 of an inch.
1/8 of an inch. And was there anything, a coating on the inside of it that protected them further?
No, just 1/8 of an inch of aluminum.
And how much of protection would 1/8 of inch of aluminum provide?
Well, half as much as a dental X-ray, lead vest, or less than that.
But they would experience much more radiation than that.
That's right.
Now, if this is saying that it's well below the lethal threshold, is there anything that disputes that? Is there anything that you can point to that shows that the Van Allen radiation belts are significantly more powerful than what they're saying? Like this article that you said was from CNN from the 365-mile trip. Let's find that.
That's in the film. Belts. That's in the film. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Right, I've read that.
Just look for that part in the film that shows the animation of the Van Allen radiation belt. And then those book clips, I said my book is interactive. One of those clips has 2 or 3 links underneath it, including documentation from, I think it's called Scientific American, from a 1958 publication that says that the radiation is 100 times a lethal dose. We have an article to that linked in one of the video clips description. 100 times a lethal dose. It says so. Talks about the rad, the lethal dose and so forth, and how much is in the Van Allen radiation belt based on probes they sent up in the late 50s in which the Geiger counters broke because they vibrated so much. They said it was 100 times a lethal dose back when von Braun said you would need 3 rockets weighing 30,000% more than the Saturn V rocket. But all that stuff was buried, and now they're rewriting history to falsify the moon landings.
So one of the problems is that if they did fake it, in order to redo it, even if the technology exists today to be able to shield a craft to get through the Van Allen radiation belts and to fuel it adequately to get to the moon, to pursue that and to pursue that transparently, where you have to explain the protection that you're putting in place because of the danger, because of the measurements that we have. Because we did send the Orion up there, we did send different probes up there to figure out how much radiation is. That would throw into question whether or not the original Apollo missions were true. So if it was, even if we are capable of doing it today, if those were fake, it would stop us from doing it today somewhat. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it's one of those things like I talk about with UFOs. It's like Lucy with Charlie Brown and the football. Like you always think you're going to get that football, but nope, they pull it away from you. It's like this, if they do want to actually go to the moon and go to Mars and all, and if we have the technology, they're going to have to publicly address what precautions that they're going through in order to shield people from the radiation if they're being accurate and honest about it.
Well, yeah, Kelly Smith made an attempt to do that. I don't know if it's intentional or unintentional, but he said the technology necessary to protect astronauts from the radiation to the moon has not been invented yet. So if it's not been invented yet as of 2014, and it's not been invented yet as of today, it certainly wasn't around in 1969, and this explains that footage of why they're faking being halfway to the moon, because they can't even go halfway They can't leave Earth orbit, and what a surprise, 54 years later, they still cannot leave Earth orbit. That's why there's mannequins orbiting the moon, because of the deadly radiation. That's why.
Well, also because it's cheaper to send mannequins. You have to keep them alive.
Well, they said they were going to send people in 2018, and now, 100% behind schedule, they can only send mannequins. So if they could send people, they would. The fact that they didn't means they can't, which means it's lethal radiation. That's what it means.
Well, that seems to be the most logical impediment, right? That and micrometeors.
Well, and the fuel.
And the fuel.
Because Elon Musk, he's a smart guy. He says it's going to take 9 fuel trips in order to have.
See if you can
fuel.
find him saying that, Jamie. 8.
Oh, I'm sorry, 8. 8
So
fuel trips.
pull up with him saying that.
I think he's made it more efficient now. He's made bigger containers.
So
now
what
it's
do
only 8.
people that are confronted by this information that wanted to refute it, what do they say?
Well, the college professor I talked to said even a confession from Buzz Aldrin that the moon missions were fake wouldn't dissuade him from the glorious moon landings. He would still think they were real anyway.
Elon Musk says it would take 8 Starship launches to fuel up a single moon trip. Elon Musk isn't entirely sure how many Starships it will take.
I would just for that's without creating a new rocket to create a new payload to create the amount of fuel they have to take. That's just what they already have. Just
Yeah, he said the moon landings were his historical anomaly, meaning they're out of place to have had greater technology in the past and in the future. I believe he knows that the moon missions are fake, but he needs cooperation with NASA to fulfill his dreams, and he's playing ball. I would probably do the same thing.
Yeah, that makes sense. This is one of those subjects, and this is why so many people are reluctant to take it on. But if you even talk about the moon landing being fake or entertain a person like yourself that says this, you're automatically put in the category of being a fool.
Isn't that interesting? If you believe the lie, you're intelligent, and if you believe the truth, you're a fool.
Not just that, it's self-policed. And it's policed by a large percentage of the population that will certainly attack you after this video and say, why did I have you on? This guy's a crank rather. What has anyone ever tried to sit down and debunk you? Because I'm inviting someone to do that if they want to do that with you. Because once this comes out, I know there's going to be a lot of people that are outraged. The best way to stop it would be for someone to sit down and go over in every detail why you're wrong. And has anybody ever done that?
I've never debated anybody about whether it was real or not.
Nobody ever wanted to?
No one ever asked me to debate them. I know that they were fake. I used to not only believe they were real, I worshipped them. And if I could go from
a child, right?
Well, through teenager, and I admitted that I was wrong. And still, when I had all this evidence indicating the fraud, I still gave him the benefit of the doubt. That $1 million film that was financed by someone who builds rockets for NASA, who knows the moon missions are fake, okay, that took 7 years. Just to edit that movie that's 45 minutes long took me 4,000 hours.
What is this?
And
debate from 2002 on MSNBC with him and someone.
Oh, yeah, that's Phil Plate.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a real debate. It's like a 1-minute interview. But that film took 7 years to produce. 3.5 years into it, I pop in the tape. It says, don't show to the public. I hit fast forward. It's the same shot over and over again. The blue earth allegedly bouncing around. I'm like, well, let me listen to that from the top. We never played the talk, by the way.
Right.
I hear a third track of audio prompting them to fake a 4-second radio delay. And I'm like, that's not the window, is it? That's not the window. The lights come up. And then it dawned on me, they really did fake the moon landing.
So before that, you were on the fence?
Well, originally I thought they went and thought it was the greatest thing. I worshipped it by having pictures in my room for many years.
And it was just Bill Casey coming out?
That and looking at the pictures as a filmmaker. I'd become a filmmaker whose job is to make fake scenes look real. And I could tell that they were fake backgrounds. I could tell that the shadows intersected. I said, still, that's not enough proof for me to say such a thing as they faked it. But when I found that footage of them faking being halfway to the moon right in front of your eyes with a third track of audio of the CIA telling them to fake a 4-second radio delay, that's it. The 2 NBC news director agreed it proves they didn't go to the moon. And the weird thing is, Joe. This is the linchpin. This is the finger out of the dike. You know, the JFK witness list, they say it's 200 people they knocked off to keep that a secret. 9/11, 3,000. Maybe they killed 20 people to cover it up. Even though it killed the fewest number of people, it's the one that will enrage the public the most if they find out. Because they waved their flags, they got down on their knees and prayed, and they cried. They gave them medals of honor. They printed it on stamps and coins, and they taught it in school. The glorious moon landing. If the public, this is what the NBC News director tried to get me to understand, which I didn't understand until recently. If the truth comes out, it will bring down the corruption. It's the linchpin. The moon landing fraud coming out has to happen, or we will never have honest government ever again.
Let's look at the Apollo 11 post-flight press conference, because this is a weird one. Because these guys just returned from the moon, and they look like they're in a hostage video.
Well, they look like they're at the funeral of their mother.
It does not seem like these are happy guys who just returned from the moon. Scooch your head a little bit. Here we go. So look how nervous they look. Look at Michael Collins fidgeting. And obviously you would be nervous. You're addressing all these people. But it's the tone in which Neil Armstrong takes. And then after this, we're going to show the 25th anniversary speech, which is one of the most bizarre. Yeah, go to him talking. Listen to Rabbi.
Where it's developing and unfolding.
Go back a little bit. Go back a little bit so you can hear.
It's an adventure.
Here we go.
It was our pleasure to have participated in one great adventure. It's an adventure that took place not just in the month of July, but rather one that took place in the last decade. We all here and the people listening in today had the opportunity to share that adventure over its developing and unfolding in the past months and years. It's our privilege today to share with you some of the details of that final month of July that was certainly the highlight for the three of us of that decade. We're going to divert a little bit from the format of past press conferences and talk about the things that interested us most, in particular the things that occurred on and about the moon. We will use a number of films and slides which most of you have already seen, and with the intent of pointing out some of the things that we observed on the spot, which may not be obvious to those of you who are looking at them here from the surface of Earth. The slide, as you know, started promptly. And I think that was characteristic of all the events of the flight. The Saturn gave us one magnificent ride, both into Earth orbit and on a trajectory to the moon. Our memory of that actually differs little from the reports that you have all heard from those previous Saturn V flights, and those the previous flights served us well in preparation for this flight in the boost as well as the subsequent phases. We would like to skip directly to the translunar coast phase and remind ourselves of the long chain of events that actually permitted a landing, starting with the undockings, the transposition and docking sequence.
This is going to go on for a long time.
Yeah, one interesting thing to note there, you see the two teleprompters there in the desk? These are the only guys on Earth who know what it was like to walk on the moon, and yet they're being prompted on how to answer the questions.
They just look very odd. It looks very odd. Another odd thing was that Michael Collins said that he couldn't see stars. Yet he wrote in his 1994 book about how magnificent the stars looked. And also, he never left the lunar orbiter.
That's right. And also, when he's asked about stars, Neil Armstrong says, "I don't recall." And then Michael Collins, to fill in for him, to help him out, says, "I don't remember seeing any."
Yeah.
Which he wasn't there. They were all three orbiting the Earth, so they had the same experience, but he forgot. So if you get the written transcript of that, the "I don't remember seeing any," they change it to Buzz saying it. You see, lightning strikes twice in the same place. What a coincidence. First a typo that says Buzz said it instead of Michael Collins, and then in the video, Michael Collins answering a question he should know nothing about, having not been on the moon.
And it gets attributed to Buzz Aldrin because it's not convenient.
But if you because they didn't have the YouTube videos back then, people got the transcript. They said we need to correct that.
Right.
Michael Collins wasn't there.
Right.
So they said Buzz said it. So
yeah,
so they're covering for it.
Let's play the 25th anniversary speech, because here's one of the craziest things. Neil Armstrong, first man on the moon, doesn't give interviews, doesn't want to talk about it, doesn't want to appear publicly, becomes kind of a recluse. And you would imagine that a guy who didn't want fame and all of a sudden he's thrust into the public light, like that would be a real problem. He probably didn't like it, didn't enjoy being the center of attention, and said, you know what, I was on the moon, but I'm just going to just lay back. You could look at it that way. Or you could look at it like, if you have a guy from a public relations perspective, he's one of the most valuable people to interview of all time. He's the first man to walk on another planet. He walked on the moon. The first man we sent him to another planet. He landed on our moon and he walked around. We got video footage of it. That guy would be a hero. He would be everywhere. They would interview him constantly. Just from a PR standpoint, you would kind of force that guy to do some interviews and talk about it, because it's the most incredible accomplishment in human history. As far as what human beings have been able to do, it's the most significant technological breakthrough ever for a person on another fucking planet, right? But he doesn't do that. He doesn't talk to anybody. And then he gives a speech. So this is a speech at the 25th anniversary of NASA, and he's giving this speech to is it American valedictorians, high school valedictorians, like some of the best, brightest high school kids?
When Clinton was president.
Yeah, and so this speech is so bizarre. I've never seen anybody give a rational explanation as to what the hell he is saying, other than he's trying to tell you that something is bullshit. So listen to the speech.
In 1994, Neil Armstrong made a rare public appearance and held back tears as he spoke these brief cryptic remarks before the next generation of taxpayers as they toured the White House.
Today we have with us a group of students among America's best. To you, we say, we have only completed a beginning. We leave you much that is undone. There are great ideas undiscovered, breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers.
Okay, what does that mean? What does that mean?
I think he's trying to say something. You know,
that is one of the most cryptic things I've ever heard anybody say publicly.
You can also notice that he was looking down, except that part he had memorized. Perhaps someday you'll be able to remove one of truth's protective layers. About the moon landing. How about that?
Bizarre.
As he's holding back tears, in my opinion. You know how many pictures there are of him on the surface of the moon, posing as the first man on the moon? A still picture. 0. I went to the archives personally, a vault. I had the employees that said, find me a picture of Neil Armstrong on the surface of the moon, a still picture. They went in and out, scratching their heads. He refused to have his picture taken. He refuses to give interviews unless the president asks him to. You see? Not a single picture, because he didn't want to have anything to do with it. It disgusted him. I believe they asked him to participate in the fraud, and at that point he was a noble man. He said, no, thank you. Then they said, you don't want to end up like Apollo 1 crew, do you? The guy's a test pilot. I don't think threatening his life, man.
Or you could say, if you do this, it's for national security. There's a reason to do this. We're involved in a Cold War. It's a very important thing that we achieve military superiority over the Soviet Union.
I think he would have resigned, and they wouldn't allow that. That would bring suspicion. So I think they had to threaten. I think they would have had to threaten.
This is all speculation, though.
That's right. It's my speculation
but
from years of research.
This video is not speculation.
That's right.
I think most people, again, are not aware of that video.
I think they threatened his family's life to get him to participate.
Perhaps, but we're just speculating.
Yeah.
Right. But the video, again, that's not speculation. Has anybody ever gone over that video? Well, that's real simple.
Yeah.
Anybody ever Neil deGrasse Tyson it? Like, that's simple. This is just very simple. It's like we went. Another thing was that you could track the trip the entire way, and that people were tracking it from Earth.
Well, that's not true. The only people who had the capability of tracking it were the American government and the Soviets, who were blackmailing us for knowing that it was fraudulent. So
that's just speculation too, though, right? It's like, how were they blackmailing people? Is there any evidence that they were blackmailing people?
Well, they obviously know that the moon missions are fake. Putin was not surprised. It was around that time that we sold grain to the Soviet Union before cost, even though they're supposed to be our enemy. And around the same time, after Richard Nixon said Communist China is an enemy, that he went to China, which is generally the inferior person visits the superior person, you see? And so he went, because I think they know. I think they found out and blackmailed them too. And we know they are blackmailing NASA for technology in exchange for not blowing the whistle.
You know that for a fact.
Yeah, I interviewed a guy who works for the Chinese Space Agency. It's on my YouTube channel.
Right, but that's just him saying that.
That's his eyewitness testimony.
I understand.
From talking to people who work there.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but it's still like, it's a guy saying it.
The guy who works in the Chinese Space Agency.
But if you're gonna he might not be telling the truth. Like, we don't have proof. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you have to judge. I mean, people are convicted and sent to death row based on the testimony of people all the time.
Right, but this is one guy saying something extraordinary, and extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
It's not that extraordinary that China would find out about the moon landing fraud, and instead of blowing the whistle, would blackmail as a more valuable tool of the information. I think that's what the Soviets are doing too. We're being blackmailed. It's another good reason for the truth to come out, so we won't be blackmailed by China and Russia anymore.
What do you think would happen if definitive proof came out, if Trump opened up all the files, if everybody started talking about it, and definitive proof we got to a point technologically where we are ready to travel to other planets? We realize, hey, this is impediment, and this impediment could not have possibly been traversed by the Apollo astronauts.
Well, if the truth came out, acknowledged by the government, it would be a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful moment in history. Because the faking of the moon landing is so much more significant than if they had actually gone. It shows the sad fallen state of mankind. It would be like throwing a glass of water in the public's face. They wake up, they realize they've been sleepwalking, and they look down, and they're 1 foot away from a cliff. It would be dead silence. Oh my gosh, that's who we are. Not just as a nation, but as a species. We can't even tell the truth about such a thing.
But wouldn't the problem then be we would have to revamp the entirety of government? If that's the case, the intelligence agencies have done this. They really did kill Kennedy, if they really did fake the moon landing, if they really did all the things that we think they did, no one would have faith in them anymore.
That's right. And maybe that'll happen. And so be it. You know, the stock market could crash, the dollar could crash. It could ruin the reputation of the United States of America, but we have a gangrene limb. William Benny, you know, worked for the NSA for 30 years. He says the CIA, the NSA, they're spying on the private cell phone conversations of Supreme Court justices to get dirt on them, to blackmail them into voting the way the CIA and NSA tell them. That's a dangerous situation for a country to be in. There needs to be a major, major house cleaning. I'm not even sure what would happen if, let's say, all the federal government ran on electricity and you could unplug it all with one plug. I'm not sure what would happen to you and me and everyone else's life if we unplug the federal government. I don't know why we can't just have the independent states of America and manage our own affairs, because they are so corrupt. They're killing their own president. They're starting war after war based on lies and fabrications, right? We have so many murders of people that they have done themselves. The federal government is killing their own people, and we're funding it. It's wrong. What they're doing is morally wrong. Our leaders are gangsters.
What are we missing? Like, what have we not covered? We've basically done this right now. We're at like 3 hours plus. We've been talking about this. What have we left out? Anything?
Well, I think we've covered most of it. We have the fact that shadows can't intersect unless it's electrical light. We have footage of them faking being halfway to the moon. We have the deathbed testimony of an eyewitness who saw them filming Apollo 11 at Cannon Air Force Base. And we have the fact that you can't travel 1,000 times further into space in 1969 on the first attempt with 1 minute the computing power of a cell phone than you can 50 years later. Technology has never been better in the past and in the future. That proves it. If it weren't a sweet lie that people loved and don't want to give up, people would see the truth for what it is.
That's an interesting thing too, that you said it's a positive lie.
It is.
Yeah, it's not a lie like that got us to a war that wound up killing innocent civilians that we know happens.
JFK is dead, and all the people in 9/11 are dead, regardless of who did it and why. This is different. This is taking candy away from people and giving them manure. They're defending the candy.
Okay. Would you be willing to debate somebody? If I get someone to come on here and prepare and talk to you and refute all this stuff.
Sure.
Okay. So we'll put that out there because I would like to see that. I would like to see how someone describes that away.
Okay.
And what they think about this. Because I'm sure there's eyeballs rolling and fingers hitting keyboards right now. People are going to get very outraged at this conversation. But I don't think the right way to handle this is to not talk about it or to silence someone. I think if you're wrong, the right way is to let you lay out your best argument and have someone refute that best argument. So I hope that at least is attempted.
Okay.
And you've been at this a long time, Bart. You look tired of talking about the moon landing?
Well,
how long have you been at this for?
It's a historic importance because the faking of the moon landing for mankind is more significant than if they'd actually gone. That they lied to the world, embezzled money, murdered their own people to cover it up. And to not know that truth is like having cancer and not knowing. We have to know. We can have a great awakening about everything else, but if we still are deceived about the greatest accomplishment of mankind, you see, then there is no great awakening. It's a spiritual issue. It's a spiritual battle between truth. It's ironic. You know, there was a famous writer who said about the Tower of Babel, the monument to their pride became a memorial to their folly. And if the truth comes out, that will happen.
Do you think that this is a subject that even intelligent people that get this information of a resonance, it resonates with them, that they're going to try to ignore?
Well,
because it's so controversial that you instantly get labeled a kook if you believe this.
The problem with intelligence is people can be smart, but only within a narrow field. Like I asked my doctor, get this, what do you know about natural medicine? You know what they said? Virtually word for word. All I know is what pill to prescribe for this illness that I was taught in university. That's all I know. They're intelligent within that narrow field, but they can't critically think. And universities are universal thinking. I was forbidden by the University of Pittsburgh after having a contract to speak to a student body group about the moon landing fraud, they forbid it. And the free speech, free expression, United States of America. You see, this is a major problem. People are emotional about this. They have to be willing to be wrong, and people are so arrogant. I mean, a college professor teaching aerospace who says if Buzz Aldrin confessed on national TV that it was fake, filmed at Cannon Air Force Base, just like Bart said, he would still think he walked on the moon anyway. That's what we're up against. This is a god to them. The god of science is putting a man on the moon when it's really just propaganda.
All right, Bart. I think you've eloquently stated your case, and I think you've been at this, like I said, for a long time. So I'm really hoping that someone will sit down and talk to you about this, and we can get further to the bottom of it, because the arguments are very compelling. The actual raw facts are very puzzling. The whole thing is very odd. It's a very odd case.
All this stuff people can investigate for themselves. Just go to Sabro.com. There's 17 clips they can watch for free and then decide for themselves.
Okay. Thank you, Bart. Appreciate you, man.
No problem.
All right, buddy.
Some tour dates to announce. If you want to come see the Return of the Rat Tour, we'll be in Louisville, Kentucky, January 25th and 26th. Indianapolis, Indiana, January 27th and 28th. Shreveport, Louisiana, February 1 and 2. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, February 3 through 5. Corpus Christi, Texas, March 24. Houston, Texas, March 25th. Phoenix, Arizona, April 26th through 29th. New York City at the Beacon Theater, May 13th. And Austin, Texas, June 1st through 3rd. Some of those dates are getting sold out. Some of those dates we will be adding new shows to. I know specifically Austin, Phoenix, and possibly Houston. You can get tickets at theovon.com/TOUR. Make sure to access tickets through there to get accurately priced ticketing. Thank you guys so much. If you do come out to a show and you want to leave something for us, a gift or an item or something, you can always leave it with the merch people at the merch table, just so you know that. Thank you guys so much for all your love and support. I'm excited to come and see you. You know, it's hunting season. It's hunting. People are out there setting traps, snares. Put a taffy. Some people put a damn taffy out there, and they'll catch a pigeon on that bitch. People do all kind of things. If you like to hunt, then check out the Hitter Hunting Club collection. New merch now available at theovonstore.com. We've got hoodies in orange and maroon. We got a raccoon on one of them, because you know my brother's out there killing raccoons out there, out in southern Utah. He's out there just really getting those little damn criminals they are. We got camo hats, traditional and orange. We got it all. Elmer Fudd yourself. Fuck. Elmer Fudd your cousin, man. Fudd your cousin. Bunch of cousin fudders. Get that hitter and more at theovonstore.com. Today's guest is an astrophysicist. He's an author. He has a new book called Starry Messenger, Cosmic Perspectives on Civilization. We're going to chat a little bit about it. And he's just that, he's that galactic bad boy. He's that, outer space Joe Montana. He's going deep with the facts, baby. You know what he is. He's science. He's a science man. He's a mannequin for science. He likes the facts, and he wears them. And he wears them well. We're happy to have him here today, Mr. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Shine that light on me. I'll sit and tell you the story. Shine
old joke. There's a guy, his name is Tex.
Mm-hmm.
And people said, why do they call you Tex? Are you from Texas? And he said, no, I'm from Louisiana. He said, well, why do they call you Tex? He said, because I don't want anyone calling me Louise.
I can see that.
It was just a cute, something from the 1960s, an old-timey joke.
Yeah. That's one of my favorite jokes is they have this guy, Chris D'Elia, he's a comedian, and he has a joke. It says, I saw the first 48. It's a TV show where they have 48 hours to solve a crime, but really they have as much time as they want. That's one of my favorite ones. And then this one's a little edgier, but it's what's the last thing you want to hear when you're giving a blowjob to Willie Nelson?
What?
I'm not Willie Nelson.
Oh, okay. I heard that somewhere.
Yeah, it's not my joke, but it's my favorite joke.
And you know, the George Carlin has a blowjob joke. He said, here's a sentence that's never been uttered in the history of the world. Stop giving me a blowjob or I'll call the police. and ever since I heard that, I said, there are sentences in the world that just have never been uttered in the history of the world.
Well, that's funny because Joe Rogan, he says that everything has been, everything has been done, like you.
No. I'll give an example.
Okay.
We, in New York, 20 years ago, we opened a new facility to the universe, and we have models of planets and molecules and things that are dangling. So you get the relative sizes of things. I gave a tour of the facility to Martha Stewart.
Wow.
Okay. She's all that, by the way, because as we were walking around and there was like a display surface, she's like,
oh, tidy.
Yeah, she was taking the fingerprints off the.
She's probably taking her fingerprints off. She's been guilty of some things.
So watch what happens. So we're walking around and we have these orbs, and she says, Dr. Tyson, you have dust on your molecules. And I thought, I said, wow, that sentence has never been spoken in the history of the universe.
That's probably, see, I think I agree with that kind of stuff.
Right.
Yeah, one time I was on his show, and the first thing he said, he's like, there's been another Theo Von, there's been another, there's just.
He wants the multiverse to be another one of you. Oh, we can go there.
That's what he goes into. But you actually, in your.
Wait, did we begin yet? We all up and beginning?
I think we're rolling.
We're rolling, yeah.
We're good.
Let it go. I love what you've done with the place, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Nice.
We're just about to get we're getting a new studio, so we're getting close to the end of the time.
Don't make it too impersonal. I mean, make sure the studio is still intimate.
Just feels intimate. Yeah. I agree. It's important, right?
Yeah. Otherwise, what are you doing? You're on stage, and that's not the point of a podcast.
Dude, that's a great point because we've been looking at places, and I'm like, I don't want something that's too corporate or something.
No,
feel right.
That ain't right.
Yeah, it feels like where you want.
And when you're on stage, that's you be on stage. That's different, right? Yeah, here we're chilling.
Yeah, we're chilling. You want it to feel that way.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a great point. I'm really glad you said that because I needed some affirmation there. But in your book, in Starry Messages, so this is your new book, right?
And thanks for checking it out. Yeah, definitely.
No, I tried to check out as much as I had time to kind of.
Here's what you do. You're here in LA. You're in LA. Okay. You get the audio book, and then when you're stuck in traffic, you just 3 days of traffic, get through the book just fine. All right. That's how they should market them. Yeah. How many days of 4 or 5 traffic?
4 days of traffic. But one thing you said about it was individual. That the end of there, you kind of almost did it a little bit of an equation on the individual. It's kind of towards the later in the book.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about. It was just like that each person is unique, and you kind of
you went straight there.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Because that's the life and death chapter.
So just tell me about that. I just want people to hear how unique they are.
Oh yeah. Okay. So just the book is a cosmic perspectives on civilization, and it's what the world looks like if you're scientifically literate and you have and you're thinking about Earth from space, and the world looks really different. Not just the world physically, but people's interactions are different. you have some strongly held opinion. And I say, no, you don't. you think you've deeply thought this through,
right?
But you haven't. There's this part of it, and have you thought about this, and have you thought about that? I'm not here to hand you an opinion. I just here want to make sure that whatever opinion you do have is deeply, is rationally formed. That you folded all the information together. Then I walk away and think however the hell you want. I don't care.
Yeah, I think it definitely helps like adjust maybe the scope of stuff. Like if you're looking at something from this angle, what about look at it from this angle? Or what about look at it from the inside? Or what about look at it from the history of its beginning? Like
exactly. And a quick one before I get to the how unique we are. Just a quick one. I don't know if you buy tuna. Mm-hmm. Now when you buy tuna, it's very clear whether it's line caught tuna.
Oh, really?
Line caught. Okay, that's a big selling point because when it's not line caught, it's net caught.
Oh, they do net.
You know what happens when they drag a net? Occasionally they drag a dolphin. The net. Yeah. Dolphins are air breathing. So if they're caught in the net, they suffocate and die.
Oh.
Okay, you don't want that. So you get line caught tuna. And I'm just thinking, so for people who just care about that, I wonder, what about the tuna? Who cares about the tuna? do you just not give a rat's ass about the tuna? Like what? And then it's well, it kills the dolphin unnecessarily. So then I said, well then, make dolphin burgers. Okay? You said you can't have that. And I said, well, why not? You go to the deli.
Yeah.
Okay, if a deli made dolphin salad sandwiches, they'd be picketing out front, wouldn't there?
Yeah,
okay,
I'd have a cut of it.
Okay. Look at your Theo Vaughn.
Yeah, I love it. We had owl one time at Thanksgiving.
Oh, Thanksgiving? Yeah. Oh, man. Okay. So my point is, if you go to a deli, there'd be picketers out front if you're serving dolphin.
Yeah, if you're slinging dolphin in there.
Okay. No, watch. But what else does the deli serve? They sell dead chicken, dead turkey, dead salmon, dead pig, dead cow. With roast beef.
Dead vegetables.
I'll get to that in a minute. But they sell all kinds of dead animals in a sandwich. And this is just another dead animal. But somehow we culturally, philosophically, we've divided up all the kingdoms of life and we do carve-outs for what we want to protect and what we don't. And often that carve-out is arbitrary at some level.
Yeah.
And just be self-aware of that. Are you high and noble because you're saving the dolphin, but you're eating the tuna?
Right.
I don't know that you entirely are. Say, well, a dolphin is a mammal. Well, so are pigs and cows. All right, last I checked.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're just, I think they're not as graceful. They can't do as many. Well,
then admit that. Say, I will not eat graceful animals. Right. I'll only eat clumsy animals that are ugly.
Yeah.
So it's an attempt to just make you more honest with yourself about the opinions you carry. There's another one. Let's say you're a vegetarian. This is from the chapter Meat Eaters and Vegetarians. Okay. I go there because that'll rouse some folks. That's what I'm saying. Each chapter is a point of conflict in civilization. I'm trying to illuminate places where people could think differently, or maybe not have to think that way at all, because in fact, what they felt was deeply held argument really just evaporates in the face of a cosmic perspective. So here's one. You're a vegetarian because you just don't want to kill animals, okay? You don't want to kill, fine. So in your basement, you have a humane mousetrap, okay?
Oh, yeah, I've seen those.
You've seen those?
Yeah, some of it's like it goes in there. And there's art on the walls inside.
It's like a mouse condominium. All right, so they go in, they got to check them every few days. Every few days because they'll dry out. All right. So anyhow, so you check it, and then and what do they do with the mouse once they capture it? Well,
let it free.
They let it free into the wild. All right, because they don't want to kill animals. All right, I get that. But do you realize that a mouse in the wild lives between 9 and 18 months because it's highly likely to be swallowed whole by an owl or pecked apart by all manner of woodland predators. Well, okay, carnivores. And so what you've done is you've doomed the mouse to be eaten prematurely in its life. So the best thing you can do for the mouse is leave it in your basement, where it will live up to 6 years of a full fat life in your basement, but you're not doing that.
No, because so I guess it makes us feel some type of noble if we transfer it.
I'm just saying,
but you're really putting it into a harder life.
In a harder life, correct.
Yeah.
So if you want to say, well, that's just nature's loop and circle, well, all right. So you're saying it's nature's circle to have an owl eat it. Then, by the way, if you crawled into the domicile of any animal, they'll kill you if they could. They'll kill you. They will kill your ass.
Yeah, they don't care, bro.
If you lay down into an ant nest, they will bite your ass. But we have the intellect and the power to capture something and remove it from your home. And I'm just saying, if you cared about the mouse, you'd leave it in your basement.
Yeah,
that's my only point.
Yeah, I think, well, that's a good point. A lot of this book is like that. It's kind of, I thought it was nice about the book that you can kind of pick it up whenever. You can kind of almost start in on any chapter.
Yeah, because the chapters are independent of each other, but each one is a way, in a way, a chapter on the things we all argue about.
Yeah.
The chapter on there's one on politics. Left wing, right wing. What are you arguing about and why? And have you really thought it through? There's the vegetarians and meat eaters. There's a chapter on life and death, risk and reward. That one, there's a gap in the human mind. I have no other way to account for this, where it is not natural to think about statistics and probability.
Oh yeah, that's me.
It's not natural. And did you know that
doesn't feel as much fun sometimes?
That's true. It ruins something what you want to be true or what you feel to be true.
Yeah, or the mystery. It takes away the mystery.
But it's a triumph of human intellect that we even could figure it out in the first place. Here's what you have. You go to Vegas and there's someone puts money on a 7 on the roulette, and I'll say, why are you sticking with the 7? Let's say, it's due. And they look at it, and the roulette table, they have a list of all the previous numbers.
Yeah.
And it hasn't shown up. It's due. No, it's not. It's not due. Every roll has the same probability.
Every time?
Every time. It's not due.
Right. What is that feeling then that we get? What is that feeling?
I'm telling you. Other things. There are people rolling dice, and they need a low number, like a 3 or 4. So they'll roll the dice gently. And if they need a high number, they'll throw it hard. No! And so do you know who exploits this about us? Casinos. Casinos know we suck at math and probability and statistics. So they exist. Other human beings learn this about human beings and created an entire industry to exploit it.
Damn.
It's sad. And my people, the American Physical Society, physicists, this is back in the 80s. They were going to have their annual meeting in San Diego, and there was a snafu with the hotel reservations. Vegas said, we'll take you. You got 4,000 people. The MGM said, we'll take you. So all the physicists went to Vegas. And we know probability and statistics. We understand the fact that basically you don't win relative to the... So, the end of the week, there was a news headline. Physicists in town, lowest casino take ever. So it's sad. It was like almost the saddest chapter that I wrote.
Well, why do we feel that? So what is that feeling that makes us feel like, is it a feeling that we create? Where does that come from that makes us feel like this is it?
It's because we don't have the brain wiring to know otherwise. I have no other accounting for it. We just don't think. By the way, that branch of math was one of the last to be discovered. You realize probability and statistics was developed and discovered after calculus?
Wow, why?
You can pick, because I think it's because the brain doesn't even know how to go there. I have a research paper from the mid-1700s, which feels like a long ago, but a lot of math had been developed before that, including calculus. And in that paper, it says, I've just discovered how helpful it is to take an average of numbers. It's like, oh.
Right, that's pretty normal stuff.
So that's normal stuff. And somebody had to discover this.
Wow.
About the world. And so
I guess we don't want, because do you think also at that time there was a lot, there's also back then, there's more sorcery, there's more wizards.
Yeah.
There's more
less than the Middle Ages and stuff, but.
Right, there's still a few milling around.
Yeah, a few, and so.
And so I think there's a little bit more mysticism then. So probability probably is something that probably would be the last thing you think about if somebody over here is, Hester Prynne somebody at a damn
that's a perceptive point.
Yeah.
What you're saying, I think, is because we had sorcerers and wizards and people with mysterious powers and shamans and things, they could live in the mystery of the probability and statistics, and you think it's a power that they wield. And so there's no urge to try to decode it because it's their powers.
Right.
Yeah. So I agree with you. I think
they hadn't really debunked all those powers 100%.
No, they hadn't.
And religion was really on everyone's breath. So there was a lot more, I think, mystery.
And it's not just probable, even physiology. So, for example, you go back, 300-400 years, if you fell on the ground, writhing and frothing at the mouth,
people would think you were winning something from God.
No. And you're doing this and you're shaking. The devil just occupied your body.
Devil, boy.
That's what the devil looks like and feels like. So, oh my gosh, the devil's there. Let me go to get the priest. So you're in a small town. How far away is the church? It's 2 blocks away. Okay, so you go down there,
but you could be choking on the damn muffin.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
It could be, but I'm specifically referring to that condition when you're frothing at the mouth. Okay? So they get the priest gets the robe, the holy water, the crucifix. They go on location, they bless them, and then the symptoms go away.
Oh, now you're healed by the priest.
That is the exact.
And it was a seizure.
And it was a seizure. It was an epileptic seizure.
Damn.
Epileptic seizure matches the time scale of you going to get a priest down the block in a small town.
Yeah.
Okay?
Wow.
And so, boom. Why think it's anything but the devil?
This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. That's right. Unfortunately, life doesn't come with a user manual. You won't find one. You can check your pockets, check your pants, check your crevasses, check. Go ahead, check, feel around, feel yourself. There's no user manual, so when life isn't working for you, it's normal that you can feel stuck. Hell, I felt so damn stuck, I feel like I'm got glue on me. I'm glued out. Navigating life's challenges can be challenging. That's why BetterHelp is here to help. BetterHelp therapists are trained to help you figure out the cause of challenging emotions and learn productive coping skills, which makes therapy the closest thing to a guided tour of the complex engine that you and me can be. BetterHelp has connected over 3 million people with licensed therapists. It's convenient and accessible anywhere, 100% online. Whether you've been in therapy or haven't been in therapy, BetterHelp it's interesting because you can get a therapist right there. You get one. And they'll help you find one in person, help you find one on the screen. You can just talk on the phone. Whatever's comfortable for you. If the therapist isn't working, it's easy to change therapists. You don't have to be in the office explaining to them. You just send a message, say, I want to try someone different. And boom, there you are. And I encourage you to find someone that really fits. Try a couple out before you land somewhere. As the world's largest therapy service, BetterHelp has matched 3 million people with professionally licensed and vetted therapists, available 100% online. Plus, it's affordable. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to match with a therapist. If things aren't clicking, switch. No waiting rooms, no traffic, no endless searching for the right therapist. Learn more and save 10% off your first month at betterhelp.com/THEO. That's better, HELP, betterhelp.com/Theo.
We're so I don't blame people for this. It's just the reality of discovery. And if you question what you see and find ways to experiment with it, and you realize, no, it is not the devil, it is epilepsy. That's uncontrolled firing of the synapses of your brain. It's still a tragic affliction that's not entirely cured. We can control it with drugs and things, but that's an example of the mystery that existed back then.
Do you believe in the devil?
I remain unconvinced that such a thing exists.
Dang, you challenging it.
Yeah. By the way, Jews don't think of hell. To Jews, there's a heaven but no hell, and therefore there's no devil.
Oh, wow. Well, that's taking the easy way out.
Well, no, because, yeah, right. That's fine. I hadn't thought about it that way. Yeah.
And it's better real estate too if you're I feel like if you're advertising it like that. Like there's a heaven here.
Yeah. Don't worry about the hell.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe they needed less forces of control over their conduct than the Christians later did. I don't know.
Yeah, that's one thing about Christianity, man. Sometimes it's like too much pressure.
Well, yeah, and no one could fulfill it. No one can live
It's
up to
impossible.
that. Which is why, here's another one, in the spirit of your earlier comment. Here's another one. Well, you got sick and this person didn't. God is punishing you. You did something against God in the last 2 weeks. Yeah, you were touching your privates, all right?
Yeah.
Whatever. I mean, we all do stuff.
Oh, I do.
and it's easy to find it and say, oh my gosh, I must be punished for that.
Ah.
And when that happens, then blame starts getting handed out. So here, I got another one. Consider that Muslims, part of the rituals of being a Muslim is you're cleaning your hands and your feet, and your ears and your nose, and there's an ablution, whatever the word is, where there's a cleansing daily.
Wow.
Daily.
That's
Okay.
a good idea. My grandmother, I think, was Muslim then.
Well, just think about this. Back then, nobody's showering every day. People's with some funky times.
Oh.
Okay, all right. There's some people don't shower every day today, but you could. But United States, we probably take more showers than anybody else in the world from the research I've done on that. But point is, if a disease comes through and it comes from contact or some other thing because you're dirty, you get sick and the Muslims don't.
Oh, so they seem powerful.
Oh my gosh! And you're Christian and they're Muslims. You're saying they put a hex on me. These heathens, these non-Jesus following. Okay, wow. This is how this can happen. I got another one. Ready?
I don't know. I'm still riding the last one.
You got one. Ready?
You got
okay.
a lot of them.
Here it goes.
All right.
So we would later learn that many of the plagues were from a flea. Okay.
Like from a little fly.
Oh yeah, just a flea, just a regular flea, the house flea that you get on pets. Okay, so now watch. So the flea would get infected and would bite you, and you'd get the plague. Okay. The plagues have killed more people than practically more than wars. Okay. Wow. All right. So plague is like a blight on you. All right. So now watch what happens. Where did the fleas come from? We would later learn they came from rats and mice. Yeah. Okay, that were infected with the plague. Yeah. So if your house had rats or mice, and mice were common. Look at old Renaissance paintings. There's mice in the corners of the paintings. It's really funny just to see this. All right, so now watch.
Maybe they were good luck, huh?
If you owned a cat, you didn't have mice.
You get the plague.
You get the plague. No, wait a minute. Who owned cats? Well, there are many women that own cats.
So women did get the plague, and they were therefore sorcerers.
They were witches.
Damn.
Witches.
And some of them are.
And you still associate a cat with a witch. Yeah. To this day. To this day. I mean, when you're storytelling about
it. Witch.
These are the two
accoutrements.
So
accoutrements. Those are them.
So this is what happens when you live in a pre-scientific era.
Wow.
The blame game begins.
But that's fun as hell, some of it.
Well, for a movie, but I don't want to live in those times.
Yeah.
So this book is an attempt to unravel this blame game. When you see things happening, it's not my fault, it's your fault. Mm-hmm. But did you really look through your opinions and your thoughts? And
yeah, it was neat. Some of it made me mad.
Ah, good.
Some of it made me mad. I'm like, fuck, I don't want to know this. I want to believe what I want to believe.
No, it's bad because you knew it. You knew it's true, and it's against your urges.
Yeah, right? It was like, damn, Neil, I want to believe what I want to believe. You know, that's what it felt like sometimes.
But I'm not. I don't think I'm heavy-handed. I think they're offerings, right? Have you thought about it this way?
Yeah, no, I don't think it came off like. I'm trying to think. No, I don't think it came off as like know-it-all. I think it was like.
That wasn't my intent. If it ever felt that way, it's just.
Well, you're a fact guy. You're a factual man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I battle. Like I think I've always kind of battled the dark arts overall. So it's like I've never really looked at a ton of the facts. It's always been this more ethereal sort of.
Well, what you want to be true rather than what is true. And by the way, that's come a long way in life to realize the world, this is the difference between the different kinds of truths. I spent a chapter in the truth and beauty chapter. I just talk about, I'll just say, spend a minute on it now. So there's something I call personal truths. This is something no one's going to take. In a free society, no one's going to take it from you. If Jesus is your savior, and you know true to your bones, that's a personal truth. In a free society, and especially in the United States, where it's constitutionally protected, your freedom of religion, no one should take that from you, okay? You have a legal case if they try. All right. Other personal truths. Oh, well, Muhammad is my last savior on earth, my last prophet on earth, okay? That this would be a Muslim personal truth. Other truths are, Beyonce is your queen, right? Or whatever. The things you feel, okay. Personal truths are the foundation of our strongest held opinions. And in a pluralistic world, society, that we should cherish that. This is why people are different from each other, right? You don't want everybody to be the same. Oh, that's called a dictatorship.
Yeah.
If everybody aligns with exactly the same opinion.
Yeah, we don't want it.
The problem with your opinion, if it's in a personal truth, if you try to have someone else agree with you, you have to have an active persuasion, so what? But in the limit, that becomes all-out conflict and war. People fight over personal truths, kill each other, because their personal truths don't agree with your personal truth. So personal truths, when they go outside of yourself, risk bloodshed.
Right.
In the history of civilization has demonstrated this. All right, then there's a political truth, which is just something that becomes true just because you heard it often enough. And that's a weakness we have, but not a weakness. Evolutionarily, it made sense. If you see something repeat 100 times, that's reality.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, but you know what happens now? People have hijacked that urge to recognize that something that repeats must be true. They've hijacked it. Now they just find something that they want to be true and they repeat it to you. You hear it enough, it must be true.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, especially, well, nowadays also we have, since we have technology and we have this advancement, like, with the internet, social media, it's easy to get things in front of people so many times.
Yes.
It's easy to, our attention span has been hijacked.
It's been hijacked. Completely. That's the word. There's no other word but hijacked. And in the old days, we called it brainwashing, where you repeat something and then it becomes true. That's hijacking this feature of our evolutionary brain that it's trying to create order out of chaos.
Well, it's like Stockholm Syndrome. We almost are slowly developing almost some variants, seem like, of a Stockholm Syndrome or something. Like we're like all like Elizabeth Smart, without or Elizabeth Dumb. That's who we're becoming. You know what I'm saying? We're all like, we're just bearing with what we have to deal with all the time.
Exactly. And so you try to sift through what is true, and it must be that which was repeated often enough. So that's a political truth. Then there's an objective truth.
Okay, what is objective mean?
And the methods and tools of science are exquisitely tuned to establish objective truth. So these are truths that have been demonstrated by observation and experiment and repeated experiment.
What is the word objective?
Objective means it's true whether or not you believe in it.
Okay, so it's no doubt true.
Yeah, because I can show that it's true, and it's not my bias that thinks it's true. Here's the data. Now you say, I don't believe you. I think you had a bias. I think your wall current affected this. So I'm going to do it on 240 volts while you did yours on 125 volts, 120 volts. You do a different experiment of your own design, you get the same result.
So that's objective. It's a
so
fact.
When you do it enough times, and that all the experiments are good, this is why science, it wasn't really developed as we now practice it until around 1600. Right? I know it feels like a long time ago, but a lot of the world unfolded before then. All right. And so once we learn, if you say something is true, let me test it. Let me find out. Let me devise an experiment. And if I can verify your statement with this experiment and someone else can in a third person, we're good here. That's an objective truth. And what objective truths have going for them is that they're true whether or not you believe in them.
I don't like them.
Well, because the actual nature can't be fooled. Nature is the ultimate judge, jury, and executioner.
Yeah.
If you overeat this week and you gain 3 pounds, next week you can't protest with placards saying, I protest the law of gravity because it may be heavier. No, you don't have that option. So it seems to me if you're going to base laws on things, but there's a whole chapter here on law and order, right? If you're going to create laws in a pluralistic world, You base the laws on the objective truths.
Right.
Because that applies to everyone. Don't base a law on your personal truth, because that's forcing it on me. And I have a different personal truth.
Is climate change an objective truth?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So what happens is...
You believe in climate change.
It's not a belief. It's not about a belief.
Right.
When it's objectively true, you don't have to believe it. It just is true.
Yeah. I believe in it when it's really hot. I believe in it. If it's like a hot day, I'm like, damn, they're right. They're right about this shit. I'll tell you that, bro. I'm serious, dude.
So
I'm like, we gotta fight this.
So here's the thing. So if it was only determined that way, then another person that was in a cold snap would say, no, I don't believe it.
Right.
And everybody's making up their own theories about it because it's their own life experience. But an experiment takes the information out of yourself.
Okay.
It's not your perspective. It's not your bias. It's not your worldview. And you get all the data available. And then you establish the objective truth. So in climate change, and I give an example here in the probability, in the risk and reward chapter, you probably heard the number 97 scientists say it's happening at 30%.
Saw that in
the last 20 years, there are basically no scientists left denying it. So it's basically 100%.
Damn, there ain't one holdout.
No. Well, let's go back to when it was 3%, because that's a fun number.
Okay.
All right. Let's do an experiment. Some engineers, there's a bridge that's there. You don't know where it came from, but it's a bridge, but it's brand new and it's about to open. And you say, I want to drive my truck across the bridge. And 97 engineers come up to you and say, but I don't know any of the other engineers, so we're not in cahoots or anything.
Yeah.
If you drive your truck, that's going to collapse and you're going to die. You will likely die plunging into the ravine.
So 97 of them say that.
3 say, oh, Theo, go take your F-150, drive across.
You're some good old boys.
Yeah.
Never mean it no harm.
Go on, you'll be fine. What are you going to do?
Making my way.
Anyway. He's singing. He's feeling it. He's feeling it.
I'm just saying, man, I take the General Lee off that master. That's what I'm saying, man. But no, I feel you. So
you would probably listen to the 97 engineers, especially if you're not an engineer yourself.
Yeah. Especially if you got to look the engineers in the eyes. Now,
no, eyes got nothing to do with this. That's you trying to be human about this. Don't be human. That mess you up. Let me feel what you're saying. No, they'll show you the research paper. There's no eyeballs in the research paper. There's no emoticons in the research paper.
So then what is that makes me want to look him in the eyes and see? What is that?
Oh, I'll tell you. It's a good one. And again, I think it's understandable evolutionarily. If you look someone in the eye and they tell you something that just happened, that is more true to you than a statistical table with charts,
right?
Bar charts,
than a pie graph.
Than a pie graph that says the same fucking thing. So that, and advertisers know that. They hijack this. Okay?
Testimonials.
But watch, they could just show a bar chart and say, this detergent is better than all the others, and here's the data. They could show that, but no. They show some parent and a kid, and they put it in the machine, they pull it out, and look how clean. And the eyewitness testimony has huge value to our emotions because another human being is communicating it.
Right.
And so I'll give you another example. You could be, it's a little more obscure, but you read in like Consumer Reports or whatever that this one car is like
a vacuum.
A vacuum, sure. Yeah. It's the best one and it's working every time. You walk into the vacuum store, you saw the data, and someone's walking out saying, I will never buy one of these again. It's stuck. Oh, you can't say a vacuum sucks. Sorry. Sorry. No, this vacuum was awful. Yeah. Oh, it reversed and it made my whole place. I would never do that. And you hear this? The person, you don't even know them, but they're another human, and they're speaking with emotion.
Huge effect on me.
And there's fire in their gaze. Okay, you're gonna back out and walk out of that store.
I ain't getting that.
You ain't getting that. That's not gonna
happen.
happen.
Broom. I'd rather use a fucking broom.
Okay, so I think it's natural to trust another human in that context, but that's why we have to train ourselves to trust the data. And in science, when you become a scientist, I'm taking statistics and data analysis and probability essentially every year I'm in school. It's not just one class and you move on. There are different nuances of it. There are different ways you think about it, different ways you ask questions. You know what science is? It's a professional way of querying nature so that you can not fool yourself into thinking something is true that is not, or that something is not true that is. Did I say that right? Whatever, the opposite.
You might have. I don't know. I was following it too.
No, I'll tell you that you don't want to be fooled because nature can't be. Ultimately, nature can't be fooled.
Right.
And we have biases where, so you don't want. Do whatever it takes. I'm going to give you the scientific method. Do whatever it takes, and I'm going to repeat that. Do whatever it takes to not fool yourself into thinking something is true that is not, or that something is not true that is. Does it mean getting a video of it? Does it mean getting someone else to check on you? Did you have your coffee this morning or not? Is that the measure? Were you more alert? Did you miss something?
Right.
Do whatever it takes. And when you do that, it ain't got nothing to do with the passion in their eyes.
Oh.
I'm just
okay. Now, so let's take this into something that is a realm that doesn't have as much probability. Probably.
Go for it.
So let's take it into the realm of love, right?
Love it.
Or affection, things like that. So whenever you met, are you married?
Yes, I'm married 34 years.
Oh wow!
Oh yeah!
Congratulations,
Thank you.
man!
Thank you.
Wow, that is a damn record almost.
Well,
you should win a Nobel Prize for that.
I met her in relativity class. She has a degree in mathematical physics.
Dang.
Yeah, in graduate school. So that was fun.
Yeah, relativity. That's wild. So,
all right. So you're talking about love.
Okay, love. So, do you? I mean, do you take these same concepts into like whenever you were falling in love and stuff like that, or was it more like a normal?
Okay,
thing?
so
you saw her in class.
So the answer is yes, I do.
Wow.
I don't often talk about this. You want to hear it?
Yeah, well, I'm just curious because I don't have a wife or anything yet.
Well, it's mathematical. Okay, then this could be helpful to you.
Okay.
It could be helpful.
Okay. At this point, I'll take on anything.
It's a little bit of mathematical.
Okay.
How much math have you had in school?
I took a couple of them.
You took a couple.
I took at least, yeah.
A couple of them.
I was good. I did all right.
You did all right.
Yeah.
You did all right. Okay.
And I took one of them at high altitude. I took one class out in Arizona at pretty high altitude.
You know what they say? That if you learn something under certain psychomotor conditions, that you recover it better under those same conditions.
Oh, wow.
Like if you get high and you learn something, if you get high again later, you remember that better because you match the mental states.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, I've read that. I haven't read it lately, but a few decades ago. That was
right. I think I wrote that. So, I'm glad it made its way around.
So here it is. All right, here it is. All right. You got to follow me with some math here.
Okay,
right? It's not complicated. By the way, I don't know any dumb professional comedians. You all are smart people. You're perceptive. You know what's going on. You have to know deeper what's going on to come at it from the other side and show why it's hilarious. Okay? That takes insight. You guys are the keepers of the soul of the social and cultural mores of civilization.
Yeah, I think a lot of us try to be. Jesus, I don't know what I'm doing, but I think a lot of us try to do our best.
You hold up mirrors to what we think, say, and do. And so it's a fundamental part, I think, of modern existence. Because without it, my gosh, how unpleasant the world would be.
It would be.
These perspectives. I'm not just blowing smoke. I'm just saying, and you especially have a certain authentic honesty that is palpable. And it's like whatever you say, I'm with you on. I feel you. This is what you're saying. You feel what the person. If I can't feel what you're saying, go home.
Right.
Right. What are you doing? You just type it up and text it to me. If I'm not looking you in the eyes, So okay.
Yeah. Well, it's helping me because it's like I think I have I'm not like a naysayer of science. I love I'm grateful for science because I exist, and I'm grateful that the world exists, and that we're able to have all types of different experiences of like caring about each other and getting to travel and see different things, and that my eyes work. Like, I'm super grateful for science. I think sometimes I get I have a fear sometimes of like, if anything's out of like right here, everything else can seem a little bit questionable, So I think it's just, it's just probably
the questionable part is because you create your own worldview.
Yeah.
And everything makes sense to you in your worldview. And something's trying to poke it from the outside, you're understandably skeptical of it.
I'm probably skeptical a lot.
Or rejecting it because no, I got my thing, my situation. It works for me.
Yeah, and I like to daydream and stuff, So science, sometimes they want to really, hey, bro, we need you to pull these daydreams over here, and we got to tag them, we get the weight and the density of these daydreams so we can have them on file. So I respect it, and I'm really, really grateful that you're here. But yeah, so tell me about that when you went into love.
So here it is, and this is a little geeky.
Yeah,
it's a geeky thing. So. All right. You can have a line, and you can measure the length of the line.
Okay.
Inches, whatever. Okay. That's the only thing you can measure about it. There's no area. There's no volume. It's just a length. All right. Now I can add another line at like right angles to it, and when I do that, I can actually trace out a square.
Okay.
So now a square has more than just a length. It has area. Okay, there's area inside the square, and that area is defined by both axes. You need both to get an area. Okay, all right. Let's add a third axis.
Oh, damn.
X, Y, now Z. Now you don't have a line. You don't have a square. What do you have? You have a cube.
Now I'm on mushrooms. I think.
You have a cube that's full. Each of these
right. So now
is
you're
a dimension. Okay.
Right.
So now watch. Now I can take that to higher dimensions. But I won't. I'm going to stick to 3.
Okay.
So if you go to 4 and 5 dimensions, let's stick to 3. So now you ask yourself, what do you care about in a relationship? Okay. You want the person to look hot? Nothing wrong with that. Make a note of that. Okay. You want the person to be good in bed? Okay. That's just fine. Be honest with yourself. That's another. By the way, you can be hot and not good in bed.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, or vice versa. Okay.
Yeah.
So these are separate coordinates.
Okay.
Okay. So all right. Now what? Let's get a third one. You want the person to be kind. Let's say kind. You don't want an evil person.
No.
Okay. No. So each of these is completely separate from the other. You can be beautiful and evil. You can be ugly and kind. You can be, but you care about those 3.
Right.
So now rate this person from 0 to 10 in those 3 categories. Just go ahead and do that. So you say, the person's really kind and they're great in bed. I'll only give them a 5. Okay, in looks. They're great in bed and they're kind. All right. Here's what you do. You know how you get the volume of a cube? You multiply X by Y by Z. Okay. The area of a square is X times Y. The area of the volume of a cube is you multiply all 3. I'm telling you to take those 3 numbers, multiply them together. You will get the volume of your love. The volume of what you care about. Okay?
Dang,
so now watch. Now here's my point. What you need to do is, because presumably if you're in the field, there are different people out there. Get each person's volume and go after the person that has the largest volume. Because they might be higher in one than the other, but if you really care about them, it's the totality of that package that matters. Especially in a relationship, those features don't always stay the same. They could vary.
Yeah.
Sometimes they grow,
get better looking as they get older, or you might get more attracted to them, or less attracted.
Or less attracted. So there's various.
They might learn different skills,
but
outdoor
often
skills.
some of them get less.
Yeah, it's a mix.
It's a mix. So let's say they get a little less attractive, but the other bits were strong. So you have a volume, a strength of a larger volume to work against.
Okay.
If things start shifting.
Okay.
In this. Okay. I'm telling you, you can take that to higher dimensions. So, if when in bed, what are they hot? Are they have maybe a good sense of humor? Something you might tell.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay. Are they curious? Do they want to keep learning? Okay.
That's important.
Do you have? Of course. Why wouldn't it be? All right.
Because I want them to keep learning about me because.
Or no, that's just no. That's selfish.
Interested.
Just, if they're curious. You're part of what they want to keep.
Okay, that's fair.
Don't focus on no, dude.
No, you're right.
Okay, so I went around with a 5-dimensional. So in math we call it 5-dimensional vector space.
Is this what you took in your love life?
Yeah, so that's what I did.
Damn,
okay. So what I'm saying is there could be someone who's the hottest person you've ever seen. And you could be distracted by that. That's how I'm marrying that person. And then they're not so hot 10 years from now, or they get a little chubby, whatever you're valuing or not valuing. And then all of a sudden, everything you married the person for isn't there anymore. And then you divorce 7 years later.
So you got to look at that volume.
Got to look at the volume. And by the way, be crass if you want to be crass. Do you want to marry someone who's wealthy? Put that in there too.
Put it in there.
Okay? Don't be ashamed of that.
Right.
Because any one of these can change. People say, oh, I want just, that's shallow. You need a personality. People's personalities can change.
Why are we sometimes ashamed to look at the criteria we honestly want to look at?
I got through that. I matured out of that. Because society wants you to not want that. And if someone is honest, I like your wealth. I enjoy it. And by the way, wealth can go away too.
Yeah,
the same way your
looks.
looks. All the things can. But if it matters too, then it's one of the coordinates in this volume. By the way, if any of those go to zero, because the volume is a product, you're multiplying these numbers. Right. If any of them goes to zero, the volume goes to zero.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, because you're
not adding them, you're multiplying them.
Wow.
So try to make sure that the likelihood of going to zero is, or if it does go to zero, if you don't matter, then it shouldn't have been in the.
Right. It has to be things that nothing could go to zero. So then, and if you do that, then you're probably going to be picking things that have some real value to you.
Correct.
Or overall value.
Correct.
Objective.
Or just be honest. I just want money. And if you run out of money, I'll divorce you.
Right.
But the person could be fun and happy the whole other time.
Oh yeah, they're buying sandwiches for everybody, all having a good time or whatever.
That's people are their own individuals.
So what happened, Neil? What happened when you got the lady? You invite her out. Where do you take her? Where do you?
Oh well, we were graduate students at the time. Very poor. So a big meal is like a $12 dish, and so. I have to say this if I'm airing all the thing. So I took her for granted initially.
Oh.
And we broke up initially. And then like 6 months later I said, what the hell did I just do? Oh my gosh. I went back to that volume and I said, all these other people are not filling that volume the way she did. And I was really sad.
Did you go back to her and tell her?
I could because I broke up. I can't, you can't do that. She knocked on my door. She came back to me.
And what'd she say?
And I don't remember because I was distracted by the fact that, oh my gosh, I have a second chance here.
Wow.
And so on that second chance, that's when we moved in together and got married 3 years later.
And you didn't mess it up the second time?
No. And the strength of a marriage is how big is that volume? Because yes, they will vary and people will get crabby and people, there are things that will test it, of course.
What's something that you and your wife like to do together? Is there anything like that you feel like helps keep a marriage together over time? Is there any?
You do things together.
Yeah.
You just do new things together so that you have a new memory to add to the portfolio. If you always do the same old things, it can get, you see the person every day of your life, right? And so just make sure it grows.
Do you guys take like classes or is there stuff like, do you just take walks? Like, what are some fun stuff?
Yeah, we do take walks. In fact,
I used to take walks with my ex-girlfriend. I liked it.
Yeah, walks are simple. They're low budget.
Oh yeah, I'm about to take you on this walk. Every step sounds like I'm saving money. Every single step. Let's go another block. Sure.
It's an incidental fact about it, not the instrumental fact. Okay. Hey baby, I love you because every step is cheap. No, that's not going to fly. Is that why you're not married yet?
Yeah, it could be probably. I got to start investing more.
Here's the thing: all our fairy tales, you see the courtship, which is so romantic and beautiful, and how do those fairy tales end? What's the final word? The final phrase.
The end.
No, before that.
Oh, happily ever after.
They live happily ever after. Wait a minute. Why don't you show me some of that?
True.
Give me some hints. How do you pull that one off?
Yeah, like Rapunzel, they don't show you that she's selling her hair in China. You know what I'm saying? They don't show you they'll show you the odds and ends of it.
Leave that one out. So we're trained in the courtship. And
they don't show you that Snow White has an opioid addiction. They don't show you some of the truth behind this stuff, man.
Dealing with actual life problems and challenges.
Yeah,
So-
or that Goldilocks is in a bestiality. They don't show you some of the truths out there, Neil. Damn, you're right, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
They just gave us
Yeah, Goldilocks is sleeping with the bears. You know, it's whatever.
I know. They don't tell you that she has a crush on Gail Sayers. You know, they don't tell you she's out there been running around with Jen McMahon. They don't tell you all of that.
Right. So we have no literary life experience even thinking about what happens beyond they live happily ever after. So you have to sort of discover that on your own.
Do you feel like, is it hard for you to was it just the brain you were given that made you more scientific? Or was it like, do you feel like it was a nature or nurture, like that you developed that as because it was a skill that you needed to help process your own like life and childhood?
That's an important and perceptive question, and then I have to unpack that because you put a lot in that one
We
question.
talk about that kind of stuff a lot on this show.
Excellent. I'll go there. Let me go there right now.
Cool.
So, everyone wants the secret to things. What's the secret to intelligence? The secret to this. That implies it's only one thing and not something more complex. And so I remember when I was a kid, this is a slight off-ramp, but I hope it's worth it. When I was a kid, so it was in 7th grade, I did a book report on Ponce de Leon. And he's the guy, the Spanish explorer, who went into South America searching for the fountain of youth. Okay? You drink from it and you have eternal life. And I remember reading that and I say, that idiot, why would he even think that exists? He's going to commit an entire voyage to believe that there's just some elixir coming out of the ground and he lives forever? Really? A full-grown human being believe this? I was thinking to myself, I was a geeky kid, okay?
Yeah.
I'm 12, I think, at this point. But I did the book report on him, and then I noticed as I got older, this is something deep within us. Nobody actually wants to do the hard work to improve their health, to live longer, healthier lives. They want the instant fix.
Yeah.
And realizing that Ponce de Leon was looking for the fountain of youth allowed me to see what people were doing. I'm old enough to remember yogurt, eat yogurt, that you live forever. Dad had a commercial with centenarians eating yogurt.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
I remember Mom would eat the yogurt. I'd be like, damn, Mom's going to be around.
But that's what I'm saying. So we want there to be quick fixes for things, and quick answers, and quick solutions. What's the latest? Kale. Did you eat your kale today?
No.
If not, you would die. You would die a miserable death. Okay.
You'll be dead by noon. Yeah. There's definitely, and kale is trash. Kale is so hard to eat. Kale feels like it does not want you eating it.
I like kale if you had bacon too.
Yeah. Hello. I ain't saying nothing, but it is what it is, baby.
They knew that with collard greens. To put in the ham hock. You want to eat leaves? Put some dead animal in that stuff.
Dude, you could put bacon under a damn corpse and I'll fucking have a little.
Actually, you know what cannibals called humans? Long pig.
Really?
Yeah. Because of all the animals that you would eat, humans and pigs come closest.
Man, I can see it.
But to taste like bacon, you have to cure it and do the things. Whatever. Yeah. But anyhow.
I have some cured human a little.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Would you have any?
If I were starving, I mean, I have.
I see you, dog.
No. Like starving.
Hey, bro.
No, wait. If I'm in a mountain and help is not coming and people died in the plane wreck, and otherwise we will starve to death, I'm eating me some dead humans. I'm not thinking. Oh,
what are you eating first? What part do you think?
Muscle tissue. I would say, the bicep maybe, or I would take my cue from just what you get in the store. Yeah. Ribs are some good eating.
I love ribs. Yeah.
Yeah. So no, I wouldn't hesitate. So it's not about morals; it's about survival.
Yeah.
But by the way, if there's a pig over there, I'm eating the pig. I'm not eating the dead human.
Yeah, that'd be weird if you're like, I'm gonna have Randy
instead of Pumbaa. I'm eating Pumbaa. Okay, Pumbaa ain't surviving the day. Okay. So
that'd be crazy. There's one dude at the plane crash, and he just wants to keep eating the people. Like, what do we have?
And pigs and cows and turkeys and chickens. What are you doing?
might be weird.
It crashes
bro.
on a farm, right?
Yeah. It crashes in a 7-Eleven, and he's still over there cutting up an old lady. I got some creeps out there, man.
So and now I'm completely distracted. What the hell was I talking
What were we
about?
talking about, Zach?
I don't. We kind of want to. You were talking about, I don't know. You started about bacon. It's been a long road.
No, it has just.
No, we
it
were
was
talking about love.
Love. No, we got off.
Okay.
We evolved.
Evolved.
Off of
Okay.
love. I remember. How did I become me?
Okay.
Okay.
Oh yeah. So did you think you developed a sense for science out of nature or nurture?
So watch. So I'm walking through life, watching people want to believe that simple things will fix everything. Those are the YouTube ads that get your attention. You've been doing too many sit-ups. Just do this and you'll have ripped abs. Just eat this, drink this, and and you don't have to do any of that work. And I thought to myself, there must be something deep within us that just wants to be lazy about what our accomplishments. Okay.
Yeah.
But that's a kind of an off ramp just to say, I don't care about nature or nurture. What I care about is that whatever you are, you can improve it. You know this. In practically everything we do, you get better at it from trying, from practicing. In practically everything we do.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to say nature and nurture. People say, oh, well, Michael Phelps, he's got really flexible, big feet that flap for swimming, and he can flap. He's got webbed fingers. I don't know.
He's a long pig.
Okay.
He's a long pig.
I don't know, but they'll say whatever they will about his body, but wait a minute. He's in the water 30 hours a week.
Yeah.
Did you factor that in? Where's that in your equation for him succeeding? How about that? Okay, so generally, if you part the curtains, someone is working really hard at what might look easy to them that they have accomplished.
Right. So I don't think that about you. I feel like you've obviously put in the the hours that it takes to have your credibility.
So let me get back to your point.
But
so
when you were a kid,
here
I'm
it is.
wondering.
It's very simple. It's very simple. All kids are curious about everything. They overturn rocks and, poke things and generally create chaos at home. And most of what parents do is they spend the first years of the kid's life teaching them to walk and talk. Then the rest of their life telling them to shut up and sit. Because they wherever they go, they make a mess. But that mess, the parents think they're making a mess. But no, they're not. These are the results of experiments they've been doing.
Yeah.
To discover the operations of nature. If you happen to leave an egg up on the counter and a little toddler, and because you're making breakfast, and the toddler's reaching up and say, no, don't touch that. And I'm saying, no, let him grab it. Let him. What did the egg cost you? Last I checked, 40 cents at most. Watch. You know the egg is going to end up breaking. But so what? Once the kid starts playing with the egg, and then they do something with it, and then it breaks. That's interesting. Something can be hard, yet fragile. How many things in life are that?
Most of life.
Eggs are hard. No, most things are solid. This is hard and not fragile.
But a lot of experiences in the world and stuff, I mean.
Well, no, that's you're thinking emotional. I'm talking about physical objects now at this point. The egg is hard, but fragile. Okay? And so that's the word about that.
Pretty fascinating.
And it's brittle. It doesn't bend. It breaks.
Yeah.
Okay? So these are structural properties of organic substances, all right? And then what's inside? There's this transparent, goopy stuff, and there's a yellow thing. What is that? And then you tell them, that might have been a chicken. Oh my gosh!
Blow their mind.
Blow their minds. And by the way, you see that colorless stuff? If I heat it, it turns white. You can watch it change color in front of your eyes. There's 7 science experiments to do with the kid reaching for the egg that you didn't want them to touch, and you just squashed that because you don't want to use the 40 cents.
Yeah, you want to have a damn quiche for yourself.
Okay, the president of Harvard once said, when people complain, why are you charging so much for education? He said, if you think the cost of education is high, you should try the cost of ignorance. That's even higher.
Yeah.
Okay, so all I'm saying is, That curiosity is beaten out of us by the time we're in middle school. If you retain that curiosity, that rampant curiosity, you're a scientist. A scientist is a kid who grew up physically, but not emotionally, not mentally. If I see something, hey, what is that? Let me poke that. Let me see what's behind it. And it doesn't have to be a physical object. It could be like fictional objects. I watched the Thor movie, and I'm saying, gee, I want to know, how much does that hammer weigh? I'm still curious.
Oh,
okay, what does that hammer weigh? And I heard a sentence in the movie that enabled me to calculate how much his hammer weighed.
Wow.
They say, hammer forged in the heart of a dying star? Oh my gosh, I'm an astrophysicist. We deal with dying stars. I got this. Hide some dense stuff going on in a dying star. I filled out the density, and I tweeted it, and I said, if Thor's hammer is made in the way the movie says, it has the weight of a herd of 300 million elephants.
Oh.
That's why nobody could pick it up. The Hulk couldn't pick it up. You need the magical powers of Thor to do it. So now
I saw Lou Ferrigno at the post office one time.
Lou Ferrigno, the original TV Hulk.
Yeah, the original. Yeah. And his wife was making him move boxes around. He was all pissed, and I'm like, "You're the freaking Hulk, man. Move a couple of boxes."
That's only he's got to be green to do that.
Yeah,
no,
that's true.
Get with the program.
He was without his paint.
But watch what happened. Okay, because I'm in the Geekiverse.
I'm thinking, yeah.
I'm card carrying.
That, I'm like, nerd alert.
I tweeted that out. That was like total nerd alert. And then I got out nerded.
No.
Oh, somebody said, Dr. Tyson is wrong about this calculation. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I got totally smoked on this one. So what happened was, in 1991, Marvel issued a Thor's Hammer trading card, where they said Thor's hammer is made of a fictional material, Uru, and it weighs precisely 42.3 pounds.
Oh. So they kind of cheated.
They
cheated
calculated. Yeah. But I'm getting to your earlier point. I wanted my answer to be true.
Right.
I think it's a way better answer than 42.3 pounds, but it's wrong. It's in the canon, in the Marvel canon, it's just simply wrong. You got to know when to hold them, when to fold them, and when to, what's the third one? And when to walk.
When to walk away. When to run, I think.
Oh, run!
Yeah. And that's, I think, usually around alimony or something.
Yeah, hold them, fold them, run. So that's an example of still being curious into adulthood. And all scientists are like that. So no, it's not nurture nature. It's, did you protect your curiosity in childhood? If not, you'll ossify. I love that word. You'll harden in your own beliefs. You won't even seek out things that might conflict with what you think is true. And because you're comfortable where you are.
Right.
You know what it is?
We want to be where we are.
We want to be. It's not here.
Well, yeah, you get it from a place of like, I'm right. And it's funny because I don't really like being in that place. Even there's part of me that does like it because it feels like I'm winning. But there's another part of me that knows it's not helpful to me as a evolving human.
Which wins? Sometimes one wins, sometimes the other.
I think sometimes one wins, some of the other. But I'm grateful that I have awareness of both, and I do find my awareness.
That's half the effort, by the way. If you know that this is going on, you're there.
And I'm grateful that the one does battle a lot of times and say, I know you want to sit right here with this, but it's only fair if you look at more to the story.
I think
it's only fair to myself too.
There's a guy named Walter Bagehot, I think is his name. I quote him in the book. I think this is the right quote, where he said, "There's no greater pain of the human existence than the prospect of having a new idea," because it would just conflict with who you are and how you've defined yourself.
Yeah.
So,
man, why do we want to be? Why do we want to stay? Why do we want to have that definition?
I think I know why.
It's comfortable.
Here it is, right?
You must have been the worst person in class. You must have been like,
no.
Every time the teacher's like, "Does anybody have an idea?" You're like, you must have brought a fake hand and just put it on your desk, just straight up.
Every time. So here's what I think is going on. Mm-hmm. You know the Alice Cooper song? I don't know the title of it, but I know the lyric. School's out for summer. Yeah. School's out forever. Okay. This is a celebration of not learning.
Ah.
And we know people, if not ourselves, at the end of the school day where you can't wait for the alarm to go off at the end of the day, or the Friday comes, or more likely the last day of school in the summer, say school's out, and you toss your books in the air and you run down the steps. And I'm thinking to myself, your only job was to learn about this beautiful world, about this majestic universe, and you're celebrating not learning. And so I'm not going to blame the people. I'm going to blame the school. Because if I have you for 6 hours a day and you come out and you'd rather not be there, I have failed. Not in a little grade sense. As a teacher, I have failed the system. You know what should be happening in school? I shouldn't be loading you with textbooks with bold-faced vocabulary words that you memorize once for the exam before you move on. No. I should figure out a way to make you excited about everything you learn.
Yeah.
So that at the end of the school day, you're sad to walk out of school.
Damn.
Oh, imagine the world that would be. And you know what schools should do? It's not let me load you with knowledge. It's let me prepare you to be a lifelong learner. So that this curiosity that we have infused in you in kindergarten through 12 or kindergarten through 16, if you're in college, whatever, when you come out, that is just the beginning of the flame that will course within you for the rest of your life. Because you will spend much more time not in school than you ever did in school. And once again, I'll use the word again. If you ossify in your knowledge by getting out of college, getting out of high school, if that's where you are, you will never grow. The world will leave you behind, and you'll just be the grumpiest person on the porch saying, "Get off my lawn! What do these young'uns know?" I know, because you are comfortable in your ignorance, and you don't even know your ignorance because you came to it from having learned, but only up to a point. And without the curiosity, you don't keep learning. It's all about the curiosity and the ambition you have attached to it. It's don't tell me about nature, nurture. I'm not even thinking that way.
Yeah, I think. Well, I grew up in a place. In Louisiana. We had, I've talked about this before, like the primate testing facility where they created the polio vaccine was in our town. So Tulane University
didn't know that.
Had their primate testing facility in St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana. And I remember one time a bunch of the monkeys had gotten out, right? And they came and got us out of YMCA summer camp. The police did, the tallest kids, to help them. And so we're out there by
the monkeys are on the trees, and you got to reach for them, or how are you going to get them?
The monkeys are just out.
Yeah.
And they wanted like a chain of people, I guess.
Oh, okay.
And so,
by the way, when the monkeys get out, there's no. That's a scary fact, right?
Oh, in hindsight, knowing now what I know about monkeys and chimpanzees, I think it was a bad idea.
Oh, okay.
But at the time, we didn't know. So, it was a smaller town then. And so we're out there just wrangling chimps out by this Kenny Rogers Roasters. He used to have Kenny Rogers had a chicken establishment for a while. And they had like kind of rotisserie chicken. It was pretty good. They had like this cornbread thing that was pretty good. But anyway, and also in our area, they had a thing called LIGO, L-I-G-O. It was
it's still there.
It's you know what I'm talking about?
Laser Interferometer Gravitational Observatory.
Yeah. There's only two of them in the
United States, in Louisiana, and I visited them. Louisiana and up in Oregon, or Washington
yeah,
State.
So that was another thing in our area. So there was.
By the way, just to be clear, that is discovering colliding black holes in other galaxies across the universe.
Damn.
It's a new kind of telescope, and you got it there in your home state.
I knew they were up to something.
No, yeah. And by the way, the monkeys are running. The escape monkeys achieved consciousness and intelligence.
I wouldn't be shocked.
That's some Planet of the Apes shit going on.
I would not be shocked, dude. I've seen some people there that work at some of the gas stations. And they have a banana for lunch. I'll say that, dude. There's some interesting folks there.
Chimpanzees peel the banana from the bottom. Did you know that?
Really?
Yeah.
You know what my friend does? He breaks the banana in half.
If it's unripe, yeah, that'll work.
Yes, that's true.
Otherwise, you got some mashed banana right there.
But we used to hear about because they were over there hunting. So all we heard was that they had gravity hunters out there.
That's a good way. That's a poetic way to put it.
So that's what we heard. And so there would be people like, if you saw somebody that could dance real good, you'd say they were like one of those gravity babies or whatever. Or sometimes people would have parties and people would say, oh, you know, we're going to get so, and they would live near there in Livingston Parish, Louisiana, where that LIGO Center is. And they'd say, we're going to get so fucked up we can't even feel the gravity.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Wow, zoom in on that. That's crazy.
Yeah. So what's going on there, if your listeners have access to this, the viewers. So those are two long tubes, and they send a beam of light from that central building simultaneously the full length of both tubes. And then there are mirrors at the end of those both tubes, and it reflects back, and they recombine the light. And if the light recombines perfectly, then nothing happened between those two reflections. But if a gravitational wave washes over Earth and goes through this facility, one of those beams will be slightly delayed compared to the other.
They're doing that out there?
And they can measure it.
I have people that can't read out there.
Oh, and they delay. And so they're looking for a variation in a fraction of the diameter of a proton. And then it's a completely evacuated tube that goes up and back.
So tell me this. So say they find say there's some variation. What does that tell them? That there's some pull on the Earth?
First, it tells you that the thing actually happened. Einstein predicted the existence of gravitational waves. This discovered them 60, 70 years later.
Wow.
Okay? No, more than that. This was 2000. When was that? This century. Einstein made a prediction in 1916. So you're talking basically 100 years.
Wow.
A century, there's a prediction and then a discovery. And this is ground truth that our ideas actually match objective reality.
Okay.
And you want to say, well, how does that put food on your plate? It doesn't, but it advanced technology in a way that will surely have applications later on. Einstein wrote down the first equation in a paper called On the Stimulated Emission of Radiation, obscure quantum physics paper in the 1920s.
Okay.
Late teens. And why are you doing that? You're a smart guy. Why don't you help put food on people's plates? Do you know what that's the foundation of? The laser, which would not be built until the 1950s. And lasers back then were cost tens of thousands of dollars and they're room size. Now they're impulse items at Walmart for laser pointers, right?
Oh, yeah.
But lasers are now, barcode, now photos can do it, but in their day, barcode reading, laser surgery, LASIK surgery for your eyes, laser cosmetics removal. So
lasers. You put a laser on anything.
On anything. And do you think Einstein said, yes, we're going to have LASIK surgery with this equation that I wrote? No, nobody's thinking that. So the people say, why are we doing this with smart people when the smart people could be solving the homeless problem?
Because we don't know what the future is going to be.
You don't know what the future is.
Somebody might invent a laser that makes homeless people happy.
Okay. So you don't know.
What about this, though? So say that thing picks up some sort of gravitational wave. What does it mean? It means that there's a black hole that's kind of sucking on Earth a little?
No, it meant two black holes collided, and the collision is quite catastrophic, and it sends a ripple. It's like tossing a pebble in a pond.
Okay.
And you see the ripple go out in all directions. Because the pond surface is flat. In space, this is a ripple that goes through full 3 dimensions of space. And it's moving at the speed of light, and it washes over Earth at the speed of light. And by the way, remember I said, make sure you don't think something is true that's not, or isn't true that is. Okay? So, suppose you're just a mischievous graduate student, and you're in that facility. Say, I'm gonna tweak this, and everyone else is gonna think they actually discovered something. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Suppose you did. Suppose you're diabolical. Well, you're just a prankster.
Oh, I would do that either.
You're just a prankster. All right. We have built-in protections against that.
Oh, damn.
We have another one.
They got a Ring camera or whatever?
We have an entire other LIGO in Washington.
Oh, making sure.
Yes. Okay. So you would have to coordinate with another prankster to do it at the exact moment. Okay. Whatever. Now. Okay. They both made the measurement, but separated by a fraction of a second. Just what you'd expect. If the wave came from one direction, continues to wash over Earth, and goes across and comes out Seattle on the other side of the Earth. Okay? That 1,500 miles, whatever that distance is, it takes light time to do that. They were able to measure that precisely. It was good.
So tell me about this. So let's talk about outer space for a second.
Yeah.
So
I'm your guy.
Yeah. No, I'm glad.
I don't know how many who's been in the seat, but there aren't that many astrophysicists out there. So.
We have, we did have a guy who was a science man recently, and he was in charge of the cryonic freezing. There's a cryonics institute where they freeze people.
On the possibility that they bring them back to life.
On the possibility that one day they'll be able to bring them back to life. Do you think that that's possible or no?
I'm not. So I think what will happen is we'll figure out what ages us, and we'll nip tuck fix that, and then who cares about the frozen people at that point? We can all just keep living. Oh, I mean, I don't.
Right. Are we going to need them?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. People that want to live forever in the life and death chapter here, I comment on that.
Mm.
You really want to live forever? Yeah. It's a whole thing. Because if you live forever, what motivation do you have to do anything today? Nothing.
But that's what I kind of like about reincarnation. It's like when people are doing reincarnation, they're like, I'll get to it. When you believe in reincarnation.
Yeah, but you don't know what you'll be reincarnated as. And so you could be reincarnated as a roach or an ant or something.
Yeah. It's hard to fix a shelf as an ant.
So that's a risky business there. But let me lay a little bit of mathematical thinking on you.
Okay.
For me, there's nothing more motivating than the knowledge I'm going to die. Think of the prisoner in the cell, and they're putting an X through every one, because every X is one day closer to getting out. Well, let's do that for your life. Every X you spend doing nothing, that's a day you could have done something, and you're going to die one day.
Yeah.
And it's there on the calendar, okay? This would so motivate me, as it does, to be as productive as I can, as helpful as I can. Try to make a better world for your privilege of having lived in it. So if knowing you're going to die brings meaning to your life, then living forever is a life of no meaning at all.
Damn.
That's how I think about it. So no, I don't want to live forever.
Yeah, I think if I could live forever, I'd probably go swim more, honestly, or do something like, that I don't really love doing, but I kind of wish I did more.
That's a weird wish. If I live forever, I would swim more, even though I don't like it. I'll give you another chance. Answer that again. That was the lamest. No. If I could live forever, I would do stuff I didn't really feel like doing.
Well, yeah, it would be like, you have so much time, I don't know. If I could live forever, I don't know what I would do. That's a great question. What would you do if you could live forever?
No, I would
say that is the sentence. You have to do it.
I don't know. I don't know, because so much of how I organize my life is knowing I'm going to die.
Right.
And I have to think about it and get back to you on that.
Okay, I'll get back to you on it too then. Fair?
And I hope it's not I'll swim even though I don't like it. No. That's the lamest. No.
Okay, I'll try to do better, but that's what I think I would do.
I know you are cleverer than that. You're going to give me an answer that's better.
Okay. What culture or ethnicity on Earth, say aliens show up, right? Is there a society or culture or ethnicity that's best evolved, you think, to handle it?
Scientists.
Really?
Scientists. If an alien came here, go ahead, Theo. If an alien landed right in front of us and said to you, Theo, take me to your leader, are you going to take him to the White House?
No.
No, of course not. Are you taking him to Congress? No.
That's a great question.
That's my point. You would take him to. Well, I'm not going to speak for you, but I happen to be a scientist. But if I were not a scientist, I would take him to a scientist.
You would?
Yes, a biologist or a physicist, somebody who's. By the way,
say science is closed that day.
Come back out to lunch. Come back tomorrow. Open at 9 a.m. So
even science has a sandwich, bro. Where would you take him?
You speak of science like it's the one dude behind the counter, behind the lunch counter.
Hey, I'm just saying.
No,
where would you take him then?
No, wait. Let me finish what happens if you're trying to talk to him.
Okay.
My point is, Mathematics.
I give them a treat first. I think you'd have to.
A
right?
treat. They're not a pet. They just flew here in a ship way more advanced than anything we've ever conceived. You're going, here's a chew toy. That's just not gonna do.
I'm just saying, you gotta give them a little.
You'll be the first human zapped by an alien laser.
Oh,
At that point,
you hit him with that Snicker. No, you good.
They're your friend forever.
You good forever, bro. He'd be pulling on your
This is like E.T. Steven Spielberg, where they're eating. What do they eat? The Reese's Pieces? No.
Oh yeah, dude, Reese's. No, he bring his friends next week.
Now you give a Reese's to an alien, it's going to get diabetes. How do you know it can handle it? This is some pretty.
That's a good point, bro. Now he's stuck. What if he becomes all lazy and stuff and he starts getting him acclimated?
He gets fat and lazy on Earth.
That has to be a movie, right? Like a movie like that?
I don't know. But
okay, so he's here. What do you do?
What I'm saying is that I have a periodic table of elements that are elements across the universe. I know mathematics and laws of physics that apply across the universe. They got here from across the universe.
So those laws would be totally the same on their planet.
Totally the same. So if you're going to start with a language, like, oh, this is a cup and this is a fork and this is it. It's like, this is our elements and this is, we call this aluminum, we call this, and they will know, and they start to develop a common vocabulary so that you can communicate with them. Because they're not going to speak English, nor French, nor Mandarin, none of the above. That being said, if they send radio signals here, the largest radio telescope is going to pick it up first. You know where that is?
Hold on, let me think. Arizona.
It was once on American soil in Puerto Rico, the Arecibo telescope, but that collapsed out of disuse. And the largest radio telescope in the world is in China.
Wow.
So the first humans that will hear the signal sent by aliens will be Chinese astrophysicists. But we're talking about if they visit. So if they visit, I'm saying bring them to a scientist. The scientist will know how to think about and pose questions to them for this reason. And I got a little dust up when I saw the movie Arrival, and aliens visit and they park these pods floating over there. And so the government gets two people. They get a linguist and a physicist to decode their, and I'm thinking, no. You get a cryptographer and an astrobiologist. That's what you want to do. I don't know if you saw the movie. The alien is like a septipod. It's like an octopus, but it's only 7 things. And it's squid inking messages on a glass. It's underwater or whatever medium it's in. And so, there it goes. Okay? Your boy brought it up on the screen.
You got it right here.
Okay?
Arrival, yeah.
Yeah, it's Arrival.
Sabotage diplomacy scene.
Yeah, so we're trying to find out what are they trying to say to us and why. And so I would have brought a cryptographer and an astrobiologist, but they brought a linguist, a cultural linguist, and not a linguist. Could you look that up real quick? The profession of the woman.
Was she hot too?
I don't remember.
Because you got to bring a hottie out if an alien shows up. I think you got to show up with some real dimes.
She was a what?
Yeah, she was a linguist.
Linguist, yeah, okay. So they have a linguist and a physicist. Physicists are good, but not as good as a cryptographer who's trying to figure out what the hell they're saying. So I posted that, and I shouldn't have. That should have been my forbidden Twitter file. Because my people are in movies all the time.
Right.
We have astrophysicists. How often is a linguist in a movie?
Yeah.
All right.
And I was
there one chance, and I felt bad. I burned them. I threw some shade on their.
But now, what about this? So tell me this: if the Chinese would be the first people to know that, right?
No, to hear a signal.
Okay.
That comes over.
Do you think that they would tell the rest of us or not?
Probably not initially, but eventually. No. The thing is, why should they? They built their own damn telescope. The telescope is a mile in circumference, by the way. I want to get a sense of how big it is. It's called the FAST telescope, 500-meter aperture spherical telescope. That's the acronym, FAST.
But if they know and they don't tell us, man,
then they can have a whole pact. They say we are the chosen ones, and everyone else on Earth isn't. Send your ray beams to I don't know what they're going to do. But no, there it is. We have another image.
Oh, we're fucked. Oh, we are.
We're looking at the image on the screen. I was there visiting that. We filmed there for Cosmos.
What?
Oh my gosh.
Well, you gotta hold on to that footage.
Oh
because
my gosh.
We gotta make this. Why don't we have anything like this?
Because we are not. We like to think of ourselves that we're Americans and we over history we've been reactive to challenges from other countries, not proactive.
And what are we now as far as when it comes to challenges from outer space?
We have nothing that rivals that.
Wow.
At all.
So when it comes to space, we're not really the number
one.
one.
No. In space, in access to space. Plus, you have the billionaires boys race that's up there. You know.
Yeah.
And by the way, there's a whole chapter in here called Earth and Moon, where I just talk about the relationship between Earth and the Moon and going to the Moon. How we went to the Moon to explore the Moon, and we looked over our shoulder, and we discovered Earth for the first time. And it changed us. Between 1968 and 1972, you know what happened? When we saw the picture of Earthrise over the Moon, and I claimed that there was a firmware upgrade to our awareness in this universe. Because what happened immediately? By 1970, we founded the Environmental Protection Agency, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration that monitors climate and weather. We had the Comprehensive Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act. We banned leaded gas. We banned DDT. The first Earth Day was 1970.
Earth Day was pretty chill.
Okay, it's chill.
Yeah.
But if you ask any of them, well, why do you have Earth Day now? Well, because it's the right thing to do. This is the firmware upgrade. They're not thinking space.
Right.
They're just thinking, obviously, we should. No, you know what else was going on in 1970? We were war, hot war, cold war, campus unrest, civil rights movement. In 1968, 2 leaders were assassinated. 1971 was the shootings on Kent State campus. We had issues here on Earth. Don't tell me, oh, it felt like the right time to protect Earth. We have other issues. Something else was operating in your brainstem that you weren't even aware of. That's the firmware upgrade. Do you remember? You would have seen videos of it. The crying Indian.
Yeah.
Okay. People throw trash out the window, and he turns around and he tears, and he's in headdress. Of course, that dude was Italian. He was an Italian actor. Yeah, he was Italian heritage. So back then you could do that, right? You could do that back then. But my point is, when did that public service announcement come? 1970. People throwing trash out the window for decades.
So something at that point upgrade made us think we got to start looking at this place that we're on.
You know what that's called? A cosmic perspective.
Now, what about this? Do you think we are due for other firmware upgrades?
I would like to think so. A firmware upgrade where we stop killing each other.
Yeah.
You think, there's no greater argument someone gives for killing someone else than what they believe in rather than what is actually true. It's almost like the less evidence you have for something, the more you're willing to give your own life or to take someone else's life for it. And that's some weird stuff for our species, weird behavior pattern for it. Now, the world is a much safer place than ever before. Here's a number to sleep on. You ready?
Yeah, probably.
We live in a time where if a bus drives into a crowd of protesters, kills 10 people, that's world headlines for a day. It's national headlines for a week. It's local headlines for a month. Okay? Kills 10 people. Between 1939 and 1945, 1,000 humans were killed per hour of every hour between 1939 and 1945. That doesn't happen today. Yes, we have war, we have conflict, people are dying.
It's not like that.
Not like that. It is not like that. And not long before that, there was another world war. Plus a pandemic on top of it that ultimately killed more people than the world war did.
So less people are dying.
Yes. We have more people and fewer people are dying and fewer people are living in poverty than ever before. Okay? And so we have about 8 billion people in the world. We'll level off at 10 billion. There are very good reasons to think that it won't go above 10 billion. It's not going to keep growing.
Yeah, because people aren't having as many children.
They're not having as many children. We're living longer, so that mitigates that, but they're not having as many children. And the developing worlds, that used to have the most babies, the women are getting educated, and educated women have fewer
Shutting down
children.
that bag.
Shutting down.
Yeah. It's true, man. They were just running.
Is that how you say that? I didn't know that was a way to say that. That's a new way. I never thought of saying it that way.
Hey, look, man. This black old's closed.
Shutting
Man,
down the
that's all I'm
bag.
saying,
No
bro.
more kids. Well, in the day you have many,
Take that
you have
thing
many
out
kids
of
because
balance.
kids would die.
Right.
You want to run the farm or whatever you're doing.
Right.
So now they don't die. We keep them alive, and so the birth rates are dropping, even in the developing countries. And in some countries, the birth rate is below replacement level. So this all averages out. We'll settle out at about 10 billion. But what my point is, we live in sort of safer times than ever before, even if it doesn't feel that way.
Interesting.
You were talking about feeling before. Was it Gallup or one of the polling agencies? For the last 30 years, they've asked people, is your community and are you safer this year than you were last year? No, it's more dangerous.
It's fear.
For 27 out of 30 years, people have said it's more dangerous than the previous year. And in those years, the crime rate has dropped precipitously the entire time.
So they're slanging fear.
That's what sells evening news.
It really does.
Evening news. And I have an example on this. When I grew up, every night, I grew up in New York City, every night the evening news would lead off with a fire in some home.
Usually it's a space heater, those little space heaters.
No, back then people smoked in bed.
Oh,
okay,
damn,
Smoked,
boy.
and it was before.
That's crazy.
And it was before.
It's fun to do, but
smoke alarms.
Yeah.
Okay. And by the way, I got something funny for you. I'll just tell you just in a quick minute. But the point is, I was certain I would die in a fire.
Dang.
I would never live to adulthood because I saw that every single day. And so now there are fewer fires because we have smoke. There's a few, and they make big news. But the rate compared back then, New York has fewer firehouses. We've been closing firehouses.
Well,
you
boring.
just don't need them.
But it's more boring, though.
And by the way, what really saved things are smoke detectors. Because I'm old enough to remember, you might be a little too young for this, where before smoke detectors, you had to buy flame retardant things in your home. Your curtains were flame retardant. Your child had flame retardant onesies.
Yeah, really?
Okay? But if you think that through, if they're in the crib and the flame is strong enough,
it's not going to help.
To burn their onesies, you don't want the onesies to ignite. Your kid is dead.
Oh, yeah.
Long dead.
It's almost like when you get the hash brown, but it's in that little thing, you know?
Oh, yeah. I don't know if it's exactly like that, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
You're like, do I need
Where's the potato if the whole thing is brown, is hash brown? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I need this little holster for it. Like I just, you know.
Okay. So my point is, this flame, and we later learned some of them cause cancer. That's not what kept people alive. Ultimately, it was the smoke detector.
Wow.
But where was I going with that? I had some bigger point I was making.
Well, I think things like that take the fun out of everything. You know, they used to have these.
we talking about crime rates.
Oh,
So
yeah.
everyone thought the crime rate was going up. It's been going down the whole time. Your perception is not reality.
Oh yeah, and that's a lot of what this book is about.
The whole book is that.
Oh, I remember we had these underwears that had a buzzer in them, right? Because I went to bed, right? Probably late 20s. And we had these underwear when I was a child that got a buzzer right in the...
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
So the pee would
any liquid hit it, they'd go off.
And you'd wake up and you'd go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Didn't know they had that.
So, I mean, it was...
Interesting.
It helped. I mean, it was embarrassing because you had to like lie to people what the buzzer was.
Right,
you know?
right.
Like, are the cops coming? And then you'd have to run off and pee. You know? But like,
did it work?
Is something in the oven? It'd be like 4 a.m. You tell your friends like, I think something's in the oven.
Yeah, sleepovers are awkward. Right. So did it work for you?
It worked pretty good, I think. And then a pill came out, and that really.
Yeah, I think the pill was it. Yeah, I mean,
that shut me off.
Better living through chemistry. We are sacks of chemicals.
Yeah.
And the evidence of that is, you ever seen the book of medicines to treat your ailments? It's all chemicals.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, we're sacks of chemicals.
Yeah, that's what helped.
Wait, so you went to bed until your 20s?
Oh yeah.
That's late, dude.
Oh, I was late. I'm late.
You gotta set up a hose or something.
Oh, dude. My whole life I've been a late bloomer.
Wait. So in your not to get all TMI here, but when you were peeing in the bed, were you dreaming that you were peeing in a bathroom?
Sometimes I would be dreaming that I was peeing, sometimes I would even be dreaming that I was peeing in a bed. You know, it was like my brain couldn't give
Well,
me.
that's an authentic reality.
Yeah. My brain couldn't give me any more clues.
Okay.
But sometimes, yeah, I would just be deep asleep. I don't know. But I just wet the bed, man. I wet it as a child and I wet it as an adult.
Okay. You turned out okay though.
Yeah, I think I'm just a late bloomer, man. Everything has been about 10 years.
Okay, that's fine. You're okay with that.
Why does it feel? Sometimes when I look at space, right? I'm standing there, I'm looking out at space.
Oh, by the way, if you're in space and your jetpack stops working, if you pee forward, you'll move backwards.
That much propulsion will help?
Well, in space, any propulsion works because there's no friction anywhere. So if you send any liquid out forward, you could fart the other direction and you'll propel backwards.
Dang.
So don't pee and fart at the same time.
It's
You
like
lose.
a gangbang.
No, you lose your net momentum. You just stay there. So choose: are you going to fart or are you going to pee?
Okay.
And we're good.
Like,
right.
yeah, I wasted all my fuel sitting there. What if
Now that's advice I'm pretty sure you didn't think you'd be getting today.
I didn't at all.
Right.
But I'm glad to know that.
Okay.
You take a can of beans if you're headed out into the heat.
By the way, you know those swamis that they always show pictures of who are levitated with their crossed legs? So you can't do that unless he is actively expelling gas out of his butthole.
Okay.
So you'd have to like eat a lot of beans and sew up the butthole to get very high pressure.
Damn.
And then pop it open and then he can levitate.
Wow.
Yeah.
So so that's definitely advertising. They're using that. They're obviously.
Well, no, I'll say they're
smoke and
completely
mirrors.
defying known laws of physics.
So nobody can really levitate like that.
No one has ever done that in a controlled laboratory.
Okay.
So if they can do it, there's some magic that they do. And it's just not useful if I can't reproduce it in the lab under controlled conditions with cameras and everything. It's just not useful.
Yeah.
And
so magic isn't real.
No, well, you know, the Arthur C. Clarke edict, any sufficiently advanced science is indistinguishable from magic. That's a good one. Okay. So if an alien comes up and waves their hand and something happens, you'll say it's magic, but to them it's science.
It's just super science.
Correct. In fact, I didn't tell you, I don't need to brag or anything.
You do magic?
No, I did when I was a kid. Actually.
I can see that.
I did physics magic. I pulled the tablecloth out from under.
I still do that.
It's fun, yeah. And I did some card tricks.
Risky.
Yeah, and I have large hands, so I can palm a card pretty easily.
Oh, damn.
So I did that as a kid and made money at kids' birthday parties. I think I was 12 or something.
Wow.
Doing it for 6-year-olds.
What was your first job?
Oh, I was a camp counselor, and I worked whole summer, and I made $150
for YMCA.
It was a version of that. Yes, it was some other thing, but it was through a church thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I went to YMCA camp. It was fun.
Yeah. And then before that, I went to camp. I was in a YMCA camp several years in a row.
Camp was fun, huh?
Yeah, no, it's good. It was good. But let me tell you the job I hated the most. Just the whole optics of it. I get to college, and I'm on a work study program, but the work part was like whatever job you can get. That was contributed to your tuition.
Yeah, same. I had to be in the bookstore.
Well, no, that's fine if it was a bookstore, but not the job I got. Okay, I cleaned the bathrooms in the dorms of other students.
Ooh, probably just all semen in there. I mean, you know.
So I'm just saying, just the out of my cleaning bathrooms, you know. But I'm doing it for fellow students who I'm going to see in my physics class or in my art class, right? Yeah. And it was just, I did it, but I just thought they need a different way to work this out.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, but it puts you through college, and you get through college, and how's that?
You earned your stripes, man. I'll say you went through. I mean, you.
But you know what I regret? I've never had a job where I had to tolerate the behavior of someone else.
Ooh.
Like a checkout counter or a server at a restaurant or a flight attendant. I've never had to tolerate someone being a complete asshole and smile while you're doing it because corporate policy says the customer is always right. I've never had to do that.
Oh, that's everybody at a CVS now. I feel like they have to put up with everything now.
Yeah, so I try to be empathetic, even though I've never
did that. Recognize that.
Yeah. Oh my God.
That's it usually is kind of an important job to have.
Yeah.
Is outer space gay or straight?
So there's an entire chapter here called Gender and Identity. Okay. I'm just putting it out there. Okay. Gender, it's an entire chapter. What that looks like through a scientific lens. And what I would tell you is.
Oh yeah, I remember you talking about the facial structure.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things. Okay, so I'm going to give you an answer. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Is outer space gay or straight? Practically everything we see and measure in space, not only objects, but temperature, size, density, is on a spectrum. So for you to say, is the universe gay or straight? I'm going to tell you, whatever the universe is, it's on a spectrum. Okay. In fact, the very word spectrum comes from what happens when you take light and break it up into its colors. We just happen to assign names to the 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. But it's a continuum. We're just being lazy by assigning 7 colors. Our brain doesn't want to see nuance because it's easier for us to think in binary. So it's, are you with me or are you against me? Well, maybe you're somewhere in between. Are you a boy? Are you a girl? Maybe they're expressing themselves somewhere in between. And your brain has a difficult time recognizing a spectrum, and so you're requiring it be into a bin. So there you are, forcing other people to match how you see the world. And that's wrong. Let me not say it's wrong. I'm going to say the world is not going to change to fit your inability to recognize how it's actually manifesting. It's not going to do that. So
it's bi.
No, it's on a continuum.
So
whatever it is, you can say, is the universe sweet or salty? Is the universe, whatever it is, you're asking me, is it this or is it that? That's the binary brain trying to force a continuum into 2 categories.
So it's like Chex Mix.
Except with more objects, more kinds of objects than what you find in Chex. Chex Mix has like 5 things in it.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, imagine if Chex Mix had everything in a continuum.
And it kept changing.
Now look at how our brain works. We have hurricane strengths, right?
Oh, yeah.
They measure the wind speed. Do you realize it's a continuum? But we divided it into 5 categories.
Right.
But it's a continuum. Do you realize you can go from low category 3 to high category 3, and they'll just talk about Hurricane Irma is still a category 3. 1 mile an hour faster, and it's category 4. It's breaking news.
Oh yeah.
Hurricane Irma is now category 4.
Yeah.
Excuse me, it's 1 mile an hour faster than it was yesterday.
Yeah, people lied. They said the winds broke in.
Okay, so I
saw the winds making a bowl of cereal, some guy said. What?
That's funny. So my point is, even with hurricane speed strengths, we force them into categories when it's actually a continuum.
I see. So it's a continuum out there. So because it looks kind of gay, I feel like, but then sometimes it does things that seem really straight. But those are also my definitions of those.
Correct.
Things.
You're forcing the universe into your 2 categories.
Right. I think what's tough, for people just in layman's terms, is when you have a template of society over time and things start to come in and make it evolve or adjust. It's hard sometimes to get those things all the way to the grassroots level.
I would claim that the template was always people forcing a natural variation into categories. Do you know Joan of Arc? You remember she was burned at the stake.
Yeah.
Like 1400.
Was she doing witchery?
Okay, that would be one way you would burn people at the stake. But they couldn't burn her at the stake for not being religious. She was very religious. She was trying to kick the British out of France, her mother country. She led soldiers into battle.
Wow.
Do you know I don't know if it was half precisely, but a big reason why they indicted her and burned her at the stake was for cross-dressing.
Damn. And I have to look.
There's a passage in the Bible in Deuteronomy. You ready? It's if a woman donned the clothes. This is very close to precise. If the woman dons the clothes of a man, She is an abomination unto the Lord thy God.
Oh, man.
And so they said, we can get her on that. They're like looking, trying to throw a book at her, right? We got her on this. Because you can't lead soldiers into battle with a skirt riding side saddle.
Yeah.
That does not work.
No, you got to put on at least a strong hat.
So is she an early person who's just a tomboy?
Yeah.
Who's expressing herself in male, though she's biologically female.
Oh, she'd have been in a league of their own, probably.
Oh, okay. So we know, we've grown up in classes where there was the tomboy girl and the slightly effeminate boy. We, if not ourselves, this has been with us forever.
Yeah.
It's in literature and it's in the thing. And the difference between then and now is we have a raised social consciousness so that those folks on the continuum are less so the object of mockery in storytelling. They're just other characters now.
Mm.
And there's still more room to improve that. But I'm saying that you have people who are trans, people who are full up trans, or just simply wearing clothes that are not what you want them to wear based on what you think they should be.
Yeah.
Is that a free country? If this is what concerns me a bit. A lot of the resistance to this comes from the conservative side of the voting public. And they're trying to control the freedoms of people's expressing themselves. And somewhere I read that the pursuit of happiness, did we read this somewhere in the founding documents of, and if my pursuit of happiness is wearing a skirt and putting on makeup and lipstick, no matter whether or not I have a penis, you want to take that away from me? Why? In a way, that's a violation of what it means to live in a free country.
Yeah, I think people just accuse you of gaying or whatever. They accuse you of like queer.
The fact that it would be an accusation at all rather than a recognition that there are people different from you who live in this free country.
Well, look, I'll tell you this. A lot of times I've been around a lot of, sometimes there's a lot of drunk men, you know, and I don't drink. But I'll get around them sometimes and you can see they start wanting to, you know, their lips get a little wet and you see them wanting to be, you know.
Their guards are
you see the guards
are melting down. Okay.
You see the guards on lunch break. You know what I'm saying? You can just, and sometimes the guy's wife will be there. I'm like, dude, what is even going on? But you see them, the eyeballs start getting a little wandery. So I think, you know,
if we were honest with ourselves, it wouldn't even be a problem. If we were honest with it centuries ago.
Well, yeah, there's probably just old, and also some of it is template, some of it is tradition, and people want to people worry, I think, too much if you lose and I'm not saying they're correct traditions, but I think a lot of people worry if you lose tradition, then what does that mean? I think, you know, we're still evolving in a way that we want to look at existence in a larger scale and not just in the scope of our own lives.
I'm a big fan of traditions, and let's call them rituals for the moment. Okay. A Thanksgiving dinner is a ritual. The traditions and rituals in and of themselves, I greatly value them. They're some of the greatest binding forces in a culture, are traditions.
Yeah.
Okay. In Passover, the observant Jews of the world are all doing the same thing, basically at the same time relative to the sunset. Okay. And so that's a binding force. But if your tradition is not the celebration, but what you look like, what you sound like, what you say, what you think, then those are traditions trying to remove freedoms that your country might otherwise be giving you.
Yeah.
And so
where did it come from?
Traditions?
Yeah.
They kept tribes together. Oh my gosh.
Where does the other stuff come from? Where does it? But I think maybe it feels like, I'm trying to decide what that feels like to people that makes them so commonly that those are things that are hung on to, you know?
Well, it's one thing because you have your own ritual, okay? I used to always have candles for dinner, okay? I blow through yards of candles.
Oh,
okay?
I bet you did.
It's a romantic, and I'd like a bottle of wine with my wife. So for me, that was a little bit of ritual. My mother burned candles, and she was Catholic, and candles are a thing in a Catholic church.
Oh yeah,
you know,
candled up in there.
Yeah, and the candles are burning during the mass. So a little bit of candle worked into me, but I'm not.
That's nice.
I'm not forcing someone to do something with the candle.
Right.
Okay. I'm not forcing someone else to pray to the candle. I'm not trying to change the behavior of someone else. It's just something I do, and I do it. All right. It's when you cross over and require other people recognize this.
Yeah.
Or you require other people abandon it just because you don't want it. That's not a free country. That's all I'm saying. You can imagine a country where everyone is homogenized in whatever way you want. So those countries exist. I didn't think that was America.
Yeah.
I didn't say that right. I think that was America.
I think it was America.
America.
Well, it's really
Dude, I spent 6 years in Texas. I don't know how to pronounce America.
Damn.
I met my wife in Texas.
Oh, okay.
Austin, Texas.
Oh, UT Austin.
Austin.
Are you a Texas fan?
So the funny thing
Be honest.
I don't know if I ever told anybody this. So I'm a New Yorker in Texas, which was a little bit mind blowing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just the Confederate flag is everywhere, and the gun rack on the back of the pickup.
Yeah.
And it's just a really, I was almost anthropological for me to observe the Texas tribe. That's what I was thinking.
What does anthropological mean?
It means I don't know that I'll ever assimilate, but this is something interesting to observe and take notes on.
Okay, got it.
I'd be an anthropologist.
Okay, got it.
Studying the culture.
Okay.
So I did that. And were you really wearing that hat? Really? And those boots? Like, really?
Yeah. And this is a woman you're talking
about. And your belt buckle is that big? Really? And so it's all weird. But again, I'm recognizing it's another place.
Right.
I don't want to homogenize them to be New Yorkers. This is Texas.
Good point.
It's got its own history. Six Flags over Texas.
Yeah.
Okay? Texas was 6 different countries. All right? And I don't know anybody else that can say that. You know the 6 countries, right? Mexico, Spain, I think France, the Confederacy, the United States itself, and the Republic of Texas.
Oh, damn.
Or did I leave one out or count
That's
one
it.
twice? But that's where you get Six Flags, the amusement park. You didn't know this, dude? Dude, you didn't know this?
Finally, some stats I can use.
Oh my gosh!
Finally, some information I can use.
That's how you get Six Flags. That didn't come out of nowhere.
Yeah, I didn't know. I never thought
And
about
you go into the state capitol and you see the flags.
Yeah, I've actually been to state capitol.
Yeah,
I didn't know that at all.
Yeah, but so I'm there, and no. So here's what happened. When I left Texas, it was 6 years later. I get back to New York and said, you know, I want to wear some of those boots. So the next time I visited, I picked up some boots.
Yeah.
And then I kind of like that hat. Not the full up, 7-inch brim, but the smaller brim.
Yeah.
So I own 6 cowboy hats, 5 pairs of boots, and one of them is like ostrich.
That's a stretch.
Digging out the animal. I don't have the lizard or whatever the one is. The alligator. I don't have the alligator. But so.
I got some stretch at the house, dude.
I'll wear that on Fifth Avenue.
Yeah,
I'll do that.
Yeah.
And so it turns heads, but I'm comfortable in that because I felt it. It was a time delay.
Yeah.
All right. I feel it now, and now I can appreciate a Texas movie or Texas culture, Texas music, which is not. It's not country western, really. It's not Nashville, I should say.
No, it's not.
It's a lot more.
It's a lot more like red clay kind of
country.
Yeah.
And I didn't know a sad song till I heard a sad Texas song. I'm a big fan of the blues. Blues all up the coast. Mississippi on up to Chicago blues, but up the river, I guess I should say. But Texas, up some singing in the. And my dog.
Oh, there's some sadness over there.
Sadness, okay.
Parker McCollum, you got to listen to him. He's kind of a sad.
I'll pick some up. I'm a blues guy. I'll do it.
You know what? His is a little bit of blues in a way. So, I often theorize, we talk about a lot of this show, like beige, the future's all going to be beige. Like eventually everything's kind of merging.
You mean skin color?
Yeah. That eventually everything is just kind of merging. And I wonder if it'll be like that with sexuality as well, that everything will everyone be like kind of this beige, trans kind of like, gangbang, or like everybody just like, will everybody just be like a beige trans graffiti artist? That's what I feel like. I feel like we're all just kind of becoming.
I think there are enough people in the world that value individuality that we will never be so homogenized.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I think. So let's take this to a scientific limit.
Okay.
We can now control the genome.
What is it?
So I got your genes, and I can see you in the uterus, and I can nip and tuck and snip and thing, and you'll come out 6 feet tall, with this color skin, this gender, with this thing and this, that, and I can make you.
And that's not outlawed?
We don't, the ethics of this, we don't know how to do that yet, but I don't see why that wouldn't one day happen. Our ethics are not really quite keeping up with it, not from what I've read yet, but there are people thinking about it, okay? The first thing we're going to do is cure diseases, for sure, all right? Genetic.
Right, you'll go in and stop people from having different kind of Down syndrome, this
Right,
and that.
exactly.
Emphysema.
So obvious ones, and we all have to agree what to cure, because even that has ethical issues.
That's true.
For example, it was not until 1987, I report on that here in the gender and gender and identity chapter. It was not until 1987 with the American Psychiatric Association, whatever their acronym is, the American Association of Psychiatrists. It wasn't until 1987 where they removed homosexuality from the Encyclopedia of Mental Disorders.
Oh, it used to be in there?
Yes. So you ask the question, it was before 1987 or even earlier, and you had the medical capacity to, quote, fix someone whose genetic profile, if that's where it's found, it makes them gay. Would you do that? Back then, they probably would, because that's a disorder.
They thought it was a mental disorder.
And then you find out that at least 15% of the 1 out of 6 is this. At what point is it a disorder? At what point is it just a natural variation of who we are as a species?
Damn, that's crazy. So the guy who's writing the disorders obviously was a straight guy.
Perceptive, right on. And there's the guy, what's his neuroscientist? I always forget his name.
But I guess if you're super straight, say you're super straight, you wandering out of a cave or whatever, right? You're a straight guy. You see
I know that I'm straight. Can I tell you how I know I'm straight?
How?
I know I'm straight because I wrestled for 8 years. The muscle, sinewy, sweaty bodies of other men.
Yeah.
And at no time did I even have a tingle in my body. It was like, I'm going to pin your ass to the mat and get up and walk away.
Okay.
And that's what I'm doing. I was captain of my high school wrestling team. I'm just thinking my hands are all over men's bodies. If I had any urge, I would have felt it then. So
if they do 1, 2, 3, 4, you still.
The tapping out.
The longer you stay there.
The counting the thing.
But I think, yeah, if you just stay there and don't tap because it feels good, I think that's crazy, baby.
Yeah. So I'm.
But do you ever
cisgender
wonder,
heterosexual?
Do you ever wonder if you could ever book? Because some people think you could evolve into it. Like I wouldn't. Like I would wonder if one day I could be, when I'm 70 years old, be a homosexual. You know,
I don't know all the drivers and causes and what's genetic and what's cultural. I don't know. I don't even care. It's just whatever people want to be in a free country, let them be that.
Yeah.
Right. So to argue it, that's like arguing should someone wear their hair one way or the other, wear it apart. It's how you express.
But I wouldn't say I'm a straight guy.
You got your mullet and you rocking that. You've been rocking the mullet from day one. That's your thing. If you came out with an afro, you're somebody else at that point.
Yeah.
But this country allows that. I don't know if your fans would allow it, but the country would allow it. Okay.
They'd be impressed. What about this? So I think, I could see if you're a straight guy, you're writing the book right on what.
You're a straight psychiatrist.
Right.
Writing the book.
You see a guy, you're hanging out with your buddies. One of them reaches for another guy's wiener or whatever. I could see you being like, this is. But do you think he thought it was wrong, or he just thought?
Well, just as simply, I don't know that they value judge. They're just saying it's a disorder.
Right.
In need of repair.
So, but it was a disorder based on that things are just supposed to be this way.
Because they had whatever biases, they had whatever inability to embrace the spectrum of humanity presented to him.
Right. Is nature just, or does nature gay also?
Oh, okay. There are books on this. I forget, rainbows. Can we look this up real quick? Rainbows. Just look at rainbow and sex, and there's a book that will come up. Just real quick. Evolution's Rainbow. Okay. So there's a book called Evolution's Rainbow, which explores what species out there actually have full spectrum sex. Okay. Gay sex, bang sex. There's rape in some. There's dolphins. There's no other way to understand it. Okay, so there's a full range of what's out there.
I don't care if those are line caught or.
Well, so here's my point: that I don't know that we should care what the rest of the animal kingdom is doing. Do you know there's a mole rat this comes in a mole rat where one variant on it they mate for life, and the other one they're as promiscuous as all get out.
Damn.
And they're both mole rats.
I got both variants.
You got so they're both mole rats. So and then people say, oh, eagles mate forever, and they want that to be. We want to emulate that, and then you find out that bonobo chimps they're fucking all the time to resolve differences, to fight each. Just look at the video.
Yeah,
it's behind the wall. Gotta go behind the wall on the video. But bonobos are very close to us genetically. My point is, we're human. I don't care what the other animals are doing. You can find an animal that'll support or deny whatever claim you're trying to make about us. So forget it. We're our own species.
Yeah.
And
that's true.
We have the capacity to grant freedoms in some governments to support your happiness. We value that.
Yeah, that's cool because it's crazy to think that some countries don't, right?
That's why I'm glad I'm in America.
Yeah.
Me too, dude. Am I good at that, right? Am I getting like a B+?
What about this? So do you think we'll ever really be able to travel like into another galaxy, like interstellarly? Do you think
you need a wormhole? We're not doing that without a wormhole.
We don't have like diesel or whatever. We don't have anything that'll push us.
There is no rocket. No, there's a rocket that will get there eventually, like in a few million years, but you don't live that long. Yeah, we have rockets powerful enough to get you around the solar system in your lifetime. But to the nearest stars, at those speeds, it would take 50,000 years. That's why they're talking about generational ships, where you go, you have babies.
No,
they grow up, they have babies.
So people,
it's called a generational ship.
Wow.
It's a little weird because
put my ex on that bitch.
It's a little weird because we're obligating the unborn to continue a mission that you're starting that they didn't have freedom to reject. That's an ethical thing right there. I know.
Are you for it?
I'll just wait around for the wormhole.
Just say, yeah, dude. Don't cut corners. Let's sit in a boat. Okay, come on. So then we don't have anything right now that'll ever get us there. So we're almost kind of stranded here.
Stranded in the solar system, it's not so bad. A lot of good stuff going on.
No, it's cool.
Yeah.
Why is it when I look up at the sky?
By the way, just to be clear, we got to the moon, hung out on the moon, and came back in less time than it took Columbus to cross the Atlantic.
Wow.
So we're doing all right. I'm okay. We get to Mars and send people, but we can send hardware to Mars in 9 months, a little less. That's good.
The wormhole, what would it look? How big would it be? Would you be able to walk into it, or do you have to kind of step into it?
No, it's like we step across it like it's a threshold. Yeah, you've seen Marvel and Doctor Strange or Rick and Morty. These are literal. They call them portals to other dimensions, whatever. But a wormhole would just be that. You would just go through on one side, come out the other, and you would not see the fabric of the wormhole. It would just be a hole in space. And it's a hole every direction you look at. When we think of a hole in a floor, you fall through, this is a hole in full three-dimensional space.
Damn.
No matter which direction you go in, you're entering the hole. And you'll come out in another place. And in some places, if you take space-time and curve it, in one of the illustrations we have up on the wall now, it's curved. So if you were to travel that whole distance around the curve, that could take you a long time. You bend this, imagine it's a piece of paper, you bend it, cut a hole through the two edges. You didn't have to take that long route. And you bypass it and you get to the other side of the galaxy before the end of the TV commercial. And that's how the warp drive people do it.
Is that mathematically possible?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, we don't. But
you promise?
Oh, yes. On paper, we can do that. But you need some matter that's the opposite of gravity. So it's negative energy stuff.
Are we building
that? Can pry open. I'm not authorized to say if we're building.
Are you really not?
I'm just kidding.
Oh.
Plus, that's what I would say if I wasn't authorized. I'm just kidding. That's exactly what I would say. That's like asking someone if they're a spy.
Yeah.
Say, no, I'm not a spy. That's what a spy would say. There's no way out of that one.
Dang, man.
No. So
what could you take stuff with you, or would you have to not have any like carry-ons or whatever? Like, how would you?
Do you remember Terminator? When he came through time, he had to come through naked. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Because clothing couldn't go through the portal, or only living tissue could go through the portal. But here's a problem that I think they forgot. Hair is not alive.
She went through balls.
She should have gone through complete bald ass, bare ass bald. Plus, he has living tissue, but it's on top of his metallic skeleton.
Oh yeah.
So the skeleton shouldn't have made it through. He would have just been a pile of flesh.
So they
slithering along the ground. They weren't entirely consistent with their own rules.
Would you be brave enough to go if they offered it to go?
No, I'd send a gerbil through first. I'm not going through first.
Damn, bro.
People ask me, do you want to ride on Elon's rocket? I say only after he sends his mother, brings her back safely, then I'll go. Until then, I'm sitting right here.
Wow.
Yeah.
You wouldn't go, huh?
Until I know it's safe.
All right, 2 gerbils go.
Then they come back and they're not weird or anything.
One of them's doing the hamster wheel backwards.
They're doing the hamster dance, right?
Right. Smooth criminal.
On the wheel? Yeah. So, did he do that in Smooth Criminal? Maybe he might have. I think it was. Yeah, but he did a lean on it. Yeah.
What was the first concert you ever went to?
Oh, thanks for asking. I don't go to many concerts for not noble reasons. One of them is I prefer the quality of a studio album to people screaming in the background.
Oh yeah.
The occasional song is good, like Freebird live. That's the only way I'm consuming that song because it's longer than the album. It's like 3 minutes longer or something, and Leonard Skinner is jamming, and the instruments. So occasionally you get the extra stuff going on in the live, but mostly I like the acoustic quality of studio albums. So therefore, I'm not going to see you in concert. I'm going to buy your album and just listen to you at home. Yeah. Okay, that's one. 2, concerts are expensive, dude. I didn't have that money growing up.
It's expensive.
So I just didn't go. And plus, I didn't have a car because I grew up in the city. So concerts were not just, when you're in the city, it's less of a thing. Most of the people went to concerts at Madison Square Garden were out-of-towners coming in from Jersey and Long Island and things. So, but I think my very first concert was Earth, Wind & Fire.
Ooh, yeah.
I saw them in Austin, Texas. And then I saw the Commodores.
Oh, yeah.
Then my sister worked for PepsiCo, which had retained Michael Jackson for things. And I saw Michael Jackson with pretty good seats, too, in Madison Square Garden.
No way.
So these are some good stuff. I'm not, that's good.
How was that?
That was good. He did stuff right all the way back from ABC. It was a full retrospective.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a full retrospective. And so I saw him. I saw Simon and Garfunkel. They're my favorite. They're my people.
Let us be loved. Is that them? No, that's the Beatles, huh?
Wait, so say that again?
I've got some real estate here in my...
Oh, yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's him. That's one of the songs. Yeah. And so just a balladeer, is that a word? A balladeer of the era.
Yeah.
Simon and Paul Simon and Garfunkel. And a couple of other concerts. Oh, this one was good. I saw the 50th anniversary concert of The Who.
Ooh.
Oh, my gosh. And you know who opened for him? Joan Jett. Oh,
that's good.
This was good.
Was it good?
Oh man, and I recorded. I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, but I recorded Roger Daltrey singing the line because he's 70 now, singing like "I hope I die before I'm old." that was his lyric, right? His dude's lyric.
Dude, that's research.
Yeah, I was totally.
I went to dinner the other night. I went to dinner the other night with David Spade. Actually, we were both doing shows somewhere in San Diego.
Cool.
And I'm name dropping there, but he's my friend, and anyway, Roger Daltrey came and he sat at the table next to us.
Oh.
And he and David knew each other, so I just got to watch them talk to each other for a second.
Very cool.
So that to me was pretty cool.
Cool. Yeah. I do cities too. You know that.
You go perform.
Yeah.
Oh, and speak.
Yeah.
And just answer questions.
And they're in theaters, dude.
Yeah, I believe that.
Right. And the numbers that they get for stand-up comedians, because we're not Broadway, right? We're not, you're a one-person show on the stage,
right,
with very little overhead to produce your show, right? And so that's the same with me. There's a screen and I show the universe. But I was interesting to see what comedians came before me or after me. I'm a big fan of your trade.
Thanks. Yeah, I think a lot of guys, obviously, it's the interesting thing about Joe Rogan is he introduces people to a lot of other people that they may not have been introduced
from
to.
his audience. Yeah,
Yeah.
his audience base.
It's
Yeah.
pretty fascinating.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
He's done it all. He's a stand-up and TV host and everything. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he just is so curious. He is one of the most curious people I've ever met in my life.
Yeah.
He's a consummate researcher.
That's an example of it. And the difference is he's curious in the moment, and he's got an expert, and he fills it up, and then the expert goes away, and then he fills in the blanks with his own thoughts.
Yeah.
So if you want to do that right, you have the curiosity. Your guest stimulates that curiosity, and then you go take out books and finish the gaps.
Yeah.
And look at the documentaries. And then your curiosity isn't just satisfied in the moment. It's something that goes beyond the moment, so that you get the broader, deeper understanding of what's going on. That would have helped him when he got that dust up with the vaccines. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they got onto him, huh?
Yeah, totally got on him. And people pulling out of Stitcher and things. Was it Stitcher or SoundHound? I forget whatever is his. Spotify. So, and people were pulling out of Spotify, out of solidarity. So he got in his dust up. It's because he's curious in the moment, but in an ADD sort of way, right? Because the next shiny object, he wants to know about that, right? And then he knows just enough about that, and you get into that zone, where you know just enough to think you're right, but not enough to know you're wrong. That's a zone that many people get into.
Yeah, I think a lot. From what I remember, and I don't know all of it, I think a lot of his stuff was that the bio companies were really pushing the vaccines on people a ton.
Yeah, but there's a reason to not protect yourself against COVID. What you have to do is, some of that can happen. All right, I don't know how much it happened during COVID, but we're honest with ourselves about profit motives, right?
Yeah.
So now you watch. Now you look at who's dying in hospitals. Okay, it's people who are unvaccinated with comorbidities primarily. And then other people who are sort of unvaccinated and older who are just sort of at risk, but not being old is not itself a comorbidity, like being obese.
Right, but it's
these are factors.
It's a
and
factor.
there are people who were not getting vaccinated. And so do you want to stay out of the hospital? Do you want to not die? And you look at the death toll, the excess death because of COVID, you can see the bump in the mortality statistics over those 2 years. There's whatever it is that's level, because we're approximately the same amount of number of people die every year in the United States. And then in 2020, it went up. And then when the vaccine came in, you saw it coming down a little. And then the people were, so yes, it's a free country, but you can catch it and spread it to somebody else who needs the protection or can't get vaccinated because they have an immune problem. So at that level, you're being selfish. That's all.
Do you think in hindsight that I always felt like herd immunity would have been the best thing for that? I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, sure, but herd immunity, it depends on the lethality of the drug and how quickly it spreads. That'll determine the exact herd immunity, but you got to typically be up around 90% vaccination. So that 10% would not have to be vaccinated and they won't catch it. But the herd immunity in a rational society that cares about its citizens, the 9%, 10% that don't get immunized is because they can't be immunized. You want the herd immunity to protect the weak, the people who are immune compromised, the people who have some genetic disorder where they rely on you to be vaccinated so they don't catch the disease. That's how we should be using herd immunity, not because you're by the way, the liberals and conservatives met each other on the other side of the fence for this.
I know.
The OG anti-vaxxers were liberals, okay, who don't trust the pharma and don't trust the big business and all the rest of this. And then the freedom angle came in from the right. You can't.
I don't want to. Yeah.
Okay.
Don't put this in my body.
Right.
It's dangerous. Vaccines are dangerous. That vaccines cause
So they cherry pick things and they go to websites and they spend an hour or more, but researching it, and then they will claim to know more than the medical professionals. So sure, if you don't want to get vaccinated, go live alone until till the virus goes away. But stay out of the zones of people who could catch it from you if you caught it.
Do you feel like if we would have not done a vaccine and just let the virus go through us, it would have just went through us?
It would have killed 5 times as many people.
Really?
Oh, easily.
Wow.
You don't remember, hospitals were overrun. People were in the corridors. They had mass burials. Oh my gosh. How quickly people forget.
Well, I remember they put people on ventilators, but didn't they realize that they shouldn't have put people on ventilators?
So on the moving frontier of a new thing, it's easy to say, oh, you shouldn't have done that.
Right.
No,
yeah.
at the time, it's like, you're having trouble breathing, there's a ventilator. And then people do experiments. This is the value of experiments. Say, well, if you tip this way, where you breathe through a hole in the table or whatever, and there's a better chance, and that gets published, gets disseminated, and then you have a new best practice in that moment. And the public saw this happening in real. Normally it happens, you don't even see it.
Right.
Because it's a controlled study on some corner of the world or in some country. You don't even see it until it's already tested out. But you don't want to hold the vaccine longer than necessary if you could be saving lives with it. Hence the emergency provisions that were put into place. So the problem was, I think, people don't know what science is or how and why it works. And if you taught that in school, you'd say, okay, this is the mask, but we also need to clean the things because we know viruses transmit on the surfaces. Turns out this virus was less a surface virus and more of an airborne virus.
Oh, yeah, I remember I had a buddy who was wearing a hazmat suit to get his Instacart deliveries, and he was pressure washing boxes of Triscuits in his front yard.
Because at the time that we know that to be successful against variants of a virus, but not that one. We didn't know yet.
Yeah.
But are you going to say, well, we don't know yet, so therefore I'm not going to do anything? No, you do what has worked in you do that until we refine it. People were not allowing science to run its course.
Do you think that during the pandemic that the vaccine and the pharmaceutical companies, that they hijacked science or hijacked the media?
Well, their studies get reviewed by panels of scientists. This is what the FDA does. This is the whole point. One of the main points of the FDA is to do this. So they study the efficacy of the virus, of the vaccine. And they study how effective is it against children. Also things like it can be effective, but at what dose? There's more than one moving part here in the studies. They did the studies and they found it was like 95% effective against that variant. So they said, let's roll it out. No need to do further experiments on this, on the effectiveness of the vaccine. Now, here's an interesting challenge. If your vaccine is so perfect that it knocks out this variant perfectly, it might not be effective against another variant of that same virus.
Right. Oh, it could be too perfect.
It could be too perfect. Correct. And so we need research, and this may be going, I'm not on that frontier, of a viral serum that's more sort of a cocktail of antiviral elements, so that whenever the thing tries to morph or mutate, we got you. You can't mutate out of this.
I see.
Out of this group of, and so what they do now with the flu vaccine is they have this specific they have the specific recipes, and they do cocktail together for the seasonal flu virus, because they see different flus showing up, and they put them together. But I foresee a day when you take one antiviral serum, it takes out all viruses. That'd be a fun day.
Do you think that, because we had Bobby Kennedy on, and he was talking about, like, he was really against Dr. Fauci and a lot of, like...
he has a book, The Truth About Dr. Fauci, right? So he's
an environmentalist, so he was always grew up, like, about the environment, right?
Yeah.
And then he's, like, about the environment inside of your body. He believes that a lot of vaccines and stuff, like, can cause more damage over time.
Yeah, except when you look at the people who don't die for having had the vaccine. So there's a lot of there's a lot of cherry picking of data. I think he came to this vaccine argument, this vaccine world, because he sees the abuses of corporate greed.
Yeah.
All right. And in the environment, a corporation will do something regardless of its effect on the environment or its effect on people. So I think that, not that he's an expert on vaccines and virology or anything, but that he sees big corporations, he sees governments,
right? Because he's a
sees
lawyer.
People, yeah, and he sees people and he wants to protect people. So that's a noble cause, a legacy of his entire family, of course, in multi-generations. So, but what happens is people get onto something that they think is true. But there's a larger statistical truth that negates what you think if you see 3 cases because the testimony is strong. Because or someone coincidentally gets some other thing after they get an injection and they stand up and give a talk. You say, "Oh my gosh, this is what I'm telling you." You're looking into the person's eyes and you feel their emotions and you see the fire. And that becomes more real to you than a pie chart.
Yeah.
So
it's interesting.
You can get caught up in that.
But do you think that these days, like that, because you're from the science community, that like big pharma, like they have enough money and power that they could alter? Because that's what I feel like a lot of people, that they could alter the data or cherry pick it enough and present it to humans in a way that would just support what they want.
Well, so what?
That's what I think. In the end, a lot of people probably. That's the thing that I think people think, that big pharma hijacked a lot of the information or adjusted it to make people believe and think.
Okay, except we have people dying in the hospital who are not vaccinated and people alive who were.
Right.
So you can keep talking, okay? You can keep saying whatever you want, but we have evidence that conflicts with your conspiratorial views.
Right.
And evidence matters in the end. And so, could they have put their entire 100-year Pfizer, or whatever, how old they are, but I think it's around there, 100-year reputation on the line by faking data so that we would all think their vaccine will keep us out of the hospital, just to sell it? We would know within weeks, if not days, if that was all a lie.
Yeah.
We would know. Because there would be as many people in the hospital who've been dying, who've been vaccinated, who were not. And those are 2 samples you want to compare with each other.
Yeah.
And when you compare that, that it's effective. It's effective. Now, what took people what surprised people is, yeah, you vaccinate me against the measles, I'm not getting the measles. You can breathe on me, I'm not getting the measles. All right. So why do people still get COVID after they got vaccinated against COVID?
Yeah.
They got a lighter case of COVID than they would have otherwise gotten.
Ah.
Okay. You surely know people who got COVID who were vaccinated. Yeah. There was a 5-day vacation at home. Okay. Use a box of tissues and you're back a few days later. Were they on ventilators and were they even admitted to a hospital?
No.
No.
When people get it now, I'm like, I almost think they're bullshit. People are like, I got COVID. I'm like, fucking get in here.
Yeah, do your work, dude.
I'll take it. Do you worry about so science is information, right? And objective information are things that can't change.
If it's been verified by multiple experiments,
right,
and there's a result that comes out of it, that's not tomorrow going to be different from today.
Do you worry about the way that we share information now? Because that's almost scarier. That's, just like news channels and outlets and clips, the way we see things, it's adjusting the way we think all the time. It's taking over the value of the information.
That's insightful and perceptive and correct. That they're not only controlling the information you receive, they're shaping how you receive it, which has an effect on how you then behave and act on that information. So as a scientist, we're trained, not always successfully, we're trained to detach from the emotions of a testimony. We're trained to be skeptical of a claim that's made that's opposite other claims that have been made before. If someone says, we've seen the YouTube video, who's the dude hanging on his arm and said,
Andrew Leclerc?
No. The guy who wants you to do his diet, his muscle growth. He wants you to grow muscles. He's a muscle guy.
Sylvester Stallone?
No. He's just some guy.
Oh, okay.
Like a fitness expert.
Okay.
But he's got something he's selling you, and he's saying, the best way to get ripped muscles, it's not by going to the gym every day. It's by doing my thing.
Oh, I see.
So we respond to that. Once again, it's the easy way out.
Yeah.
We respond to a testimony that's saying everybody else is wrong, but this is right. As a scientist, we are trained to be skeptical of that claim.
Mm.
The person that says all these scientists and they're all wrong and they're all in conspiracy, but I'm correct. Listen to me. We're trained to be, and then not to just be skeptical and go on with life. I'm going to find out if what you're saying is true.
Why is conspiracy? Because conspiracies and the idea of conspiracy theories have grown more in the past 10 years.
I think so.
It seems like
sadly, but yes.
What do you attribute that to?
The urge to be comfortable in your own belief system.
Mm.
We started the conversation that way.
Yeah.
You were saying, this is what I am, and if someone's poking at the side, I don't want it. I don't want to know about it. So now you create a worldview. You create an understanding of how things are, either because someone convinced you or you convinced yourself. Okay. Now there's a gap where there's some information that conflicts with it. So you're going to say, if you cherish this worldview, that information that conflicts with it was falsified, or that was wrong. They don't know what they're doing. Or if there's a gap in the information, you'll say someone's hiding. So you say, by saying someone hiding it, that bridges you from one bit of information to another, and you can maintain your worldview.
Mm.
As a scientist, it is our duty to disturb our worldview every day. The headline that says scientists have to go back to the drawing board because their cherished theories might be put in jeopardy. This is bullshit. We're at the drawing board every single day of our lives. That's what we do. It's what we live for. A new discovery.
Who is the...
We're not in our office with our feet up on the desk, masters of all the knowledge of the universe. That's not us.
Who is the final say-so of something from science that it can go into society?
Well, in my field, there's none of that because the patient doesn't die. Okay, I can be spectacularly wrong about how a galaxy is rotating, and there's no product that's going to be made based on it.
Right.
So as what you do gets closer and closer to the human condition, then you need sort of regulations and careful scrutiny. That's why the FDA exists, and there's no counterpart to the FDA for astrophysics.
Can the FDA be compromised or not?
In principle, I think anything can be compromised. But what it comes down to is, you would say, the FDA is saying this. Does any other agency say something completely different? I'm not talking about a YouTube page. I'm talking about an agency. If there's a complete, then let's take a closer look. It's a reason to look closer, not a reason to reject or accept. That's all. And might they give? Oh, so here's one. I got one. The food pyramid.
I remember that.
This is a completely interesting. I'm even going to say honest. Should I say? Let me not use the word honest. It's an interesting sequence of events.
Okay.
Here it is.
Okay.
It's a study in Europe. Tens of thousands of people. It's a diet study. Okay. And they find out that the Mediterranean diet is healthier for you. Low in saturated fats, low butter, not so much meat. Grains are in there, so beans and wheat and this sort of thing. And saturated fats, so that's bad for you. It'll reduce your. So this study came out.
Here we are.
Okay. This study came out, and it took the world by storm because there was so many people. And Europe is westernized, right? And we all live a Western life. So this was, oh my gosh. We all got to do this. So drop the saturated fats, drop the cholesterol, drop all this stuff that'll kill you fast, and eat the breads and things and that, okay? That's what contributed to in part a carb diet.
Yeah.
Okay. And when we did that, everybody started getting fat.
Mm.
Everybody started getting fat. You know what happened? Something else happened.
Right, there's the other side of it.
There's another carb in your diet puts your metabolism on a roller coaster. And you end up with food cravings that you didn't previously have because you got your calories from sources other than carbohydrates. So there was a secondary effect that was not folded in. But more important, that European study of, I forgot how many countries, was missing France. How do you have a European study that doesn't have France in it?
I don't know. People don't like them.
Okay.
I mean,
no other explanation. We hate the French.
Maybe they didn't answer when you called.
Okay, you have a study.
But that is, you
on
gotta
the
have
effects of
everybody.
cholesterol. Well, not just you have to have everybody, which is true. You have a study telling people that cholesterol is bad for you, and you're missing a country that is steeped in animal fat. The foie gras, the butter, the croissant, the duck fat, all of this.
Ducks are fucking.
And do you know that the life expectancy in France is like
35?
6 months? No, it's like 6 months shorter than Italy, which has the Mediterranean. France has also got a Mediterranean thing, but their diet, you don't think it was the Mediterranean diet. So they had not significantly less life expectancy than other countries that didn't eat any of that, and that was not in the study.
Put it in.
So the study had a built-in bias that people were not thinking of at the time the study was. So this is the bias you have to watch out for.
Yeah.
Here we are doing an experiment, believing something that's not true. And that's why lately they say put in some cholesterol back in your diet. And because we're learning that what we thought was true out of that from that one study. That's the point. One study doesn't make the truth.
Yeah.
You need other study that test it and re-verify it.
Yeah, because I was just watching that show Dope Sick, and it was about like the opioid crisis or whatever.
Yeah.
It was crazy, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy sometimes that why do we let bad things into our society that seem so bad, you know? It would seem like sometimes we would be able to
Well, we have addiction problems. I mean, that's a problem.
Yeah,
addiction.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
right. If we didn't have addiction problems, then
you need none of that, right?
Right.
Yeah, let me get high today, and then I'm fine tomorrow, right? I'm not, So that's a susceptibility we have in our physiology. But you can be gambling addicted, and there are many addictions.
Oh yeah, we got a lot of addicts listening to this.
Okay.
We do.
Okay.
No, I've been an
I
addict.
don't mean to laugh. I don't mean to laugh, right?
Oh, no, it's fine. Right. We laugh about it.
Yeah. So the addictions are that weakness, and when you have other people that exploit that weakness, like the casinos and the drug dealers,
anything,
anything,
yeah.
Anything. Someone's there to make money off of your inability to stop what you're doing.
Yeah, that's what I worry about. Like even with the drug dealers at like big levels, it's like, is our FDA compromisable? Sometimes I worry, or if we've gotten to that point as a country where everything's like it's more.
Well, if you lose all confidence in the agencies and the entire system, then where are you going to put your confidence? Is it the YouTube channel you were looking at? Is it is it the guy on the YouTube channel saying the FDA is wrong about everything?
Right,
I'm right by what I'm selling you.
Right.
So
it's a good question, I think, but that's what I think you see. I don't know if you see a lot of that happening, but I think there's people who don't know where to put their confidence anymore. I feel like we used to all know where to put our confidence. Does that make any sense?
Yes, but I'm saying there are people who are sowing doubt in places where there's no need to do so. People who are indicting the entire scientific community. Oh, by the way, while they're still using their smartphone, okay? I sent out a tweet. Should I have left it in my forbidden file? I don't know. It was a letter. It was like, Dear flat earthers, anti-vaxxers, homeopaths, and on a whole list of like pseudoscience. Okay, dear, you found each other and communicate with one another using a device using a sophisticated device that uses frontier advanced discoveries in engineering, science, technology, and math. Just thought I'd alert you of this fact. Sign your smartphone, okay? This is the letter your smartphone should be telling you every day.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't trust science. Science is this. Oh, what's the best way to route around the traffic to get to grandma's house? Which is using GPS satellites. And what do you think we do as scientists? And by the way, people think that scientists are somehow conspiring. You ever been to a scientific conference? We're arguing all the time.
Yeah.
We don't agree.
That's a great point.
No, it's just...
That's a great point. It's really.
You're living twice as long as your great-grandparents because of science.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't trust science. Science, good.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wonder where all where the distrust started to really come from. I feel like 20 years ago it wasn't here.
Well, I think
maybe it was.
There was some distrust that began with Nixon and Watergate.
Oh yeah.
Where can we trust our government and institutions? We knew there were corrupt politicians every now and then, but the system, for it to be embedded, and the papers, Pentagon Papers, this is stuff that was released out of the Vietnam War, smuggled out. The New York Times reported on it. You learned of the shady stuff we're doing. Are we the noble freedom fighters to the world, or are we sleazy corporate? So I think it began then. So it means, yes, skepticism is fine, but skepticism is not the same thing as everything you tell me is wrong.
Right.
Skepticism, let me double check that.
Yeah. That's a really, really great thing to say, man. And it's a great thing to remember. And I think it's interesting because that's what some of your book, a lot of your book is interesting things to think about, different ways to think about them.
And like I said, if you're going to read it at all, read it before Thanksgiving dinner. So that you can know how to argue with all the crazy uncle and the aunts come over.
That's true.
And you just calmly say, well, have you thought of this?
Thought of this.
You'll be the calmest arguer there ever was.
That's what I will say. There's a lot of great, have you thought of this? And it was some parts were like, I don't know if I want to think about that, but it's nice. My one last question for you.
What do you got?
Sometimes I look up at the sky, right? And I'll look up and I feel like, especially if there's stars out there, I'll feel like it's kind of like something's looking back at me. Does that make any sense to you at all?
I once tweeted something like that. I said, sometimes I wonder, as I gaze into the night sky, whether the stars themselves are gazing back at me.
Oh, damn. I didn't realize I sounded so damn high about it.
And that's when people said, are you high? Put down the joint. There's a reliable influx of people who are certain.
Sometimes I look up, I feel there's a thing. I don't know what it is, bro. I don't think it's gay or anything. I think I just feel like the space is looking back at me.
Well,
maybe I'm gay for space, bro.
Well, so we're not likely the only life forms in the universe. There's probably very many. Some vastly more intelligent than we are. Here we're sitting here looking up into the night sky, countless thousands of stars. With binoculars, it rises into the millions of stars. With telescopes, it rises into the billions.
Oh, God.
There are surely civilizations there looking up at their night sky, and they see our star, the sun, as part of some constellation that they identify in their night sky. And there's a Theo Vaughn there looking up, asking, is anyone up there looking down at me? And we get to say, yes, we have your counterpart. We got a Theo Vaughn in this galaxy too. No, I'm just saying, it's fun to think about we being in the night sky of some children's diagram as seen by another place in the galaxy.
You got to answer the question. What did you tell me about the individuals?
Whatever.
What did you say?
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'll take you out with that. Do you know how precious life is? Most people don't.
I didn't know.
I think because look at the risks we take. Well, let me jump out of an airplane, and maybe the chute will open. Oh, all right. That's a whole kind of person we got out there. Just look at YouTube videos. All right.
Yeah.
All right, with the GoPro.
Red Bull.
Yeah, exactly. All right. There's been about 100 billion people who have ever lived.
Wow, really?
Yes.
There's only 8 billion now.
No, about 100 billion if you add it up over all time.
Damn.
All right. So now, do you know how many people can exist? You take a look at the genes, find out how many combinations of genes can make an authentic human being. And you do that. You can do the math on this. And it is stupendously larger number than the 100 billion. It is, I give a number in here, but that's a low estimate.
That could have existed over time, or that could exist total?
Same difference.
Okay.
Okay. So I give a low end number of 1,000,000 trillion total possible numbers of plausible human beings that could exist. What it means is you are alive against stupendous odds. You are breathing air, observing sunsets, gazing into the night sky. Most people who could exist will never experience that.
Wow.
In fact, as Richard Dawkins has said brilliantly, you get to die. You say, I don't want to die. I'm dying. Most people who could exist will never even be born. And you're going to complain about the life you have? Yes, not all lives are equally, I get that.
Yes.
And you could get the wrong hand dealt to you, either birth defects or your family, whatever it is.
This
oh
is
my
your
God,
God.
that is your, whatever it is, that's what you've got.
Yeah.
Use it. Develop it. Do all you can within your power and the power of others who love you to maximize what you can be, what you can think, what you can learn, how you can love, all of this.
Your gift. It's the gift. Because most people that could exist mathematically
will never exist.
Wow. So right there, you are
you are as special a living entity as there ever was.
Amen.
So in the end of this chapter, and what I do as an epitaph, there's a quote from an educator, Horace Mann. You might have heard the name. He was 200 years ago, brilliant guy, head of universities. He gave a commencement speech. And he said, I beseech you, love that word, nobody uses it anymore.
Yeah,
you feel it.
Hang up immediately.
Oh, is that right? I haven't tested it. I don't know. I'll try to bring it back and maybe it'll stay on with you. I beseech you. Yeah, if you say, I beseech you to go on a date with me. Right, that's the end of that call right there. You're done. I beseech you to treasure up in your hearts these my parting words. Be ashamed to die until you have scored some victory for humanity. And if you got one time on earth, there it is.
There it is. Neil deGrasse Tyson, thank you so much for your time, man. It really
a delight to meet you. Of course, I know your work, and it's as authentically honest. It's it's unpretentious. You just feeling it out there on stage, and people know you're feeling it, and they feel it too. And I think it's some potent humor, which gives you some power. That you have power, but it's even more power than that because you can bring people with you.
I'm starting to realize that more. I want to be able to be as creative as I can in work, and also I want to be able to question things and think about stuff as much as I can. So I'm really grateful for this conversation right now in my life.
And to stay relevant as a comedian, you got to stay on that frontier.
Right.
You can't relax for a minute. Oh man. Plus a joke you told last week, you can't tell next week.
Yeah, we're scientists. Well, I'll tell a few, but
you'll hear the groan, and the audience reaction evolves, right?
Well, part of the groan is deep inside of myself because it knows I'm not maximizing my potential.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
yeah.
But thank you so much for your time, man.
Dude, thanks for having me.
Yeah, you're a value to humanity, and we appreciate you.
Thank you. You got it.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this peace of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones, but it's gonna change.
A minute ago.
Fuck. I want to let you know I will be in Las Vegas this weekend, October 27th and 28th at Resorts World.
Evansville.
We'll be excited to see you there. As well, dates in Norfolk, Virginia, Roanoke, Virginia, Huntington, West Virginia, Evansville, Indiana, Huntsville, Alabama, and Atlanta, Georgia. Those are all on sale now. TheoVaughn.com/TOUR. That's TheoVaughn.com/tour. Thank you for the support. Today's guest is a garbage man out of Staten Island. Recently voted one of America's top 70 islands. He is a man who spent 20 years in the gar business.
What's going on? How are you, baby? What's going on? How are you, baby? I just restarted them. Like 2 of them were, I think 4 of them went down. So if you check in like 1 minute, all 7 will be back going. Well, I'm shadow banned too. Don't worry about that. I met somebody. I can't tell them. I don't know what their name is, but they're a fan of mine for like 2 years, and we just met recently. And yeah, exactly. So we've been talking, and actually made him a moderator last night. And yeah, we got something called TTS going, text to speech, so that I can hear it when people type to me, which is beneficial. Oh, you're thinking speech to text. We're talking text to speech. So not when you speak into your phone, when you type it and it speaks out to you so you can hear it. Is what I'm saying making sense? Well, yeah, I mean, if you've ever wanted to like read an audiobook or something, but not have to listen to it or not have to read it, you can listen to it.